WTF Forum is a decentralized broadcast network with no governing body of any kind and is produced and distributed by a loosely affiliated, ever-growing network of rogue, independent content creators. This forum does not, will not, and shall not have any one location, RSS feed, platform, or channel, but shall be shared and multiplied as nature dictates.
Welcome to the WTF Forum. The hosts do not give financial, legal, medical, or any kind of advice. Opinions are their own. This broadcast contains foul language and dangerous ideas. If you need a trigger warning, you are in the wrong place. Now enjoy the show.
Us are still it from a childhood game of tag. Because no game of tag ends with everyone winning. Someone has to be it. So technically speaking, one of us are still it from our childhood game of tag. Isn't that concerning? Some of us are still it.
I don't know. I think it is concerning. I that really bothered me when I saw that, but maybe that's just me. I'm Mike the Polymath. Welcome to the WTF Forum, and I will pass it around to my good friend, Stella Q.
Hello, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in this wonderful globe, earth, flat thing, whatever you prefer. Always good to be here with my good friends, and good to see your lovely faces. And over to Ashley.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Happy, Major Eclipse Eve. I like the title, Mike. And excited to be here with y'all. Excited to see everybody. And I'm going to pass it over to Drew.
Thank you, Ashley. It's good to be here before we break off into two parallel dimensions where Ashley's actually a guy, Ander has head hair, Stella's face is on the screen, and I'm no longer a ginger, because that's going to happen after the eclipse, people. I'm Drew Misson from Your Missing the Point podcast, and I'll hand over to Endo.
I really hope nothing happens with CERN. I am concerned about it. Anyway, I'm Ando, Burn Babylon Burn, the Doom Kitchen, and mostly here at the WTF Forum with all these people. And glad to be here as usual.
Well, I just got started on the Aunt Laura series. I hate to say I'm a week or two behind, but if you have not checked out Burn Babylon Burn, you should. And also, Drew Misson, bro, your artwork is kick-ass.
Thanks, man. Just started off as a bit of a play around while I was watching television and bored on my iPad, and ended up becoming 12 little series of Australian cryptid type of pictures made in a graphic novel style, kind of reminiscent of the 1980s creature features.
Yeah, I love it. It's like the Where's Waldo of cryptids, but instead of Waldo, it's Drew. I kind of dig. You've got you got the flannel shirt and the camera. Literally, I'm like, this is Where's Waldo, just a little more easy. You're not buried in a hole, but that would be a fun book. I'll buy the calendar, and I'll buy the Where's Drew.
Where's missing? Because he's missing.
Yeah, where's missing? Bingo.
Well, if you can't find me, then the feds never will, so it's probably a good thing. Just page after page, I'm not actually in there.
Can't find you on Twitter, that's for sure.
I think you're all I ever see, really, pretty much on Instagram, mostly. So I think we're both in the same naughty corner. Possibly.
We are. It's weird. I have a bigger presence on Instagram, which is Zuckerfuck's one, but Elon hates me for some reason. Probably because I kept calling him out, but anyway.
Muskrat.
Why isn't there a band called the Shadow Band?
Oh, it will be now.
Good question. Wow.
Hopefully metal.
So I gotta say, we are kicking ass already. We got more listeners than normal. I wonder, are we live on Twitter? I tried to set that up for this week.
It appears so.
We are.
I just reposted it.
Cool. Well, to all our new listeners, welcome to the What the Fuck Forum. I've got some shit that I brought. I thought we would touch on the eclipse, right? That's kind of the big thing, right? And it's tomorrow from my perspective. I guess from all of our perspective, because it happens, across the globe at the same time. But
wait, you just said the G word.
Globe. I did. God damn! I knew we'd end up getting there.
Come on, Andy. He didn't say Goyim.
One of the clips that I have, if we get to it, also discusses that just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me start us off with something that's just kind of silly and off the wall, if I may. I think I've got it lined up here. No, I don't. But Alexa. Have you heard of Alexa? Right, Amazon.
That
bitch. I'm sure you have. Here it is. Okay.
So it's like the Amazon Siri, yeah?
Oh yeah. Okay. So there is now Alexa Jones.
Introducing Amazon Echo. With your new personal assistant, Alexa Jones. Whatever you need, all you have to do is ask Alexa Jones.
Well, what does it do?
Alexa, what do you do?
Teach people about the sexual pleasure of eating turds.
Awesome. Alexa, play rock music.
Alexa, stop.
Excuse me.
Wait, I want to try. Alexa, what time is it?
Time to die.
Alexa, how tall is Mount Everest?
Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
Alexa, add wrapping paper to the shopping list.
Those are fucking fighting words. Excuse me.
Alexa, how many teaspoons are in a tablespoon?
Listen, fuckhead. You get that through your goddamn fucking head.
Alexa, set a timer for 8 minutes.
You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker.
That's not a morning person, but Echo definitely helps him wake up.
You better wake up, get your butts in gear, because you are being attacked.
All right. That's probably enough.
God, please send me that link so I can forward it to OBDM if they haven't seen it yet. They'll lose their mind.
I want one of these.
Yeah, I agree. The Alexa Jones. I think we all want one of those.
Well, with all this hubbubaloo, is that the word?
Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo.
Hubbubaloo.
I have another one.
Hubble is something else that is fake and gay.
Yes.
Fake and gay.
Hullabaloo.
Of course, we all want we want to know what Alex Jones thinks about the eclipse, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know what all of y'all think about the eclipse, but I figured, maybe we start with Alex Jones. And
my natural thinking is that there'll be some kind of gay werewolves because of the eclipse. Because the frogs are turning gay with Alex Jones, so there's going to be gay werewolves that come out.
It only makes sense, I think, from a logical perspective.
I don't know. I actually think it would be the time to kill the werewolves. It's like they've lost their power, bro.
Shave them.
Wait, no. They get their power from.
They'll get their power during the day.
Yeah, actually, you're right. They're gonna fuck us up, dude.
That's why the state of emergency is being called. We broke it live on air, people. That's
what's gonna happen.
You heard it here first.
Werewolves in 2024.
Werewolves. Oh shit.
Zombie werewolves. Uh-oh.
They're like 4.5 minutes. How many people can you eat? Nom 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 nom. Well, you want to hear what Alex Jones has to say? It's not even really directly from Alex Jones. This is just this is the what do you call it? What's his channel?
Gay Frogs Are Us? I'm not sure.
No.
That's the Young Turks that you've got showing here.
InfoWars.
Oh, okay.
InfoWars.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
But you're showing a clip from the Young Turks from InfoWars.
Yes.
Okay.
The Young Turks take on InfoWars.
This is like a Alex Jones Inception over here.
This is way
Show
Inception.
within a show within a show.
It's a show within a show. Yeah, within a show.
There are some conspiracy theories percolating in regard to an upcoming solar eclipse on April 8th. Far-right wingers like Alex Jones, of course, are playing into it. Now, for most of us, total solar eclipses are cool, rare, but otherwise unremarkable. But if you're Alex Jones, you believe that NASA is using the solar eclipse to initiate a dark Egyptian religious ritual, because why not? So here's a clip from a video that Jones posted on X with the caption, "Major events surrounding the April 8th solar eclipse, Masonic rituals planned worldwide to usher in New World Order." Let's watch.
Ando, I heard you. Yep.
Yeah. So they've got wait, what was his name? Do y'all remember the name of the Egyptian god?
Apep.
Apep. Yeah, they've got a rocket named Apep, and they're shooting it at the sun during the solar eclipse, right at 3:33 p.m. Lovely.
They've got 3 rockets, so it's an inversion of the Trinity, and they're firing them. And their story, the academic and newsworthy stories, they're using it to test sudden changes in temperature. Why would you need to do that during eclipse? Couldn't you just fire the rockets up, say, oh, I don't know, at sunset? It's the exact same thing. Why does it have to be done on an eclipse?
Yeah, unless there was something significant and or ritualistic about the eclipse and the time that they're doing it. But we're just conspiracy theorists.
Wasn't the whole idea to see how the eclipse affect? Well, this is what I heard. See how the eclipse affects the energy on the Earth. How they're going to measure that, I don't really know. What kind of energy? I'm not sure. But that was the guys.
And
yeah, I mean, it's
crystals to its stellar, and they're going to check the frequencies of everyone's chakras.
Yeah, Elon is probably driving himself, but I just think it's so ridiculously such a slap in the face that, I mean, it's like as if that's what they're doing. It's not what they're doing at all. It's just going to be an eclipse. Don't worry about it. This is so much spin. I mean, the spin is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Whenever they say, hey, look at something, and they're hyping the shit out of it, that's whenever I don't look at all.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm wondering what's going to be going on underneath the ocean, because that's usually what happens when we're looking somewhere up. Something's happening down. So either that or, I think probably ocean, or maybe Arctic, perhaps, something like that. Not sure. But it's not what they're showing us. Okay, so just because we're in a lull, I'm going to bring forward a little theory that I came up with last night. Or somebody gave it to me. Like, no, okay, I came up with it. All right.
Spill it.
It's nothing huge, but it could be. So everyone's just going, CERN's doing this, CERN's doing that. They're putting all this stuff out. And I'm thinking, okay, they're telling us that. So what's the inversion? There's a whole theory about the amount of energy, the accumulated energy, collective energy, because there's going to be so many people lined up along the path of totality. So I'm just thinking, okay, so everyone's thinking CERN's going to put something out, whatever. Is CERN actually going to suck something in? Is CERN taking something in from the planet? Because there are theories that the energy, okay, there's this thing called, let me find it. Oh, God. Google Notes. No, that's not it. Sorry. The anticlimactic event. Okay, the anticlimactic event. So basically, this is where they hype everything up and then nothing happens. But there's theories that because they want the energy from the hype up, and then they store that energy for something later that becomes like it's just sprung on us. There's no warning, nothing. For instance, let's use the example that was used in Jason Bashir's archaics. He used the example of Y2K. Now remember the millennium bug and everything was going to, planes going to fall out of the sky, whatever. The whole world was going to fall apart when the zeros happened on the computers. Nothing happened, right? But there was a lot of collective energy. And then not long after that, we had 9/11. So that's a pretty good example. So I'm just putting it out there. Is CERN actually collecting this energy somehow? I know it sounds a bit weird, but how would they store it? That's just something I was pondering as I was going to sleep,
Well, I don't think it's that crazy, Stella, to be honest. And something that I thought about, okay, so there is a book, but there was a TV show based on this. It's called Man in the High Castle. I don't know if you're all, okay, it seems like everybody's familiar, but basically it is, what if the Nazis actually won? And so there's a small part of the United States that's managed, in the show at least, by Japan, and then the rest of the country is managed by the Nazis. And one of the projects that the Nazis are actively working on is opening other dimensions to other time frames. And I'm somebody that kind of feels like if these people in Hollywood and in the popular books space are writing about a subject, that is because it is in the ether somehow, some way, some why, right? So part of me has wondered if something about CERN is that, like part of that research. So if energy could be channeled to open up other dimensions. Now, maybe I sound like an insane person, but there's so much that we don't know. So, and they put it out there for, just in the ether. So who's to say it isn't something like that?
Well, I'm going to throw some Quran at you then, because I think that the Quran in itself, even though it's a completely different religious doctrine, somewhat linked back to the Abrahamic belief in itself, there is some nuggets of truth in it. And when you read it, it says that the end times are ushered in through 2 iron dams. And these iron dams are described in a way which would be some kind of portals that open up the world to demonic entities called Yagog and Magog. So within Christian and Hebrew understanding, those are 2 human nations. But within the Islamic scriptures, it reads as they're completely different entities with different speech to us that are ushered in through iron domes or dams. And when they are released, like wormholes, they burst through into the world and usher in the end times.
Whoa.
And CERN could be a technological version of that.
Damn.
Valid.
Supposedly there are like small CERNs in the States. Have you heard about this? Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Yeah, there's one outside Melbourne as well.
Yeah, I think
very small scale.
I think there's a few, a handful. Yeah.
There's a number of them, and I believe they're building another one that's even bigger than the current one, the biggest current one.
So my mind just goes completely sci-fi. Stargate SG-1, portals, stargates to other places. Like it could be like what Stella said, they're harvesting your Lucia energy through these types of events, because whether they are directly real prophecy or not, they're trying to initiate prophecies through their own means. So they seem to believe in it, even if we don't. Whether they are directly real prophecy or not.
Well, I want to play a little more of this Alex Jones. Just because this is like the supposed, like, I don't know, conspiracy take on the eclipse.
Watch.
NASA is notorious for performing Masonic rituals based on the Egyptian mystery schools. Apollo being the same character as Horus, Sirius representing Isis, and Atlantis being the new golden age they hope to restore. And during the eclipse on April 8th, NASA will fire 3 rockets named after Apep, the Egyptian serpent god, whose goal was to devour Ra, the sun. And when the sun reemerges after 3 minutes of darkness, it will be likened to the rebirth of Horus, their new king of the golden age.
I gotta say, that was a persuasive video, and I totally buy it.
Yeah. Look, come on, guys. Really? Like, really? So NASA is pro Horus?
I'm sorry, Jake. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt you. I have to, because The second, I hadn't seen the video until right now. The second the video started with an image of a lizard, that's it. I was done. It's over.
Yeah.
These people don't know shit.
Well, so I thought it was interesting to just see the two takes, right? But yeah, what do you have to say, Ando?
So the clip that they're playing there is Greg Reese, and I think Greg Reese kicks ass. He's one of the best parts of InfoWars. But yeah, APAP, or was it APAP? Drew?
APAP.
APAP, yeah. He is associated with snakes, and so that's part of the thing. Then also, we already know, we've talked about it here before, that NASA is infested with Masons. It is, it's just a big part of how they keep all their bullshit secret. So, there you go. I mean, it's all right there. I mean, of course they're involved in the cult. They're all fucking Masons.
Beyond that, Ando, when does the normie look at it and go, geez, there seems to be quite a few history buffs at NASA because they keep naming all this shit after pagan gods? Is there just a guy that's in charge of name development and goes through the history books each day? Or is it a big coinky dink? Come on, people.
It's easy with anagrams, though. And yeah, you can do that with anagrams pretty easily, especially with Egyptian stuff. They're all very one syllable, and then also all of the South American gods. They're usually one syllable, 4 letters at maximum. So it's really easy to snap an anagram into that.
Yeah, it's not just NASA either. It's like I was on the SpaceX site. I should have made a list, but I didn't. I was on the SpaceX site looking at a few things recently, and I'm just looking, what's with all these names? They choose all these names. Like, I don't know. Sorry, I can't really think. Merlin, for instance. Why do they choose all that stuff? Why don't they just call it, version 3.15 or something like that? What's with all the god names and stuff? There's got to be something a little bit more in there.
Yeah, we didn't see that in Star Trek, did we? We had the NX-01 Enterprise, the NX-02 Enterprise-2, all very scientific kind of militaristic type names, but in reality of our world, it's all after pagan deities.
Yeah.
So I think for the sake of catching folks up, if you're not already in the milieu, here's what we're talking about in a nutshell. Oh, muted. There we go.
On Earth in 2024. So early next week, the sun, which is 400 times larger than the moon, and coincidentally exactly 400 times farther away than the moon, will be 100% perfectly covered up by the moon during a total solar eclipse, because they appear exactly the same size in the sky, which is quite the coincidence, considering we are moving around the sun at 66,672 miles an hour, while the sun is hurling through a forever exponentially expanding space at 448,000 miles an hour, and the moon is just able to cover up the sun 100% perfectly, no more, no less. That is a bit of a coincidence, if you ask me. Meanwhile, NASA will be firing 3 rockets into the total solar eclipse to study the air. And those rockets are named APEP, after the Egyptian serpent demon god of destruction and chaos. Don't believe me? Ask NASA for yourself. The mission is called APEP. The acronym was chosen because APEP is also the name of the serpent god from ancient Egyptian cosmology, who pursued the sun god Ra and every so often nearly consumed him, resulting in an eclipse. So they gave a very innocent and understandable reasoning for naming it APEP, but they forgot to mention that APEP represents the forces of chaos, death, and disorder. It's literally the opposite of light and good. It's pure evil. The serpent demon god of destruction is what they're naming the rockets that they're shooting into the sun after. But that's not all. Meanwhile, all of this is going on while NASA is shooting rockets into the total solar eclipse, and while the moon is perfectly covering the sun, CERN, who has a statue of the Hindu god of destruction right outside their door, will be firing up the largest machine in the entire world, the Large Hadron Collider. That's right. They are going to be firing billions of protons at each other at the speed of light in a 17-mile-long tunnel, trying to recreate the conditions 1 second after the Big Bang. And they are firing it up during the total solar eclipse. Besides the fact that they have the statue of the Hindu god of destruction right outside their door, I guess it's also just a coincidence that their logo is literally 3 6s. And I guess it's also a coincidence that CERN is located in Geneva, Switzerland. And the Bible says that Satan lives where Antipas was put to death. And Antipas was put to death at the Apollyon Temple in Geneva, Switzerland. But
okay, enough of that.
Just quickly, the CERN, the destruction idea that CERN has this deity of destruction there. What's actually depicted at CERN is Shiva in the dance of creation, of creating life. So I think that's more concerning, because what they're doing through CERN is they're combining molecules to try and create the Big Bang, not destroy. They're trying to create or bring about something. So what are they trying to create? What are they trying to open a doorway to? What are they trying to let in more than anything else?
I think we know the answer to that. You know, the entities that exist beyond the veil, you know. Their whole bit is it like science in general is very much in the spirit of Nimrod. And you know what Nimrod was about. He wanted to build the tower to go up there and kick God's ass and dethrone him. That was his plan. Of course, he failed, and God laughed the whole time that he was doing this. And but that's why Nimrod is such an important figure, and that's why whenever we're seeing all this transhumanism, all this science bullshit that keeps coming up at us, it's all in the spirit of Nimrod.
Well, science is indistinguishable from magic at a certain level, and I think science and magic are actually the two and the same thing, just at different points in history. And we might be very technologically based with science and our magic at the moment, but it certainly creeps across the veil of what spirituality and some kind of etheric magic would be anyway.
I don't know if any of you guys watched the Archaics breakdown, or there's been several now, of the eclipse, but yeah, so there was talk about this eclipse being actually the completion of the breaking of the first seal and the opening of the second seal in Revelation. So yeah, I mean, like the crown of Apollo is like the corona that we're going to be seeing in the middle of the eclipse. This is all related. Well, I mean, it's all obviously biblical, but so Apollo had sort of poisoned arrows as well, which sorry, let me just go back a bit. Jason Brashears has brought some information that correlates very much with this eclipse and Pfizer. Okay, so there's some heavy connections there, and Apollo was like shooting poisoned arrows, etc., which, you know, when you think about that, jabberoo. And I did notice, and I haven't heard anyone talk about this, but one of the towns near the beginning of the Path of Totality is, I think it's called Broken Arrow. Where is it? Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Broken
anyway.
Bow, Oklahoma.
Yeah, that was it, Oklahoma. Yeah,
I know for sure the first city in the United States it hits is Eagle Pass, which is funny because it's been in the news a lot. And the city beyond that I told you all about several months ago, I think maybe about 2.5, 3 months ago. I mentioned that the city on the other side of Eagle Pass in Mexico is Piedras Negras, which means Black Rock.
Just before we move on from here, you actually spurred something in my mind just then. A little light bulb went off, Stella. You said Apollo has poisoned arrows, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last eclipse in 2017, NASA shot a rocket up to test what would happen to bacteria released in the atmosphere under those conditions. Now, would an arrow with poison going into the sky be reminiscent of a rocket going into the sky and releasing something? What's to say? Now, this is completely science fiction in my mind. What's to say that bacteria wasn't released for a reason to be a future pathogen that would start in 2019?
Very interesting, because
or the first seal itself being broken, and then this is the second seal for the second eclipse.
It certainly looks like that, because I'm sorry, I can't really put all the pieces together. There's so much information, and I'm just not taking it all in. But so this between 2020 and 2024 was the Apollo Pharmakeia, the poison of Apollo era. And this next one is Apollo Helios. which is to do with the sun. And so, yeah, sorry, I can't really be a bit clearer there. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
So yeah, there's lots tying in with Pfizer because look, just go and bloody watch it. it's really, really interesting because there's all sorts of things like where the Pfizer production facility is.
The Pfizer factory is in Illinois. I think it's Center Point is the name of it, the town. Is that right?
Right. Now, I think, isn't that on the cross section of the last Eclipse and this one?
Yes, it's the intersection.
Yeah.
And it's called Center Point. This is literally another name of an episode from Star Trek Enterprise.
And also, just about 100 k's from there, there's a town called Rapture. I haven't heard anyone mention that.
Isn't that the last one in the line of where it goes, which still baffles my mind.
That's right near the cross. Rapture is right near the cross.
There are probably about 1,500 Raptors in the U.S. So
no, there's not. There's only one.
Really?
I looked it up. Yeah.
only one place captured it.
This is Joe Tundra, everybody. This is our good friend. Welcome, Joe. This is our good friend. We've known Joe since Propaganda Report days. Hey, Ashley.
Oh yeah, it goes back.
Yeah. And actually, I don't think Joe and I ever really chatted, but because I was a lurker back then. So when I tuned into like the Saturday stuff, I always heard Joe talking, but I didn't really chime in. I was listening. So I know you, but you may not know me.
I know there are benefits to stalking, and I don't care what those damn cops say.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Joe, it's not stalking, it's obsessively shadowing.
You're just being discreet. I actually couldn't be a good stalker because I have ADHD and I can't focus long enough. I've also heard I have commitment issues.
Yes. Yeah, we're really glad you're here, Joe. Glad that you joined. Western Civilization has said Broken Bow. That was in episode 1 and 2 of Star Trek Enterprise. Interesting.
So when this path of this eclipse goes, this is what boggles my mind because I don't think that really works on a globe or a flat Earth model. How does an eclipse follow a set path that has a certain width for it to be visible, and outside of that, it's not visible? In my mind, I kind of go to there's literally like a barrier where there's light on one side and dark on the other because it doesn't quite compute for how I know how the moon, the sun, and the Earth work. So that the fact that it has a path seems very strange, and that the path just so happens to go across all these biblical named towns and Egyptian named towns. And one of the places is called Rapture. How many evangelist Christians are going to go there in big white moo-moos and stand there waiting to be floated up to the sky at that point?
Flat Earth, the flat Earth thing is like there's lots of conspiracy theories of such like the moon and Building 7 or whatever, and you can go, okay, I don't have proof, and you can see plausibly why somebody might believe some things, and I can't prove any of these wrong, but the flat Earth one is the one that really gets me, and it's not a science consensus thing. I mean, cavemen proved it, and so I'm not sure why that one persists. Like that one really puzzles me. I mean, I've flown around the Earth. I mean, I don't remember seeing water falling off the edge. You know, like
didn't get to the edge.
I must not have. I mean, burned a lot of fuel, and I'm pretty sure if, I don't know how. See, like the thing is about a good. First off, a conspiracy theory. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It has to be plausible, and more than that, it kind of has to be possible. And the flat Earth one is one I don't understand. Because, I mean, I'm not the sharpest tack in the drawer, but I'm creative, but I can't figure out a way to make it either plausible or possible, except in the Discworld books, where it's even, they actually have an edge. But that's just one of the conspiracy theories that, I mean, a good one you have to be able to make a non-believer believe it. So how do you convince someone who, and that's the problem with all of them, but at the same time, what can you bring to the table that would convince somebody who is convinced that the Earth is a globe, that it's flat? Like, it baffles me.
I don't think anyone has the correct answer on this, because I think that one thing, it's a little too simplistic to say that it's flat, because it's something else. And the other thing is that we know that NASA is full of shit. That every single thing that they come out with is a lie, and that they're sworn to secrecy because they have brotherly oaths. As mentioned before.
Well, I mean, you can go see. I mean, like, it doesn't have to be. You don't have to believe NASA. Like, it doesn't really matter. But you can fly in the same direction all the way around the Earth. Like, you can do that. And regardless of whether or not NASA is full of shit, and I have no doubt they are. Like, they work as hard as they can for their tax dollars, and they'll work for the tax dollars as opposed to necessarily for science or anything else. But I don't. Somebody would have to like show me the actual physics or the half-assed physics, at least Newtonian physics.
Ready, Joe? Here's some quick, easy evidence of flat Earth. Ready? And I'll show you.
Yeah.
If Earth wasn't flat, how come shoes are built with flat soles and not curved soles? As you can see, I'm like very scientific guy.
Well said. Well said.
To tell you the truth, mine are all curved. I don't have a flat-soled shoe. They all curve up on the toe, and in fact, the Arabs would have been first to discover that the Earth was round. That's why their toes curled up in their shoes.
Well, that would mean concave.
Well, that's why they had to put those horseshoe lock-in things on Biden's shoes so that he wouldn't.
Maybe they just wore their shoes upside down.
Well, okay, so I just want to interject here.
Yeah.
I want to interject and say that I think that Stella and Ashley both have some stuff planned.
Yeah.
So I don't want to step on their toes. I thought I would lead us in.
Yeah.
Now I do have.
I can't see anybody, by the way. Is that on purpose, or
you can't?
I can see me, and I can see Stella's avatar.
Oh.
That's all you can see. You can't see the rest of us.
No, you're all just black squares, and I have
Has the eclipse already happened on your side, Joe?
It might have been happened on the inside of my head, to tell you the God's honest truth.
That's
I am fairly heavily medicated.
That's kind of weird.
Because I watched your show, and I would just thought I'd ask.
I'm glad I did my hair then.
Hey,
I'm glad I did my hair for you then. If
yeah,
I'm the only one you can
I
see.
like those shades. They, really had a certain je ne sais something.
Special eclipse shades.
Yeah. I got my welding glasses here, but I'm in the closet, so I don't really need them.
I do wonder about that whole thing too. Because they've been lying to us about everything.
Yeah.
The whole I'm not advocating that anybody try this. Okay, let's just make this very clear. But really, the whole don't look at the sun during the eclipse thing, I've been trying to sort of think about that a little bit. And I'm thinking, is that just to sell a whole bunch of glasses? I don't know. Is this just an industry that they've created?
Okay.
Or is it something that actually would be good for us to do? And I'm not advocating anyone do it.
Sure.
Not medical advice.
I certainly don't know, but I do actually have a video that kind of addresses that from the Native American perspective. I just dropped one in our private chat here, Mike, and this is actually talking about, it's Owen Benjamin, so it's probably going to be a hot take, but it's talking about the, NASA and flat Earth. So I thought that was applicable here. And then I'm going to drop that other one, Mike, about the Native American perspective on the eclipse that addresses what Stella was talking about. So put a pin in that, Stella, because I want to keep talking about it.
Right on. I'll play the clip. You tell me when to cut it.
What's up, guys? Just watering my greenhouse. I just wanted to point something out, and I promise I'm not trying to cause conflict or make anyone uncomfortable. I just want people to better understand.
Pranked.
There's something going on with your connection, Joe. Because
I can see there's a big banner at WTF Forum. I see that.
You can't see. Can everybody else see?
I can, but I had issues earlier when everybody could hear our intro music. I didn't hear a thing. And then as soon as you played the first video, I could hear that.
Are they fucking with our stream, y'all?
God damn it. Fucking NASA. No, NASA's not good enough.
God damn it. Are they fucking with us?
Because I can see my picture in the corner, right? I can't see anyone else's. Like I said, I can see Stella's avatar. And I see a banner of WTF Forum.
You know, you might jump out and jump back in, Joe.
Sure.
Because that's very.
Do you have
strange.
to log in? Because I'm not actually technically logged in because I'm not.
Okay, are you on Brave? Are you on?
I'm on Brave, yeah.
Well, it should work. I don't know.
I'm not Brave, but I'm on it.
Well.
Oh well, fuck it. I mean, this is working. I mean, I can,
All right. Well,
nothing else I can figure.
Joe, you can always, if you can tune into, say, YouTube on your phone or something, you can see us. But then was for 7-second delay or so. So
yeah.
But anyway, you could try jumping out and coming back in or whatever.
I'll try open this up in a different browser, maybe, or in the private browser.
Usually either Chrome or Brave, but yeah.
Well, this is Brave, but I got a bunch of add-ons and ad removers and stuff. So
yeah, something's
you guys might be ads,
or we're like we might be getting fucked with.
Yeah, or we might not be real.
We might not.
We are just products of your imagination.
But everyone else can see the video. Yeah.
Yes, and Mike, I was going to tell you. So we're just under 7 minutes here. So I felt the whole thing was worthwhile.
Was good.
But you do you in that regard, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
The situation when it comes to NASA and religion and all this stuff, because I keep hearing, why would they lie? Why would everyone lie? So you think thousands of people are in on it? Millions? Okay, most science guys laugh at the idea of Jesus Christ being divine and being crucified and resurrected. Okay, now, do you think everyone who believes that is lying? No, because it's their faith, it's their religion. And one thing I've noticed about a lot of science people is they don't realize that they're in a religion. Whoever makes the claim has to prove it. When you make a claim that we're standing on a spinning ball in a vacuum, that's a really, really wild claim. All right, now it could be true, but you have to prove it. It's not up to us to disprove you. Okay, it's a really simple idea where it's just you make a claim, it goes against all of our senses, so you show the evidence. And I don't accept evidence from NASA claymation and modeling or cartoons or toilets flushing. I don't have to explain to you what the eclipse is or what tides are. I don't have to become a astronaut or a flight pilot and fly to Antarctica. No, that's absurd. If you make that claim and you want to act like everyone who doesn't believe you is stupid, you have to show that, or else you're in a religion. Now, all the people who say Jesus is the Lord and Savior, Christ is King, he rose again 3 days after crucifixion, you might say, well, that's absurd. But are they lying? They're not lying. That's their faith, right? It's not, you're ascribing intention. Okay, so now the intention, and if you don't think NASA is a religion or the nuclear bomb, this site is called the Trinity site. It was Apollo, Gemini, Artemis. These are all like ancient gods. It's structured as a religion. It's the religion of, in my opinion, now this is just an opinion, don't freak out. I think it's a religion of scarcity, where when you have a finite ball and infinite black emptiness, that creates the idea that there's scarcity and that it's a zero-sum game and that everybody has to fight and kill each other for finite resources. I think it's the religion of the material. And all I ask for is evidence. If we're on a spinning ball that's curved at 8 inches per mile squared in a rotation and revolution around the sun at like 1 million miles an hour or whatever, or 66,000 miles an hour, show me with a test that I can do. Don't appeal to authority. Don't appeal to consensus. Don't do an ad hominem. Just show me how I can figure it out, because snipers don't factor it in. Like, it's just okay. And I'm trying to be nice about, I don't know the answer. I'm not qualified to know the answer. I'll tell you a great experiment you can do to show gravity and curve and all that. You take X amount of water, because water always finds its level, and show that it has an 8 inches per mile curve on it using instruments that we can test. There's always instruments that can test the very small and the very minute. And, like 1,000th of a centimeter. Show me the curve, show me the test, show me how we can extrapolate, expand it to 100 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter, a kilometer, and then how we can do it ourselves. And I will say, yes, that's great evidence that there is a center mass with gravity and that the curve is what you say it is. But you can't just say, well, what about all flights? Then what's an eclipse? Then what's a moon? Then so we're just on a disk in emptiness. Could you fall off? You have to go to Antarctica. You have to, no. It's very simple. Whoever makes the claim, the burden of responsibility is on that person. And follow that through all of life. And then if you can't physically show it, you have to admit it's faith. You have to admit that it's a religion, that it's faith, that you know it's faith. And that's it. That's the whole thing. And if someone wants to honestly go down that rabbit hole, go for it. But I don't have the hubris of, I don't want to mock people or say I know what I don't know or anything. And I kind of ran out of stuff I was looking into. But that's the reality of it. And I know people want to fight and bicker and, well, why would they lie? So everyone's in on it? No. Is everyone in on Christianity? And I know a lot of you guys don't believe that, who want to talk about how stupid flat Earth is and how great Newtonian physics is. Newtonian physics falls apart so dramatically that the scientists had to claim that 95% of the universe is matter and energy you can't see, measure, or observe. Why? Because if it wasn't, they'd be wrong. Newtonian physics and gravitational equations and models don't actually work when it comes to planets, stars, all that stuff. When people say, well, but they're the ones predicting the eclipse and the seasons and the tides. No, people have known that for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Many of the greatest astronomers of all time, and you know all their names, were geocentric scientists who did not believe they were on a ball. And they also could predict all this. I don't have the answer for you. I don't know. But I'm just letting you know that there is faith-based science, and then there's science that shows evidence.
In that respect, everything is a belief system. Because we can't even prove that we exist. If you want to get really
it's
deep.
It's not faith, it's belief.
Yeah.
More than anything else. I think what the problem is that we know NASA lies about a whole heap of stuff, and this is what gives credence to flat Earth. And I'm probably, at this point, I'm 90% flat Earth, probably even more on that because of the things I've seen. The problem with the mainstream establishment narrative around the proof for flat Earth doesn't work at the scale of the planet. For whatever mathematics they put in for the curvature and how far it's supposed to be per square mile, how far it is, it doesn't add up with the math. So that has to mean one of two things. Either the Earth is flat or the Earth is far bigger than mainstream science ever made out. And if it is far bigger than it makes out, then the math is wrong and we need to relook at the math. So there are flaws and errors even in the globe model that gives credence to flat Earth, which I think is worth looking into and worth debating and talking about, because if there are gaps in it, we need to know why there are gaps in it and how come it hasn't been conclusively looked into to the point where they say it has been.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that it's still being debated says that there's some valid points on both sides, doesn't it?
Well, there is. I mean, just the coup, for Christ's sake, the last 4 years, if anything, have taught us that science can be faith-based. People believe the bullshit because they were told it by people with absolutely no scientific authority. And then there's lots of people with scientific authority. They got that authority by putting on a white lab coat. But people believe that. But again, that's just they want a fucking messiah. And their religion is whatever they want to believe. They have to believe something, right? And like every single thing that Fauci said in the last 4 years, every single thing was proven wrong. And we knew it. Some of us knew it. I just got back on Twitter after 2.5 years in Twitter prison from saying anti-fucking coof things. But I found something I saved, and it was from March 20th, 2020, and it's responding to Monica Perez. She was talking about the lockdown starting for the NBA or something. And I tweeted, I says, this feels a lot like a dry run practice for martial law. And that was March 20, 2020. And I had already been following this COVID thing since it first hit the news, because people were already overreacting. There was all sorts of evidence. This whole thing, it just came up. That's absolute bullshit. I mean, we had data from China, Italy, the cruise boats, Iran, that showed that the age of the average victim was 81 years old. In all those places, it was universal. And unlike the flu, young people weren't dying from COVID. There's zero healthy people under the age of 20 who they can prove or indicate that were healthy and young and died of COVID. Right? But it didn't matter. The evidence didn't matter. It didn't matter what you said. It didn't matter how many times they contradicted themselves. Right? The narrative was there. Believe the government and believe the media, and they did in the droves. Right? And it was all faith. We know that because the actual science didn't back anything they set up. The most basic science of just counting things.
Well, this is the inversion you see, Joe. You see them grab onto very real, tangible truths and realities of this world, and they twist it and manipulate it for their own agendas. So we see that in NASA. We see that the majority, if not all of the images we see of the Earth, space, are all stitched together with editing programs, put in ways that it's presented that this is the reality of space and this is our planet. It's not real. It's not a real photo. It's
part of the problem. Part of the problem with that is, and part of the I don't know if men landed on the moon, but I do know that they have made a lot of big fucking rockets that people have basically stood beside and watched fly, and that they were very expensive because just to make a rocket with no one in it to shoot into the atmosphere that anybody could watch go from the ground, from the outside, and we see satellites zigging overhead. There's something moving overhead. You stand outside in a night sky, look up for 8 seconds, and you'll see a half a dozen glowing objects zipping across the sky at a regulated speed. It's not like asteroids or whatever. But I haven't seen any of them fly, right? So I don't have empirical evidence. I go, generally when it comes to something like this, I go with what's plausible and what's possible. With the NASA thing, they have rockets. They've sent things into space. For one thing, the goddamn Russians and Chinese, they think everybody has to be in on this thing. The Russians, they say it happened. They were doing it. They got there first, right? So why didn't the Americans contradict them? And the same with the Chinese. Why didn't somebody contradict them at the time? They would have. They really hated each other's guts. They were killing each other in the droves, right? So some things don't make sense to me, but I don't have all the answers. Like I said, I didn't see men land on the moon. You could see them shoot something up. People with their eyes could follow it around the Earth and with binoculars, and they could see it fuck off to the moon. All that stuff you can observe, but you can't, I don't know what the pictures of. I wasn't there to see what they photographed, so I have no direct evidence of that. But all I'm saying, within the whole space program, I don't know what they're doing up there. They're telling us all sorts of shit that is batshit crazy. They have nukes in space. They're all lying about it.
I think the crux of this, Joe, is that there's deliberate information which is not being given to us. There's information that's being given to us that's highly questionable.
Absolutely.
And at the end of the day, NASA and the people who are conducting this study with the APEP rockets for this Eclipse are heavily involved in what you would consider to be esoteric, metaphysical types of paganistic practices. And there's a reason for that. Either they wholly believe in it or they're putting it out as a psyop. So Stella, do you have that video?
Well, more than one thing could be true. That's one thing I was going to be my point, was that you can have let's say Building 7. I don't know about the Apex thing. I haven't been paying attention to the Eclipse, but let's say the World Trade Centers, right? I mean, you can have airplanes fly into the World Trade Center, and it was a government plan, right? I mean, you can have both. It's not one or the other. It's not just a bunch of wacky Arabs decided to destroy the U.S. You can have an elaborate plan, and then for, I don't know anything about Building 7, but really, to me, like, New York has buildings blow up because of gas all the time. You think even the government is smart enough to figure out there's other ways to destroy Building 7 if they really had something secret to hide. So I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, they cross their I's and dot their T's. That's definitely what the government does.
Oh, but they're mostly useless. They can't do clandestine stuff right. The only reason they get away with anything is because they've completely conned everybody. Because the one thing the U.S. does better than everyone, absolutely, is propaganda. They are absolute masters, right? And they do subtle approaches. They do hard approaches. I mean, just look at the news, right? It's beautiful. Like, they know how to modulate their messages. They know how to exactly phrase it to be the most convincing.
Yeah, that's what they've got. They've got a lot of think tanks onto this stuff. I think the think tanks put more thought into the propaganda than they do into anything else, because that's basically we are definitely in an info war. And so Alex Jones has named his show very well. But we are. This is World War III. I believe this is the war. We're not waiting for another war to come along. We're in it now, and it's against us.
That's the problem. We're presented with two different governments. We're presented with a government which is out in the open, that's very visible, that can't balance a budget and just absolutely destroys economies and argues in question and answer time at Parliament or in Senate, what have you. They look very much like they are incompetent, but the real government that controls things, they are not incompetent, and they know how to kill you, and they are trying their best to do
I think they're incompetent too. I think they've become incompetent. I think the deep state from 50 years ago was way smarter than the deep state of today. If you look at everything, like, for one thing, the visible politicians, the visible leaders, they're morons. Not one of them has even a glimmer of intelligence. Not in the Western world anyway. But and that goes with the population is stupider than it's ever been as a whole, right? And then, in evolution, in nature, you only have to be as smart as what you want to conquer or rule or eat. So it's, these guys don't have to be smart. And you know what? If they were smart now, we would never know there was a deep state, because they'd keep their mouths fucking shut like a good mob boss. But now there's all these guys, maybe they're distractions too. I don't know how deep. But you look at the Schultz, what's his name? All those motherfuckers, the world WEF and whatever. They came under. They didn't exist. Nobody talked about them. Nobody knew. And all of a sudden, they came out of the woodwork and they decided they wanted to fucking Dr. Evil the world, like, in person. Like, what the hell? And they're idiots. I think everyone's gotten stupider on every level, and I think the deep state has gotten stupider as well. But they don't have to be smart, because, I mean, again, look at COVID. Look at the reaction to COVID. Anybody could say anything. They were literally making shit up as they went along. Like the mask, for Christ's sake. They said you could use a T-shirt to protect yourself from COVID, and 90% of the people fucking believed it. And even though they knew the size of they know how screens work. They know the size of a fucking COVID thing compared to, but they bought it.
Let's try and awaken the masses then, Joe. Stella, do you have
sweet Jesus, it won't happen. You know what I say? Dig, everybody, you're on your own. Dig your bunker.
Okay. Sorry, Drew, what did you say?
Do you have that video of the seals or the path trajectory of the eclipse that we can go back to, just to bring it back on topic?
I have.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think Ashley has got one. Joe, sorry, just for a sec. Joe, you're a little tiny bit distorting in your mic. Would you be able to turn your gain down just a tad, or your level, or whatever?
I'll try.
Or move the mic a little bit away from you. Your beautiful, powering voice.
Yeah,
it is a fantastic voice. I love it.
True.
Your poor mic's just going, help me. So, yeah.
Is that better, by the way? I moved the mic away.
Well, you're good, at least for now.
I keep going, like, I got like things that I'm like, oh, I hear something. We should hit on that. There's so much going on here. Me personally, guys, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not, at least not yet. I don't know. I'm like, I see how atoms work, again, maybe supposedly, but like, I don't know. I tend to trust physics. I don't trust history, but I tend to trust physics. But again, I understand that it does fall apart. There's a big difference between quantum physics and, there's something weird going on that's not yet explained. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, physics is being modified all the time because it's science. Like there's some fundamental things that have actually been changing, just even in the last decade.
Yeah.
Even in the last 3-4 years.
But I'll tell you one thing.
Nothing. Science is never set in stone. Otherwise, it's not science.
Oh, yeah. Basically, but if you look at things like orbital mechanics and just Newtonian physics holds up. If nobody had ever, if they'd never come up with quantum mechanics, Newtonian physics would work for everything in our world. Everything we touch, everything we feel, it works. It's basic, whatever. And I have no doubt, like, people fucking believe in heaven and hell in different dimensions. Why couldn't physics work differently somewhere else? I all I know is what I can basically see and hear and what I can think is plausible, right? But Newtonian physics is really reliable. For everything that we actually do, we interact with Newtonian physics. It works for fucking submarines and gunshots and airplanes and buildings and all this stuff, right? It just works. Like that's what we've been using for, well, forever, really. And they just till Newton came around and gave a label to it. But I mean,
so Ashley, did you have that video of the whole path at all, or a video or a graphic at all?
Well, that's partly what I've got pulled up. And Ashley, we can play maybe whatever you got next. This is only a couple minutes, but this is the whole path and a little bit of context, but I don't mean to cut you off, Ash.
Oh, this is the whole path. Okay, sorry. I thought it was just a graphic of the beginning. Cool.
No. Yeah. Just a moment. Here we go.
Good afternoon, folks. I hate that I have to make this video, but here we go. With the solar eclipse happening in a few days and about 1 billion conspiracy theories going around the internet, let's break down one thing that's relatively stupid and then something legitimately concerning. First, just when I thought I'd heard it all, I found a new level of internet lunacy the other day. Someone was saying that this entire eclipse thing is fake because the purported track of the shadow is going the wrong way, they said. Their quote, "Look at how the shadow goes west to east. That's not how the sun moves. The sun moves east to west over the earth. So this entire thing must not be real." Yeah, I'll take a moment to do this one in visual form. Shadows go the opposite way of the light source. For this, I need a desk, a pencil, and the flashlight on my phone. I'm moving the light back and forth, and we're going to see what the shadow of the pencil does. In this example, my flash...
All right. We don't need him to talk down to us, but he's making, the argument. But these are good graphics of what the eclipse is supposed to do, right? I'm kind of showing this off right now. But what do y'all have to say at this point?
Didn't his own third grade example of the shadows moving the opposite way just fail because he literally had the camera light behind the pencil and the shadow was being cast in the same direction as the light source? That's what I saw. So he proved himself wrong in that.
It's always interesting to look at the comments in these sort of videos. You learn a lot from comments. Sorry, Ashley. We didn't mean to cut you off again.
I think, well, see, he's oversimplifying. Am I being heard? Sorry, I'm on two screens at once here. But yeah, he's oversimplifying. But I could see the argument basically if the sun and moon are in opposite trajectory, if they're spinning in, if they're moving in opposite directions, rather, right? The moon, the sun's going east to west. What does the moon do? I'm speaking out of my element here, but like,
well, it's relative. For one thing, it's the moon.
It's relative to the movement of the light versus the shadow. Versus, we have three things at play. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just.
Distance plays a lot to do with it too, though.
I've come to distrust a lot of things, but talking me out of thinking we live on a sphere is going to take a lot of convincing.
Well, you know what? I say, show me the edge.
Yeah.
Let's go to a tour to the edge. That's all it would take. Just like Owen Benjamin was saying, show me. Okay, show me the fucking edge. I'll believe it. Like I'm not sold on this. I mean, there's lots of stuff I believe, but I change my mind when new evidence comes in. So I've flown around the world. I mean, it's worked so far. It seems to have worked the same way that the globe that I was sitting on my desk worked, right? And I haven't been anywhere. Well, I mean, so if there's an edge, if it's flat, there must be an edge, right?
I don't know. To me, like, the flat earth thing is a symptom of the fact that we've basically learned we can't trust anything.
Yes.
It's a symptom. It's not, that's where I'm like, I try to stick to what I can actually have some grasp of. And I don't even want to go there. Like, I'm inclined to go with the prevailing wisdom because, frankly, I do think it makes more sense that we're on a rock with gravity holding us in orbit around other rocks than, what you'd call, I guess, the what is it? Firmament, the flat, we're just in a plane of existence kind of thing, whatever. But I'm not gonna disparage anybody for believing anything one way or the other. But to me, I think it's almost it's a moot point. It's a silly argument because who cares? I mean, I guess we can try to decide based on what we observe, but does it really fucking matter? I don't know.
I agree with that point 100%. I do have one little point, and I'm not a flat earther, but I was looking at the Antarctic map of the territories, so all the places that are owned by different countries, and there's a section which is unclaimed. So I don't know, is that the edge? Because if you flatten it out, it's sort of like, well, that kind of would be an edge, really. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of, believe it or not, I like that the flat Earth theory is out there. I like it that people are opposing convention. I grew up.
Yeah.
I grew up when people don't believe everything you read or don't believe anything you read.
It is everything. It's a grand example of skepticism.
Yeah, it shows people are thinking, like they've taken what's out there and they're saying, look, in my head, I can make an alternative. I can make this make sense. Like when you get a theory as big as the flat Earth theory, and I haven't looked into it, so I mean, but there's a lot of people that I know it exists, right? A lot of people have bashed this idea around. So people are making sense of it, even if to themselves. It doesn't mean maybe they are making sense and they just haven't figured out how to translate it to me, like fucking Linux, right? I mean, but because I don't understand it or I haven't seen it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And again, we got into the COVID mess because people weren't questioning shit. Amen. I love it that people are questioning stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that was almost the whole point of it. It was like on a really, really big, grand scale, big picture scale. It's like, okay, people, nobody's really questioning anything. Here's a shake-up. So, because like it really has changed the human consciousness, hasn't it? On a large level. Like even some of the sleepers are, well, I don't know, some of them are starting to question a few things.
Well,
now it's almost like a race. Sorry, now it's almost like a race for the media censorship versus the truth that they're looking for, like the race is on kind of thing.
They're losing bad.
I was going to say, if I may, I'll play this out just a minute more, and then I thought I'd throw up what Ashley wanted to share. Do you think that'll work out, Ashley? I have not watched what you're posting, but
yeah, so I just wanted to say, so I have one in our chat that is listed as Eclipse Humor. It's just a funny video. And then another one that the guy, so this may not be exactly related. He makes some interesting points, but he's talking about the earthquake situation. And then part of why I thought, being inspired by the thread way that you do the episodes, that I thought the Owen Benjamin clip was important is because the information that we are getting about this eclipse is coming from people like NASA. And so I do think that it's worth questioning them. And I do think that there are valid questions about flat Earth or globe Earth, or sphere Earth or whatever. Or why can't people go to Antarctica? Why can't you see Antarctica? What's going on down there? Anyway. So
I'll tell you, I lived in the Arctic, and you don't want to go to Antarctica. Like I can guarantee it's not nice.
Well, I've read stories of Antarctic exploration, back in the days of, wooden ships and iron men. And they are not pleasant tales. Many died. Many ships never came back. But many men tried to explore the Antarctic.
I like the Antarctica. I like that people try, but it is a place that beats the shit out of humanity. Like that's where our hubris hits a big block of ice. We're not going to beat nature. It doesn't matter.
I've been curious about that, and I'm not claiming that I know all this stuff or that I have been that I'm some prolific researcher on the subject. But Robert Seffer, the anthropologist, seems to think that there are Germans who left after World War II that are surviving and thriving down there somehow, some way. So I think there's unanswered questions, is what I'm saying.
New Schwabenland.
Oh. Yeah, I mean there are people there are huge caverns and whatever under the ice, but the problem with the ice in Antarctica, it's glaciers, right? It's not static, so whatever you do under there, it's gonna keep on moving. I mean, I don't know. People build tunnels through sand, right? So, and I mostly go with Mike's thing that I don't know. Is it affecting me really?
I wonder how much of Robert Zephyr, I don't even know how to say his name, bases his research on the, Dickie Knee, not Dickie Knee, sorry, Richard Byrd.
Well, is that another
Drew would have got that. Drew would have got that, yeah. Richard
Paul
Byrd.
Hogan.
No, Hey Hey Saturday, I think. Anyway, yeah, the Admiral Richard Byrd diary, because that sounds very like that. I mean, that's we're not allowed down there. How are we ever going to know? And why aren't we allowed there? It's always under the guise of protecting wildlife, which, I'm all for that. I'm all for protecting little penguins and things, but it doesn't seem to bother them when they want to drill the hell out of penguin area to make money or whatever, does it? So it's always under that guise. There's a number of islands and stuff where you're not allowed to visit under the guise of wildlife protection, etc. And then you find out that there's military operations going on there. So what the fuck?
They're not down there studying penguin shit and looking at ice core samples every day, 365 days a year. That's for sure.
No,
because Antarctica is way out of the way. It's an extremely harsh environment. You can't find a better place ever to do fucking research you don't want people looking at.
Yeah, and not get bothered. Exactly.
I mean, there's lots of real good reasons to hang out there. It just
it does make you wonder.
Oh, they're doing shit. Absolutely. No. If you're thinking there's people down there, they're doing nefarious shit. Absolutely. It's absolutely all military. It really is. And then they put out the occasional thing that everyone knows: penguins are birds. Oh fuck, no, really? Yeah. It's Area 51 times about 1 billion.
Well, I'm inclined to do what they call a media break, if I may, about maybe 5-10 minutes. I'm referring to Grand Theft World. When they do a media break, it's like 30 minutes. But I want to play like a few clips back to back, and then we can come back in. Now for the hosts among me, it would be a good time to take a leak, grab a snack. But let's do like a 5-minute little break here, and we'll come back.
Plan. That's a good question, and I don't know the answer, but I can tell you this: they're running out of time.
Oh, one thing I want to say.
Eclipses happen.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
In the sanctimonious. So one of the reasons people hate science or modern science, they're such sanctimonious pricks. You just want to smack them. Doesn't matter how right they are. They're unlikable bastards. You're not going to listen to them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Year came around. I have been waiting for another one this year. A virus isn't going to cut it this time. So what's the plan? That's a good question, and I don't know the answer, but I can tell you this: they're running out of time. Now, eclipses happen 2 to 5 times a year. That's every year. They don't cause calamity or earthquakes or even have more than a mild psychological impact. Shooting sounding rockets into the ionosphere happens all the time, and this is not the first time NASA has done it during an eclipse. All of their missions get weird names, by the way. But I would not put shenanigans past the government, especially after living through the last 4 years. I can assure you of this: if something major happens during the eclipse, they did it. I'm just going to say it plainly like that. If something happens, the government did it. That wouldn't shock me. And I'm not talking about a solar flare or something. It is sunspot maximum, so that may even be said to be expected. I'm talking about something major with the grids, the internet, social unrest, military action, etc. If something happens, it was done on purpose and likely to begin interfering with the 2024 election process. Hate to say it, but I said it. I'll see you.
I didn't realize how short that clip was, Ashley. Damn, I'm not ready. I thought it was just what did that even say? She might have took off. I was trying to set up the next clip, but that was only like 7 seconds. If you missed the eclipse on April 8th, here's the recap.
It was totally visual.
And it's just oh, I see. Yeah, totally visual. Yeah. It's just a guy in a hoodie moving.
It was a sight gag.
Yeah, it was just, it was really quick.
Yeah, I was like gonna play. I was gonna play another one, but I had no time. We were echoing there. I don't know what that was about, but damn. Sorry, guys. I try to keep a good pace.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I'm echoing through your shit, Ashley.
Sorry, guys. I try to keep a good pace.
Oh, or
I have that other video, the Eclipse video, about the earthquakes. If you can see it in our chat.
Okay.
And then I have the other one about the Navajo, speaking about the eclipse, which ties back into what Stella was talking about, looking directly at the sun.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley. I was trying to. That was my next one, the Navajo one, or the. I'm sorry, which one?
Before this even starts,
go ahead.
What about Trump staring directly at the eclipse back in 2017? Y'all remember that, right?
I do. They made fun of him.
Did he? Is that what made him more orange?
I think it made him less orange.
He needs a bit of brightening.
He just has to be bright in comparison with Biden. It's a pretty low bar.
Oh, Biden could do with a lot of brightening. What do you got there, Matt? Mike? Sorry, forgot your name.
What do you mean what I got here? This clip?
Yeah.
I think this is the one that Ashley wants, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not just a normal solar eclipse, and even if it was, that would be bad news enough. Upon further investigation, I have far more confidence in the things that I have already said. Let me show you what I have found. 7.4 earthquake and several aftershocks hit Taiwan yesterday, 8 days after a total lunar eclipse hit the Pacific plate and the North American plate at the same time. For reference, the lunar eclipse covered this area right here over top of the divide between the Pacific and North American plates. The earthquake was over here in Taiwan, on the other side of the Pacific plate. Correlation does not equal causation. The title of this paper, published in 2019, The Combined Effects of the Gravitational Forces on the Tectonic Plates on Earth's Surface Exerted by the Moon, the Sun, and the Other Planets, are one of the main reasons of the earthquakes. This article, published in 2023, the Moon's pull is so strong it may trigger earthquakes on Earth, Scientists are still baffled by its power. This article, published in 2016, moon's pull can trigger big earthquakes. Big earthquakes, such as the ones that devastated Chile in 2010 and Japan in 2011, are more likely to occur during full and new moons, the 2 times each month when tidal stresses are highest. There's no shortage. The sun and moon are linked to earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault from 2016. Let me nerd out a little bit. Hold on. A total solar eclipse requires a new moon, and when they are lined up, so is their gravitational pull on the Earth's surface. A total lunar eclipse requires a full moon, and the sun and the moon are pulling against each other. Now, hold on a minute. That full moon, full lunar eclipse that we just had covers the same exact area as that total solar eclipse we're about to have on April 8th. And the moon has already caused an earthquake. This is the annular ring of fire eclipse we had last year. During an annular eclipse, you get a ring of fire because the moon is too small to totally cover the sun. This is the total eclipse we had in 2017. This is the total eclipse we're about to have on April 8th. Now, back on the 20th of March, I said, so that the new moon of a solar eclipse is like a barge passing under a bridge and hitting one of the supports. Now, I said there might be 2,000 cars pass over that bridge before it collapses. But 6 days later, we saw that if a cargo ship hits a bridge support, it might collapse immediately. But then a few days later, a barge hit a bridge support, and we see that it only damaged it. Yes, I understand. It was very strange that I said that, and then days later, it happened twice. What can I say? Listen and watch. Once again, I say, I cannot predict that the April 8th solar eclipse will cause the New Madrid fault zone to pop off, or that it'll pop off so hard that that hidden fault line will become apparent, or that the Pacific plate will slip under the North American plate, causing the topography to fall, because those two plates colliding is what caused the mountain ranges to form there to begin with, and when it slips under, it'll release that tension. It's that easy. Y'all think the topography is fixed? How do you think it got that way? I cannot say that this is going to happen anytime soon after April 8th, only that it absolutely looks inevitable at some point in the future. I mean, just look at this map real quick, though. Then look at that for a moment. And now look at this map of past eclipses and the paths that they make on the face of the Earth constantly. And now let's put them on a flat Earth map just to see that that is the start of a geometric pattern like unto, I want to be clear, a geometric pattern of gravitational and magnetic paths that the sun and moon take above the face of the Earth. Such as this one that the Earth and Venus make in 8 complete orbits. And hold on one second. It doesn't matter if the Earth is orbiting the sun or the sun is orbiting the Earth. This is the pattern. And this is what that's going to look like here. And I'm sorry, flat earthers, there is no flat Earth animation that I can find of this right here, but it doesn't matter anyway. If you look underneath the animation, you see the Earth and Venus in 8 orbits. You see Mars and Venus in 7 orbits beside it. And to the right of that is Saturn and Jupiter in 7 orbits. Underneath, that's Uranus and Saturn in 7 orbits. You can see these patterns that are made here. This is sacred geometry, but it's much more than that. Now, these intricate dances that the celestial bodies and the Earth and the sun and the moon all participate in with the stars are not just patterns of movement. They are patterns of movement involving forces like gravity and magnetism, or whatever you prefer to call them. I don't care at this point. These are all just labels we put in our own little understandings of stuff and how it works. Is relativity wrong, chock full of errors? Yeah, of course it is. Einstein was a dirt monkey. His brain was made of dirt. But we do the best we can here with what we have to work with. But science says the forces of the planets and the sun and the moon affect the Earth. We know that the stars do also. Muons and neutrinos, I mean, from the stars, bombarding the Earth by the billions and billions and billions every moment of every day, all the time. Don't be surprised if Mario jumps a level. Neutrino hit the switches and turned a 1 to a 0, and he just jumped level in an apparent glitch. It's recorded. Go look it up. It is no coincidence that our technology is based on this 369, as told by Nikola Tesla. This sacred geometry can be seen on every level because it is intricate to how the universe itself functions on every level. Forces and gravity and magnetism and such, if you need it mundane. It's not mundane. These are celestial heavenly bodies. The Bible says the sun rules over the day and the moon and the stars rule over the night and divide the light from the darkness. And that means more than you think it does. And it really does show on every level. Look at how that one resembles that solar eclipse map we were just getting started on. The only reason this is not a complete and super impressive geometric pattern right here is because it's too small of a span of time in the recordings. You put enough time and recordings in here, and it's a full thing. The sun and the moon, the lunar and the solar eclipses would make a pattern just like this if they were fully recorded. It's just that their pattern traces out over a much longer period of time. This one's just not done yet. It really is just Russian nesting dolls on every level. These patterns, this sacred geometry, this is how reality itself functions everywhere, all the time. It looks like a chaotic mess on this map because this is a globe map that's been flattened out, not to actually represent how it really looks. You can't get a real good look at how this would actually play out in a pattern on a flat version of a globe map. But just imagine that these are like pin strokes of somebody contouring the earth with all of these movements, shaping the face of the earth. That's what the sun and the moon are doing here, shaping the face of the earth, literally what's causing the movement in the tectonic plates to begin with, causing the tides, causing the weather systems. And it's not even a mystery, and it's not hard to see at all. They have to know this. Somebody has to know about this all. It's not remotely far-fetched. The ancient mystery schools knew all about this. This is how it lines up with Orion's belt. And if we just turn the clock back until this star is dead center in this pyramid, we can tell you exactly when they were built. Among many things, the pyramids are also a timestamp. We have the star charts, just dial them back. Now, we are absolutely, and without a doubt, there is no argument against it, talking about forces and frequencies. And if you zoom into those, you find more forces and frequencies. From classical physics to the quantum physics, it's all forces and frequencies. Reality itself being a projection on every level of, can you guess, forces and frequencies? The idea that ancient sacred sites are built on places of power or energized sites, giving rise to the idea of ley lines, as if there is some sort of grid of power, and that the ancient sacred sites are laid on this grid, or these energized sites. The idea of which is more than plausible, seems rather likely, considering that the Large Hadron Collider at CERN is located in the same place as an ancient temple of Apollos, the seat of Satan, as the Bible calls it. Makes more sense now why they have a Lord Shiva idol out front. Destruction, rebirth, and cycles. And this, boys and girls, is ancient mystery school occultism realized in the modern world. This is the religion of the pre-flood world. Opening portals and such, yeah, they're trying to call the angels down from heaven again, literally. But they're still learning how. They're primitive in their efforts. You can see how it has progressed through the years, and this one is the future plan. They want to figure out what really makes reality tick, you know? Because the fellas funding all this are always so benevolent with their findings, like nuclear bombs. Needed those, right? Are they doing the devil's work? Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be supernatural. The things that they're going to make with their own hands are going to be evil enough. Anyway, they're firing this thing up on April 8th, the same day as the solar eclipse, for a reason. And I mean, it's an occult ritual. That's why they always have those occult rituals right before they fire it up and such. This is ancient mystery school technology. Now, we're talking about the United States of America because these 3 solar eclipses happened right here. Now take a look at this recent earthquakes map. Now look at this recent earthquakes map, knowing that the sun and the moon are doing this. I cannot say when the Pacific plate is going to slip under the North American plate and flatten out topography. I cannot say when the North American plate is going to split in half. I can say without a doubt something just like this is what will cause it, though. I can't.
Revelation 9:11. They had as king over them the angel of the abyss, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon and in Greek is Apollyon, that is destroyer. So I think everyone needs to sort of keep that in their mind at the moment.
Let me throw one more thing at y'all, and then I'll open it up.
Oh, real quick though, Mike. Who was that guy?
I can't say. That wasn't my clip.
Ando's new best
Ashley?
friend.
I know.
So I found him today, and he's a religious guy. He posts a lot of that type of stuff, and he's just a TikToker. And I saw that video, and I thought it was really interesting. And part of that was Stella and I had talked about the fear mongering and people being fearful during this time, and so I was trying to think about. I just thought it was interesting in that regard. I thought he made some excellent points, but I also think that we could talk about the possibility that there's some harp and manipulation with the earthquake situation, and that we could discuss if we thought it actually was causing or could cause earthquakes, or if it would be, if it was manipulation.
Well, tidal forces are extremely strong, and they follow patterns because the orbits follow patterns, are predictable. And like the tidal forces, they raise the level of the frickin' ocean, right? They're strong, and they're going to have some effect on geography. It's tidal. I mean, if you're talking about the magma, the tidal forces are going to affect anything, but anything liquid is going to move in the tidal forces. So, I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but there will be some effect. Like maybe if it's close enough to snap and a tectonic plate will be pushed over the edge. I mean, all right, but it.
Well, also, I suppose as things, I don't know how much it would affect the weight of the planet. Things like, removing oil shelves. We know that we know that they do actually refill, but they take a little bit of time, I suppose. So removing elements, and which is actually shifting weight around on top of the natural things. But I'm sort of thinking like, when you've got a washing machine spinning, it's sort of once it's going, it's in its cycle, it's in its inertia, and the only thing that's going to stop it is if something, interrupts that cycle. So I'm sort of thinking, aren't sort of things pretty much in place? But then I guess I don't know whether removal of those things like fuel and even minerals and things would have much bearing on a weight sense, or is that too small on a big scale? I'm not sure. Just a thought.
Well, just think about how much
change that cycle is the question.
Well, think about how much weight is transferred around the world with snow every year. Like it's the amount of water that just lands on the planet and stays there, in the north and in the south, like half the year. Like they're swapping all the time. Like the Earth. Yeah. I don't think anybody assumes the Earth is static.
No, that's it. It's a living organism, so it's going to be living and breathing and changing and cycling all the time.
Yeah.
So
I expect the wobble. Chaos. Nature is chaos. You know what I mean? Exactly. Ultimately, we can't plan it.
But it's organized chaos.
Ordered chaos. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, within patterns. I mean, inside chaos, if you look at chaos theory, there's something called strange attractors.
Did you all see that the Statue of Liberty got struck by lightning?
Yeah, which is also Apollo. That's not a woman.
It's a really tall copper.
It is a statue of Apollo with the crown.
It's Lucifer. There's a painting of Lucifer, and it's the
same
exact
thing.
same image.
Apollo,
but
Lucifer.
It's a really super tall statue made of copper out in the middle of with nothing around it. I mean, I bet that thing gets hit by lightning a million times a year.
Yeah, but
I thought it was a statue of Owen Wilson.
It was within a day. It was within like 24 hours of the earthquake in New Jersey, right?
Yep. So in the chat, I've put the Dutch Sense channel link somewhere. It's up there. And this guy has a methodology for supposedly, he's not 100% spot on, but supposedly predicting earthquakes. And it's all based on science. So it's like the standing waves, looking at how they work. Based on lots of things. But anyway, he seems to be fairly accurate. So that's kind of an interesting thing if anyone wants to go to the Dutch Sense channel on YouTube. It's a very interesting channel.
Well, I saw this earlier, and it seemed to interest me. But apparently the geometry of the Statue of Liberty is, I'm sure it's not accidental.
This is the 2D image of Statue of Liberty on Google Earth. Somebody told me that I needed to watch I Pet Goat, so I looked it up, and let me show you what I've seen off of it. It has to do with the Statue of Liberty here. Well, yeah, of course I went to Google Earth to see if this was real. Check this out. So, check this out. Still Solomon sits over the Statue of Liberty when you line up all these points. When you line up the points, it finishes off the rest of it. See that? Watch closely. And in the middle, just like everything else, it says Ram. RAM. And you see how the outside circle fits these points? Just look, it's all made for the shit. It's all made for it. It's all, this who runs the show, man. They own this country. And we're too stupid to see it. But, check out what else. Let's see the shadow here. Now, Google plays a part in this crap. Google Earth. They hide images. Now, check this out. So now we know the Seal of Solomon fits over the Statue of Liberty perfectly and made for it. Here's another Seal of Solomon that actually fits in there. I don't know. Are those breasts? I don't know what's going on there, but whenever you line it up, as above, so below, when you line it up on that center line, watch the shadow that Google Earth leaves on the Statue of Liberty. Is that a coincidence? Is it a coincidence?
I don't know. You know, this one kind of got me. I'm like, the Statue of Liberty is kind of a funny one.
Well, Mike, let me point something out there. As Stella alluded to, it is Apollo, it is Lucifer, it is the morning star that it is based on. It is on a star fort. It is made of copper. Copper in ancient times was a means of binding demons to something. The Seal of Solomon was used to bind the jinn in the creation of the temple. So what is being bound energetically at that site via the Statue of Liberty? It's in the effigy of Lucifer. It has a star fort sacred geometry it's based on. It is made of copper. It's binding something to it, whether it's energetic fields or some kind of entity itself. Who knows?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, the thing is, there's no doubt that people, there's like bad people, like the rich people are doing their own shit. Like they're not us. They're vaguely human in a way, but they're so far up in their own little world that they are basically the gods on Mount Olympus, and we're the pawns that they fuck with. And so in a lot of ways, I mean, they're going to make, and what do? Is make monuments to themselves, for their own reasons. Like for sure, there's evil shit, like literally evil, like biblical evil shit going on. I think that for the most part, they're toying with it. It's just part of a nifty thing that they're doing, but I don't know what the fucking results are. Like there's lots of stuff that seems ordinary that has basically, I mean, if you're looking at an antenna, you can say, well, that's just a shape, but that literally shapes forces. It guides forces, right? What that guy was saying, I mean, on a practical level, but people say, oh, it's just a shape. Well, it's a shape with potential, depending on how you use it.
It's kind of significant that, you know, the Statue of Liberty is Apollo, basically Satan, and the lightning is, you know, symbolizes Lucifer, and they're meeting. I mean, people are saying how amazing that they got that photo just at that moment. It's like, well, how can you imagine how many cameras must be on that thing? So I think that's an immediate debunking. Yeah. But
the United States, from the European invasion of the United States back whenever, I mean, it was the place was settled by the Puritans, who were the most the Puritans were fucking kicked out of England because they were too damn crazy. Like their religious beliefs were they were too nuts for medieval Europe. You know what I mean? And so they you know, America had already been discovered. They figured, well, I don't know if they're kicked off or we'll find freedom there. But what founded the United States was a cult. You know, so if you look at how you know, American society generally happens, you know, and there's so much talk about Christianity or whatever. I mean, there was less. I lived in the Middle East. There's less talk about freaking religion when there's a freaking mosque on every corner. than there is in the States. And it's so fractured in the States, and it's so intense, you know. So, but if you look at the laws and how people act and the hypocrisy, that same thing. You could imagine, oh, these motherfuckers, like, they're still burning witches at the stake for whatever reasons they have, usually political and something else. It's the people who founded the United States are fucked up deeply.
Well, it's sort of basically the Roman Empire, really, isn't it? When you take it right back, you know. I mean,
well, now it is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, America is a lot more diverse than what were you talking about? Iran. So I mean, it's going to be more.
Iran is actually it's people. You go to the Middle East, and there's a surprising amount of diversity because these are ancient countries. I mean, they are heavily trampled and run through territories. I mean, they tend to be culturally similar, but then there's lots of different peoples that live there. I mean, I've been to Iran. I spent years in Yemen and the UAE and these places aren't. And by the way, nobody's going to fucking beat the Houthis. I'm just going to lay that out there. Those little motherfuckers are gonna own the Red Sea forever.
And you're not a Fed.
A what?
You're not a Fed.
Well, no, I'm not.
So not a Fed.
No, I mean, I tend to cheer for the guys on the ground, and like I said, if you ever want to know anything about the Houthis, about the Yemenis, I lived there for a while. Like, those guys are the Red Sea is theirs. They'll never give up. They'll never give up. They're really, really basic in that they're born believing in honor.
Would somebody be able to take them out? Because I think that
nobody.
They could.
First off, you don't know Yemen.
If they just kind of just came at them brutally instead of.
They tried. They tried that for 8 years.
Okay.
They had Saudi Arabia, UAE, United States, France, and UK. They had, since Obama, his last thing, all of those guys were daily carpet bombing Yemen.
That's the problem.
There's over 500,000 people died in Yemen. And then 2 years later, Yemen says, fuck you to Israel and the United States, and we're going to close the goddamn Red Sea because it's a noble cause. Like,
that's the problem. It was NATO and America and the coalition that tried to take them out. It wasn't the Russians. Like, look what Russians did in Syria to ISIS. They fucking licked them in 3 months. They were
yeah. No, it's our world. The Western world is completely decadent. We are watching the late stages of the descent into hell of the Western Empire. There's no doubt about it. You look at I haven't really studied Rome, but if you even casually look at the end of the Roman Empire, it was marked by, among other things, and this is in Rome itself, it was marked by decadence and just nobody gave a shit. Nothing was happening. It was falling apart, and the society itself had collapsed. It ceased to exist. And why? Because it was centuries of various emperors expanding the Roman Empire. And then they hire their foreign mercenaries to guard Rome, among other things, right? There's a lot there.
The nail in the coffin, Joe, was that empires don't fall from outside the walls; they fall from within, and that happened to the Romans by the Goths and the Visigoths. And now with the huge amounts of unmitigated immigration into your country across the southern border, if the Democrats ever choose to fast track citizenship via military service, that's your barbarian hordes in the army right there.
Yeah. Oh, there's lots of reasons, but I mean, ultimately, it was. They went broke. They overextended themselves. Like, if you want to look at monetarily, and they pissed off everyone else in the goddamn world, and then they have nothing left. So now, like I said, it's and you look at all this stuff, the sexual debauchery that's just become commonplace, and they're trying to force you to accept it. This is all top down, right? And there's a segment of society that accepts it and revels in it. The trans stuff, that's all made the fuck up. I mean, cross-dressers have been around forever, right? And gay people have been around forever. And now every gay person, every gay kid has to be trans now. And it's just the deviance. And I'm not a prude, but you fuck around with kids. It's a different
Joe,
thing.
that's all part of the playbook, though. This is all part of
exactly.
the strategy of
the problem
getting
they're
killing
idiots.
the family unit, etc.
Yeah, they're idiots. Part of their goal is they want to get rid of anything that can stand against them, and ultimately they're getting rid of the core of humanity, which is
they're trying to invert the world, and they're doing it very successfully at this point.
Yeah, but they think they're going to get a crackerjack prize out of it, and all they're going to do is they're going to have the collapse of your empire, because at some point, and there is always a point, no matter how stupid the people are, it's going to be so outrageous and so annoying that they're either going to just run over, because it's just a few people. You start unpersoning in a very physical way all these leaders, they're going to get the next guys in line are going to get the idea, right? So there will be revolutions, and maybe the people it's going to be city versus country, and the people on the ground, we're getting around to the point where we're figuring out it's not about race, it's not about color, it's not about history, it's not about anything except classes.
Well,
strata.
The hot topic right now is cosmology. Okay. That's sort of what we're discussing on the eve of the eclipse. We're talking about cosmology. And there is no denying that ancient cultures had a pretty firm grasp on the patterns of the sky, which is it's a pretty important thing to note. I constantly talk about how foolish we are for thinking that we're so much smarter.
Go to Yemen.
Right. Well,
and that'll teach you how smart we are.
Yeah.
If you could survive in Yemen, and that's something I say, and I hate to interrupt you, but I have a short attention span, is the Western people think that we are the pinnacle of intelligence, how we've evolved the furthest. We are it, right? Mm-hmm. And whatever happens next is going to evolve from us. We are fucking idiots. We couldn't survive in Central Park for 8 seconds if we were cut off. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're useless. I mean, and we're not even breeding. We're not even breeding kids anymore. The Western world doesn't want children of any kind, and so they don't mind killing.
Careful, Joe. Please don't say breeding kids. It might be taken out of context.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know what they're doing. I don't think there is a context with these fruit bats that can be taken out of. Somebody's doing whatever you're thinking. But again, I'm a minority opinion, but these overlords, they're idiots now. They used to be smart when they were quiet. Now they're idiots. And so what they're going to get is a collapse. Everything they hope they could do, whatever it is gonna disappear. And then, like every other bloody empire after it ended, the people who grow the food and make the roads and build the stuff are going to look over the horizon at the city burning, and they're going to say, I wonder what's happening over there. And it'll start again. It's just another cycle. Like, if the one thing about ancient people, they knew cycles.
That's why I'm saying I think it's worth us taking a look back at what people used to believe about things like eclipses, because it seems to me that we just don't know what to think about eclipses in 2024. But they used to have a belief system.
And the eclipse is, they say, which is to say, the sun has died. During that time, we have to show reverence and respect to the order that the holy people have established. That has to occur to put everything back in balance. And it is also a time when we, as the children of the holy people, have to make new promises, new commitments to the holy people as to how we live our lives. Se bio jos kaata siti odjite but ninishi da sandolle e shi ya hadi bada hui net all it all but on internet e shi ya hashin sako nikete da hit afterle In the teachings of our people, we say when we greet one another, Yat-e, and that means on the surface of Mother Earth and everything in the universe, it is good. The universal hand sign among Native people was to point to the heart and then open the hand and move the hand away and say that from my heart, everything on the surface of Mother Earth is good. So the word Yat-e that we use as a greeting means it is good. But the teaching that we're going to share with you concerns the eclipse. But the teachings of our people concerning the eclipse, there are many, many teachings in that associated with the event of the solar eclipse. It is that we are told that we as a people, we came from above, and then we came down to the surface of Mother Earth. And that's what the name that we call ourselves, Ne. The Ne is what we call ourselves, and that means from above to the surface of Mother Earth. And so the relationship that we have or have to have is with not only our families and our kinship of people, but also we have a kinship to Mother Earth and to Father Sky. And so it is very important to be aware of what happens in the Yedishkik, is what we call the sky or the universe or the void. And also we call the Mother Earth the surface place, Nihoka. And so the teachings that apply to our observation of the eclipse is to know that the most powerful thing in our existence that we can see and touch and taste and feel and all these different things actually have their source from the sun. And the sun is actually, when our prayers are said by our old people, they say, Johana Eshatha, which is to say, the sun, my father. But a lot of people don't understand that the sun, as we see it in the sky, is a symbol of the Maker, of the Father of us all. It is a symbol. And so the sun gives light, and it lights up everything. And it makes it so that we have to understand without the sun, there is no life. And so that brief moment when we recognize the sun and as a symbol of our creator or our maker, we call the sun Shata, which is to say, my father. And the teaching is that the Father is the one that provides all things for us as the five-finger being. He provides us with joy, happiness, confidence, and peace. But we have to decide if we want joy, happiness, confidence, and peace. Is what we were told. And the eclipse is, they say, which is to say, the sun has died. And so during that particular time where the sun has died, there's a lot of symbolism and teachings and that associated with that event. It is that during that time, we have to show reverence and respect to the order that the holy people have established. And so that has to occur to put everything back in balance and realignment. And it is also a time when we as the children of the holy people have to make new promises, new commitments to the holy people as to how we live our lives.
In Greece, this was infused. The moon passes in front of the sun, blocking its light and causing a period of darkness from the perspective of Earth. Many cultures personified the sun and moon as celestial beings to describe this eclipse. Sometimes these stories involve dragons, for example in China, where the sun is said to have been devoured by one, and people would play drums and make loud noises to frighten away the dragon to save the sun, which of course always works as the sunlight returns. The Vikings believed an eclipse occurred when the wolf Skoll, who pursues the sun goddess Sol across the sky, finally catches up with her. If Skoll succeeds in swallowing Sol and plunging the world into darkness, It heralds the start of Ragnarok, a battle between the gods and the end of the world.
They tried to scare away the wolf. The Vikings believed that their actions caused the sun to return.
In Hindu tradition, eclipses were caused by shadowy demons Rahu and Ketu, who were once part of a divine serpent. The Inca called the sun god Inti, and solar eclipses were understood to be a sign of his wrath and displeasure, so fasting and sacrifices were offered. Some Native American tribes attribute the eclipse to a mischievous squirrel. Others say the sun was caught in a trap.
Y'all know how I feel about squirrels, okay? I'm going with that theory. That's my theory, that a little fucking squirrel's up there eating my sun away. Because guess what? That theory is just as practical and useful to me in my day-to-day living as any other goddamn explanation. Right? You know, I'm inclined to go with the teachings of our ancestors as opposed to our peers.
Yeah, and in that Native American video, they talked about using it as a time for renewal. So a little bit later, he goes into that they would go inside. They never looked directly at the sun. They would use it as a time for quiet, for meditation, to just use it as a rejuvenating and like a restarting experience.
I figured we'd go back to him because I liked everything that he was saying. I just wanted to throw like some other cultural perspectives in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But any thoughts before we go back to Mr. Navajo?
Well, the idea that the Scandinavians, the wolf god Skull, who would chase down the sun and eat it, that Skull is the exact same phrase for when you're drinking with people. So you're almost replicating the eclipse. You're consuming something. And their beer, which was honey mead, was golden in color. So it's literally the sun. They're consuming it as they're taking part in that ritual.
The Skull chocolate bar is pretty good too.
Well, and I believe that the original mythology around the magic wand came from mead making from the Vikings. They had a familial wand that was passed down from generations where they would stir their mead, which was nothing but honey water with some herbs and fruit and whatnot. But they would stir it with this wand that was their great, 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 great grandfather's stirring rod. And they didn't understand the science of yeast. But what they were doing was maintaining a yeast culture to encourage the fermentation. And now we have Harry Potter. Wingardium Leviosa, you know?
Gesundheit.
But it all comes from mythology. It all comes from fucking, you know.
Well, part of the thing is that back in the old days, and this is almost universal, the keepers of knowledge were the priests, were the preachers, was their, whatever their holy class was, right? And so they stored everything. They studied it. They're the ones, it was preachers who knew that, you know, the sun, the earth circled the sun, and they knew, even if they didn't know how that all the mechanics worked, they knew eventually. Jesus fuck, they would figure out just by charting. They would figure out boomer. I know they would figure out what, you know, they would figure out eclipses, and they'd figure out the stars, and they figured all this shit out, and they would keep that shit to themselves. So they would know a lot after a while when the next eclipse would, and they'd use that to scare the shit out of their people because they could predict that the sun will get turned off.
Well, there's a reason the Catholics conquered most of the New World, because they wanted that knowledge for themselves. It wasn't just about getting land.
Yeah.
And you look at the major religions which encountered the Indians in the West, it was the Mormons and the Freemasons, because they wanted the sacred sciences and the geometry.
Same
that they
thing.
had.
And those freaky pilgrims.
Just while we're talking about cultures and things, it's a little away from the American Indians, but sorry, what are they called? Native Americans? I probably screwed that one up. Sorry if I offended someone.
Do you know what show you're on, Stella? We offend people. It's what we do.
You just have to be precise. Are they feathered or dotted Indians? Because there's two different types.
Feathered. Yeah.
Just didn't want to offend any of you guys, that's all. Anyway, just back to the Apollo thing. I was just looking for it. There's just a couple of things I want to read out to keep that Apollo thing going. Okay, so this dude called Asclepius, this is in the Greco-Roman era or mythology. Asclepius, Greco-Roman god of medicine, son of Apollo and the mortal princess Coronis. The centaur Chiron, who is apparently a god of healing, I believe, taught him the art of healing. At length, Zeus, the king of the gods, afraid that Asclepius might render all men immortal, slew him with a thunderbolt. Apollo slew the Cyclopes, who had made the thunderbolt, and was then forced by Zeus to serve Admetus. That's a little bit off the track, but this other little bit here. Asclepius was frequently represented standing dressed in a long cloak with a bare breast. His usual attribute was a staff with a serpent coiled around it. This staff is the only true symbol of medicine. A similar but unrelated emblem, the caduceus, with its winged staff and intertwined serpents, is frequently used as a medical emblem, but is without medical relevance, since it represents the magic wand of Hermes, or Mercury, the messenger of the gods and the patron of trade. So I just wanted to bring that up because we've sort of talked about the caduceus a few times or whatever. I was a little bit confused about that. So that was interesting to sort of sort that out. But I saw the Hermetic principles come up earlier on that Robert Sepper video, the 7 Hermetic principles. They were interesting, probably worth a look.
Well, what we're seeing now is it's the war between the two holders of knowledge. Is the group of the serpent and the group of the eagle. We see it in symbolism everywhere. The old guard was the serpents, and the new guard that came in was just the new world order, people trying to take over. They're represented by the eagle. It's very reminiscent of St. Patrick driving the snakes out of Ireland. That was the Catholic Church getting rid of the Druids and people who held the ancient knowledge. And they came in and took it all over.
That's the Mexican flag, too.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question. With the one of the breasts exposed, was it the left breast? Because isn't it in the Masonic tradition as well that one of their symbology is the left breast exposure?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. I think there is something like that because they're always covering they say it's their heart with their right hand. That's a typical, the hidden hand thing. I'm not sure about that, but what came to mind was the Jackson girl, with Timberlake. That was a symbolic ritual, wasn't it?
Justin,
Yeah.
and don't get me started on him. I've been reading shit about his new video.
Yeah. Okay. What was it? Janet Jackson, wasn't it?
Janet
and there
Jackson.
was the wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, her titty was probably, I bet you, in all of human history, no titty has ever seen or been seen by so many, I should say.
It's a titty no one wanted to say.
That is the most seen titty.
It was the titty heard around the world.
It was the titty.
Nobody expected that. No. But these things are always rituals. Sorry, Ando, but these things are rituals, aren't they? The ones in between. What's that? A sports event, I think, wasn't it?
It's a Super Bowl. So I knew the girl that sold her the nipple piercing cover. So it's a piercing that is the cover, and this was totally intended. This was if you didn't already know, it was completely intended.
Timberlake literally grabbed it and ripped the thing off. Yeah.
So that happened in Houston.
Okay.
Just so y'all know.
Mm-hmm.
And I lived there and worked there during
Houston.
that time.
One of the things there's so many things about religions. I think it's spirituality. There's almost always a rhythm involved. Like when they're talking, and then there's drums, and then there's dancing, and it's because I believe, and I'm looking at personally, actually, from a marketing point of view, propaganda is when you're listening or participating in music, you're using a different part of your brain. It's like it beams right to the subconscious. Like if you hear a couple of beats of a song that, and you'll all of a sudden remember when you heard it 40 years ago. But it sticks in your head. Like you'll remember song lyrics way easier than you can remember an essay, even if it's the same number of words, right? So that's one of the ways that they program you. Is that one of the tools is music and just rhythm, if nothing else. Da, 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 and it sinks it in. And all religions have that to a certain degree, the Gregorian chants and then the native drums. And these are all tools of worship to a large degree. And then so that Justin, my point, what jumped into my head is that, you can have, it's no doubt that the thing was a ritual. But most people don't. They do things because it feels right. And the thing is, again, religion is tapped into that. Is that if you can tap into things, make people do what's natural for them or that feels right for them, it's quite often that those things can be easily interpreted as symbols because people are using them already, just naturally.
I think the whole idea of all these ancient cultures following this astrological events, the metaphysical, all these things that we see happening across multiple cultures, I don't think that comes out organically. I don't think you have a Paleolithic caveman struggling to find food each day, just scraping by on sheer survival, suddenly start to notice these things. All these messages have been handed down to us from something else. I don't think you get it just by observing nature in its totality. I think it has to be directly.
Because I'll tell you one thing that I know humans as well as animals, they follow natural patterns. So they figure shit out. Like they figure that they know the ducks are going to maybe only one time a year, but then the ducks are going to be here that time of year, right? And I know in the north, the natives, they didn't have a god. They had gods lived in certain things, a god that granted them food, and it was actually the animal. God was within the animal, so they'd bless the animal or thank the animal for providing them with food and allowing them to live, that kind of thing. So, but they survived. We survived. We became a human. We became who we are today, largely because we could predict patterns. It's one of the things. Our brain is what is our greatest weapon.
I agree. If I can interject, I just want to share this because I saw it earlier, and it aligns exactly with what you're talking about, John or Joe. Sorry. This is the capacity for humans to connect to one another. Okay, and also the power of the martyr. Let me just show you this real quick. All right, for the listener, that was a stadium full of hundreds of drummers, hundreds of guitarists, hundreds of bass players, and hundreds of singers paying an homage to Kurt Cobain, the great martyr of the grunge movement. His legacy carries on via thousands of voices, thousands of guitars, and thousands of drums. And I just found that kind of interesting to note. It's almost to me a form of worship, right?
Yeah, literally. I was thinking that. Yeah,
right.
It is. Absolutely.
Like, I think there's no such thing as an atheist. Everybody worships something.
Well, no, there are atheists, but atheists, their religion is not believing in God, because what does an atheist says? There is no God. Absolutely. I believe in science. Well, can you prove there's no God? Well, no. they're literally taking their belief that there's no God on faith. So like I'm an agnostic, right? So because I don't fucking know. That's all that means. I don't know. But an atheist has picked a side that they can't prove. I mean,
right. It's actually the most illogical stance. Yeah. To say I know that I know the thing that I can't know.
Yeah.
Right? It's more denial, which sort of basically puts them in the Antichrist camp, really.
Well, I mean, but it regardless, they can't prove it. So my point goes right to the very core of atheism, is claiming something they can't prove, when at the same time they claim that their lives are based on science. Well, that's not scientific. The science comes from the scientific method. Ultimately, it's practicing experimentation to get a result, but you can't
repeatedly
do that. Yeah, and then having it repeatedly challenged as well. So the thing is, that's my little weird, I don't think it's a hypocrisy, but it's a conundrum where atheists they're so strongly committed to their position that they can't prove scientifically, which is exactly what they say about people who believe in religion.
Don't you love how they say the science is settled, and then a few months later they say the science has changed?
Nothing pissed me off more. Nothing. It pissed me off more than anything. I grew up and I had some really good teachers up in the Arctic. You get real freaks up there, and like I was like free speech and freedoms and science, the scientific method, and thinking for yourself. And the science is never settled. That's literally what they say in the scientific principle, is that it's rinse and repeat and let everyone look at it. Science is settled. What kind of fucking moron are you? Jesus. That really bothered me a lot.
Trust the experts.
Oh, fuck. Trust no one.
9 out of 10 doctors suggest Marlboro cigarettes.
Actually, Drew, I think you just read my brain, because I was going to make that joke, and then I was sitting here going, what was I just going to say? Yeah, 9 out of 10. I was going to say Camel cigarettes, because I'm not sure which. They probably both had ads. It just depends on which 10 doctors you select.
The trust the science thing has always gotten me, like, since forever. For they first dredged that out for the whole climate thing, right? That's what they were saying. 9 out of 10 doctors or scientists or blah blah blah, and that's no. There's no consensus in science, for Christ's sake. When whoever said the first guy to say the world was round, it was again everyone. The world's flat or whatever. That's just an example, but the first guy who came up with an idea, everyone else was always against him. And like everything that's right, you're the only one when you first discover it. So
just to bring this back around, the whole idea that the ancient mystery schools and the ancient religions were based on the stars, the movements of planets, the celestial bodies, science has pretty much gone straight back to that, but without giving it the phrase religion. A lot of science is based around space. All the things, molecules in space, the universe, this vast thing that we're trying to understand is essentially the ancient mystery schools of the past. And that's what we're seeing pop up in the symbolism of this eclipse and everything that's going on around it. All the references are ancient astrology schools.
And we're
how many religious garbs are basically a white lab coat? Like their belief is in the concept of science, that science will solve everything. But who's doing the science? A bunch of fucking people. Who's teaching you the religion? People. How the fuck? The same people tell you that you can commune straight with God, but you still need them? Go fuck yourself.
We're clearly not as advanced as whoever built the pyramids.
We're not as advanced as cats.
As advanced as we might be, we are not that advanced. So we gotta fucking humble ourselves and realize what we know and what we don't know.
We're not as advanced as the Yemenis. I'll tell you, those guys, if you've ever been to Yemen, it is the most harsh place that's not in the Arctic or Antarctic. It's mountains. Sana, the capital, is at 8,000 feet in the mountain range. They go up to 11,000. And it's a tiny country, right? There's deserts that I mean, these are places I've been. They're deserts that it's sand for hundreds of feet. That there's no roads. These guys just, I don't know how they navigate because there's nothing. The sand dunes are moving all the time. You know, and then there's deserts, rock deserts, and there's wadis that are cut in this ground that's as hard as concrete. And it's hot. It's like 45 degrees or Celsius every day. So it's 100 and something every goddamn day. And when it rains like 10 days a year in some of the things, and the rain's so hard that it blows off the pavement off the roads, and it just washes them down the river, and they have to make a new goddamn road every year. And and that's it. There's no more water. What they do their little planting in the bottom of these steep canyons that, again, they're just hacked out of rocks. And there's 25 million people living in that area. And it's like, Jesus Christ, to survive when every decision you make is life or death and you survive, that's how you get smart. I mean, when every time you think of something, it's whether or not you or your family is going to survive, you start getting smart. But when your biggest decision is what kind of fucking macchiato am I going to have, you're not smart. You don't need to be smart. You know, we only have to be as smart as the environment we live in. And the poor people that rich people or Westerners look down on, they're way smarter than us. You know, that's, yeah, the Western civilization is not that civilized. Anyway, I don't know what that rhyme was about, but again, I'm supposed to be heavily medicated.
No, don't let them get you on the pills. It's not good. It's not good. They're just suppressing your consciousness. You know, but
I do have stories I could tell about the medical profession, but I'm not going to.
I'm
just going to say my next doctor better be from Louisiana and a bag full of chicken bones.
We can have you back to talk more. It would be good to have anything medical. We have our own expert. Her name's Fido, and we like to run things by her when it comes to the medical stuff.
Well, none of it's good.
If I may, I want to carry on with the ancient traditions because I think we could learn a lot from them, but I don't mean to cut anybody off. Are there any thoughts before I go on with the Navajo man?
Well, just quickly, there's the idea of the sacred sciences. These were sciences that were intended to be gifted to Adam, and he started to learn in the garden. But after the fall from God's grace through sin, we were not supposed to be given them anymore. And the people that gave us to it biblically were the fallen angels. So they just co-opted the knowledge that we were supposed to get, but gave it to us in a very diluted and changed way. That's why you tend to see it across all of these different pagan religions, is because it's all from a singular source, coming from a Christian theology perspective, of course.
I'm ready to hear him.
I feel like I heard Stella trying to talk.
It's okay. Thank you. We can continue.
I could hear.
You know what?
Yeah.
We don't know what the hell she's doing back there.
I could hear a little.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say something, and then I just went, nah, fuck it.
All right.
So,
well,
continue.
All right, let's carry on. And there's plenty more to chew on here. You know, I don't mind. This might be another one that goes a bit long, but let's chew on it. You know,
the sun has died, and so during that particular time where the sun has died, there's a lot of symbolism and teachings and that associated with that event. It is that during that time, we have to show reverence and respect to the order that the holy people have established. And so that has to occur to put everything back in balance and realignment. And it is also a time when we as the children of the holy people have to make new promises, new commitments to the holy people as to how we live our lives. And so the event after the solar eclipse occurs, that it is like a coming back to life, a rebirth. And the time when we have to recognize that at some point in time we will all pass into the next world, we will die. But we also have to understand that we will be made alive again, and we will be renewed in the next world. And so the teachings are in alignment with the teachings of the holy people as to show us that the sun dies and then the sun comes back to life again. And so during that time period, we are to remain indoors and to understand that Tahoteyin, Tahosdisendo, which means it is a sacred time, and we must keep all things sacred in recognizing the event. And so as we sit indoors, we are quiet. We don't laugh foolishly. We don't joke around. And we take the time to think what the holy people have provided us with as far as our environment here on the surface of Mother Earth. And that all life is given by the holy people and by our Father, Nihita. So the teaching of being quiet and being reverent, being respectful is very important. And to take the time to make new commitments. In the old days, when the eclipse was taking place or after the eclipse had occurred, our people would sing songs, Inasen, which is life song, or Niichisen, which is the songs of birth or rebirth. And then also the other songs in that involve the protection song, self-protection song, Achasan, and also Achansodazan. These prayers and songs were sung and said by our people during the time when the eclipse of the sun occurred. And so there was a lot of reverence and respect in keeping things sacred during that time period. And we were told never to look at the sun. And even during the eclipse, that you do not look. It will make you blind, or it can cause other sicknesses. And it is that we are told, even when there is an absence of the sunlight for that brief amount of time, that there is an effect on the earth, on Mother Earth. And so we are to understand that all things that happen on the surface of Mother Earth actually come from Father Sky. So if there was going to be a massive destruction, it would come from above. And here in our environment, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. We, as the children of the holy people, are right in the middle. It is that particular place that we are to maintain balance, that there be beauty before us, behind us, below us, above us, and all around us, and to recognize that our holy people, they want us to have joy, happiness, confidence, and peace in our existence here. And so they give us signs, they give us events where we can make new commitments and make new promises and to improve our lives as we make our life and to make correct choices. And so today there are so many things that are different, that the way that people are looking at the sun, they have these special glasses and that, and special type of equipment to view the eclipse. And it is that people are free to do what they need to do or want to do. And we, as the Neh, don't impose our beliefs and our understanding of things on other people. But it is that we can say, take the time to understand this is a renewal, and to renew your efforts in your life and to be able to experience joy, happiness, confidence, and peace in the things that you do and the things that you think of, the things you plan and the way you live your life, with the idea of hope and faith. And these are the teachings that we receive based on all of the things that we are told.
Criticism. In Greece, this was infused. Others say the sun was caught in a trap. And in Africa, there are legends of the sun and moon getting into a quarrel. and the esoteric traditions of the earliest Aryan civilizations around Anatolia, such as the Hittites, and also major empires in Mesopotamia, such as the Sumerians and later Babylonians. The male and female attributes of the celestial bodies coming together were highlighted by rituals involving a sacred marriage or sex magic, which was the foundation of an occult tradition which has been carried out by secret societies until today. Many people have heard of the 33rd degrees of Freemasonry, which some have claimed arises from the number of vertebrae in the human body. I disagree with this assessment because while it does involve the generative principle or force derived from the union of male and female polarity that can have a profound spiritual effect when directed up the spine, not all people have the same number of vertebrae, so the reference is not necessarily material or physical. The esoteric reason, which is revealed at the highest levels of initiation, has to do with the lunar and solar calendar aligning every 33 years. A solar year is 365 days, and a lunar year is 354 days long. After every 33 years, they align, which is significant to cultures which placed a lot of emphasis on astrology, such as the Babylonians, whose religious practices are encoded in the text of Abrahamic faiths. The reason for this can be traced back roughly 2,600 years ago to the Israelite captivity, which lasted for about 50 years. This came to an end when Babylon was conquered by what became the Persian Empire, and King Cyrus the Great allowed them to return to Jerusalem in 538 BC. Of course, some did return to the Levant, others stayed, and still others traveled to places like Turkey, Greece, and Egypt, having been exposed to the esoteric mystery school practices of the Chaldean Magi, or possibly having Aryan Magi joining their ranks. The alchemical knowledge based on the 7 planetary gods were dispersed through much of the world.
All right. I know I just went a little bit like heady there. I hope that maybe we can break this stuff down a bit. To me, it was, I mean, the eclipse is a moment to stop and say, what the fuck is up, right? What the fuck? I liked how the Navajo guy said, like, it's a time to renew your commitment or to change your goals or to realign yourself because it's a time of renewal and rebirth. And I think that's a much more practical way to view an eclipse than what the Western kind of scientific common knowledge would tell you, in which it's just a happenstance and there's really no significance to it whatsoever.
Well, it's what you make of it. I mean,
right.
I'm a cynic or skeptic or something, and whenever I see anything that everyone's talking about, and I'm wondering, what are they trying to distract us from? Right. And there's lots of those. So, I mean, you'd be exhausted if you're looking all the time. But
maybe they're trying to distract us from the ritual of renewal and rebirth. They want to keep us trapped in a cycle of depression and fucking anger.
That's basically where I was going. Is that's one of the things that no matter how skeptical you are, no matter how bad things are, you need a fucking break, right? You need a moment where you just say, God damn it, I'm tired of worrying about shit. You need people to stop. You need like, we'll pick it up tomorrow. You need a break. And that's, even if whatever the eclipse is, if it's, take advantage of it for whatever reason. But I mean, it's a break. It's just a break.
Well, it's not.
Maybe you just need a reminder of some reason to try seek some fucking peace.
And what are they
down.
doing to us all the time? It's the exact
Yeah.
opposite. I've said this a few times. It's just the visual pollution, the noise pollution, the advertising, the flashing, the doom scrolling, blah, 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 blah. And we never get a chance to stop and know the voice of God, which is what we're told to do biblically. And so it's sort of symbolic, isn't it? It's like, okay, there's no light. You can't see anything. You have to sort of stop, inner reflect. It's time for grounding, basically, reflection. And also it sort of reminded me a little bit of the Passover thing as well. It's sort of like, sit here, be quiet, and just let everything just pass over. Don't draw attention to yourself. Don't, reach into this energy perhaps or whatever. Just a thought. But it's the reflection that we just don't get to have.
And it's not always the negative stuff. Like what we've been seeing about this, the symbolism that they use, that they pump into us messaging wise, it's the negative. It's the snake eating the sun and destroying it. In some Aboriginal mobs and tribes, particularly across the top end, they have a dreaming story of at one point in time there was no moon. There was two suns, a mother sun and a daughter sun. And the daughter sun was being mischievous one day and she was harassing a man. And the man tried to spear it and he couldn't kill it. It would burn the spear every time. So what he did was he took venom from a snake, put it on the tip of the spear, speared the small sun, killing her, turning her into the moon, at which point she was cursed to always chase her mother. And when an eclipse does take place, that was the mother and the daughter embracing after missing each other for so long. So it's like that whole idea of renewing of a relationship. So there is positives and other examples.
It's like the prodigal son, prodigal daughter.
Some really good stories. I mean, why not? To me, I look at of all the things you're going to attribute to the eclipse. That's literally the best one I've heard. I haven't heard a better one. And you think, look, I'll take that on a cultural level, and it's essentially, it's like, look, yeah, you were being a dick, and like we're both being dicks. We said blah blah blah. They're making up, and it's important as humans to take moments where you're not in conflict and to try not be in conflict. And for Stella, it's like the whole thing, it's obvious. If you actually anyone just opens their mind, the closer you are to nature, the closer you are to God or whatever God you think. You just are. If you're in the middle of nowhere, you can feel it.
I think we suffer, generally speaking, from a lack of connection to nature, but also from a complete and total lack of mythology and history and culture and ritual. Like these ancient cultures had rituals for an eclipse.
Yeah.
And what do? We buy a pair of 50-cent, lenses so we can look at it.
They're $10.50, by the way.
I wonder who owns them.
The one problem I have with the ritual, and when that native guy was speaking, it sort of occurred to me, is that all the rituals, like ritual culture, whatever, tends to be localized. And at some point, somebody in your club is going to get pissed at somebody in another club. And then your guys eventually are going to fuck around, and then you're going to have to fight those guys. And no matter how noble and honorable and well-meaning your preachers might be, every fucking side of every war that's ever happened has been blessed by their holy people, has been blessed by their deities, And that's, I think, if that's the satanic trap, if anything. Is that you take something holy and good and twist it into something that turns out to be evil, and that's all the work of man.
That's the inversion. And to Mike's benefit, he did mention like we lack that mythology. We've removed God or any kind of deity or religion or faith from the majority of society today in the Western world, yet we still crave it at a base level. That's why things like Marvel and DC are so ever popular, because it's showing us demigods, tales of our past that have been repackaged into something palatable that people latch onto. That's why the nerd culture is so big.
Star Wars, Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's also just them selling our childhood back to us after they've re-corrupted it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was corrupt to begin with, but then they corrupted even further in order to further subvert the society.
It was simple. It was simple, good guy and bad guy. It was simple and good. It was clean. It was easy, and the bad guys, they never got killed. they always showed up again. So it's like a redemption path or whatever. Again, if you just take what, we've been, as soon as we get to be anywhere near adults, we start getting distorted because we have to fit in, get jammed into a place in society, and then all those things you were sort of freely learning as a kid you are just crushed out of you, so that's one thing. But I mean, the thing is that you look at, they're so desperate for a deity, a god, somebody to worship, and fucking Fauci was literally treated like you couldn't, if you gilded him, you couldn't have got a better fucking icon. I mean, Jesus, they were like literally worshiping at his feet, literally. I mean, holy Jesus. And talk about a false god, right?
Yeah.
But that's how desperate our society is for something to believe in. I mean,
I believe it was Matt from King Pilled, a really good podcast you guys should check out, who said that everyone has a God-shaped hole, and it's all about how you fill it. And so these people, they filled it with Fauci, but they're filling it with something else right now. Zelensky, they fill it with whatever the current thing is,
right?
Because they worship the current thing. But that the best part about that whole situation is that's what caused me to get on my path to find my faith, because I saw all the shit going down, and I'm like, these people are full of nonsense, and I need to go back and relook at this stuff, and
that's why Russian Orthodox is becoming extremely popular right now, because all it is, it's just traditional. It's American family values from 20 years ago. Not even
the fundamentals,
that long.
Isn't it? Pretty much.
It is just it's based on everything. It starts all society, everything starts with the family unit. You want to grow a strong society, you base it on the family unit. You want to destroy a society, you destroy the family unit. It's that simple, and we're seeing it in real time.
That's why
Russia's building families right now, and the West is destroying families.
That's why they demonize Russia, like Russia's still some kind of Soviet era bad guy from the 80s. They're making them look bad because they represent based culture. It's founded in faith in God, in nation, in family, which was the West
literally fighting Nazis
of the 50s and 60s, and now it's completely gone.
Well, right now, the Russians are literally fighting Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, literal Nazis, and the West is literally cheering on Nazis. Like the Canadian Parliament celebrating this fucking Ukrainian Nazi. Zelensky is, a Jew can't be a Nazi. Really? Did you tell the people, the other Jews who died at the hands of Jewish Nazis? The biggest hero in Ukrainian history is the Bandera guy. He was literally in a Nazi troop, and they're naming fucking half of Ukraine after him.
Just getting back to what you were talking about before, I was just going to say, you could also say that China is rebuilding the family unit because they abolished the single child family thing quite a number of years ago. But we all know that this is like long-term plans. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think they are structuring. Their medicine system is so much better. The Western medicine system is killing everyone, whereas the Eastern medicine system is more about holistic. Naturals, holistics, botanicals, and if the doctors don't keep you healthy, they don't get paid. So it's a much better medical system, really.
It's not health care; it's disease creating. They're not trying to. They don't want you healthy. They never told us shit about ivermectin or vitamin D. The official.
No, I mean it's obvious. They don't even want you to go outside into the sun. So it's. I mean, if people can't see that by now.
Yeah,
it's really loss, really.
It's the medical system and the worst of them all. The worst part of it are the doctors. Like, I have a lot of experience with doctors, and in an extended stay in hospital, it came. The only people in the system who provide you with health care are nurses, and nurses are not allowed to do anything except what they're told.
That's why on our forum we take, not that it's advice, but we take the opinions of our resident nurse quite seriously.
Yeah. Oh, I study things, right? I'm a human nature studier. And looking around is that we worship doctors, and it turns out, I mean, that's all PR. Doctors are fucking idiots. Like, anyone can learn to be a doctor. It just takes training. I'm a pilot, I'm a truck driver, and I know that anybody can learn to fly and anybody can learn to drive a big truck. Anybody. And anybody can be a doctor. It's just doing this, learning stuff. But and I learned this, you have to be born a nurse, because you have to have this weird innate ability to treat all your patients as if they're your child. And that doesn't mean cuddle them. That means literally your child. You're raising them like you're doing the good and the bad. Sometimes you have to punish them. Sometimes you just have to disappoint them. But I mean, if you shit your pants, they clean it up. They take out your garbage. They make your bed. They'll soothe you if you can. They'll argue with you if they have to. But they're literally the only ones taking care of you. When I was in the hospital for 4 months last year, one doctor, actually, this was so weird. This Egyptian doctor, of course, is not Western. He had one of my operations of my leg he'd done, and a couple days later, I saw him down the hall, and I said, "Hey, doctor," and I says, "How's it going?" And we chatted for a second. He asked me, "So how you doing?" And I says, "Oh, my leg's much better. I'm blah blah blah." He goes, "No, how are you doing?" I almost fucking shit myself. Like, doctor actually wondering about me as a person, because doctors are contractors. They're like mechanics. Like, when a mechanic fixes a flat tire, he's not fixing your car, he's fixing the tire. If you have a stomach ache, the doctor is going to fix your stomach ache, or try to, or pretend to, right? But he doesn't give a fuck about you. You're just a vehicle for the problem that you brought in. Nurses, they care about you as a person. And that's the number one problem with the Western healthcare system. Anyway, rant over. I don't know where that came from, but.
Well, I find it interesting that Drew's story involved the arrows with the poison on them, and that's also like the Apollo with the arrows with the poison. That's an interesting correlation, wasn't it, Drew?
Yeah, that's what brought it up. I was going through what snake symbolism is in Australian mythology and dreaming beyond the rainbow serpents everyone seems to know about. And there's one that correlates to the moon and eclipses. So it's interesting that there's still a poisoning of something with some kind of a missile or weapon. And what are they shooting up into the sky?
Australia, everything's poisoning something.
Well, it's interesting also that Sorry, you go, Ashley.
Go ahead.
Oh, just quickly. It's also interesting, and I haven't checked the other states yet, but the WA Public Health, what do you call it? I don't know, bill, whatever the name is, the statement, Public Health Thing Act, 2016, I think it was. It actually does say in the title that it gives, permission for people to distribute poison. It says that, poison, and they're talking about the vaccine. So, it doesn't get any more black and white than that. They call it by the correct term in the legal paper. So, yeah, sorry, Ashley.
No worries. That's a very good point. It's the whole subject is fascinating. Like, mythology that these ancient cultures have come up with, I just feel like that it's not for no reason. There's a lot of significance to be ascribed there, in my opinion. And I was going to say, if we happen to get to it, Really Graceful did a video covering this. And she kind of talks about like the 3 rockets and the Devil Comet and stuff like that. So I was just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. Bring the link.
Sure, I will.
Yeah, and that's a good one.
Yes, it was really good. And there was something too that I did want to get y'all's opinion on, because this one is one that I don't know very much about, but the whole red heifer thing, and she touches on that as well.
All right, grab the link. I'm going to play. That's a whole thing.
Somebody says red heifer, I just think ginger fat girl. So
yeah, well,
you said a term, red heifer. I think Ando and I could rant about that for like a 2-hour episode just on that.
We'll come back. Put a pin in that. Okay, that's a whole thing.
In Alexandria, Egypt, this was expressed as Hermeticism. In Greece, this was infused into the mystery cults of Dionysus, among others, and emerged in the rites of the philosophers, Pythagoreans, and Neoplatonists. In esoteric Christianity, It is known as Gnosticism. In parts of Europe, it was disguised as alchemy, where the 7 planets were symbolic of stages or grades of initiation, with Saturn regarded as lead, which is then converted to solar or spiritual gold. In Islam, these practices emerge in certain Sufi sects, and in Jewish mysticism, it is known as Kabbalah. One needs only to look at the flag of modern Israel to see the symbolism expressed as the Star of David, which is also known as the Seal of Solomon, who was said to have been a magician. This ancient pre-Judaic alchemical symbol does not appear anywhere in the Orthodox Jewish faith, but has its esoteric roots with the Aryan Magi, or magicians, where the joining of 2 pyramids represent unification of male and female polarities, a central theme in creation and manifestation, which astronomically or astrologically is expressed by the sun and moon, which brings us back full circle to the eclipse. In the ancient Hittite capital of Hattusha, there are some dramatic rock reliefs depicting cosmic narratives inscribed in the rock, which are illuminated annually by the shadows created by the sun at various points in the year. These reference periods when the royal lineage is engaged in sexual rites for purposes of a renewal of the land and other esoteric practices regarded as magic. The Hittites are regarded as the earliest offshoot of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, or Aryans, as can be recognized by their conical headdress, which can also be seen in other cultures, such as the Scythians, Phoenicians, Tarim Basin Aryans, the Magi, Egyptians, and Easter celebrations, which of course have to do with the resurrection of Christ, but in pre-Christian times is mirrored in the yearly resurrection of spring, an annual cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, also symbolically reflected in the swastika since antiquity, which was eventually replaced by the cross. Of course, the conical hat is also made notorious by the KKK, which incidentally, K is the 11th letter of the alphabet, where K plus K plus K equals 33, which I touched on earlier in reference to Freemasonry, which has been shown to have been infiltrated around the time leading up to the French Revolution by a secret society known as the Illuminati, founded by Adam Weishaupt, who many people have heard of. What most people are unaware of, however, is that the other founders were Amschel Rothschild and Jacob Frank, a self-professed successor to Sabbatai Zevi, a Kabbalist that declared himself Messiah in the year 1666. His following include half of the world's Jewish population at the time, before he was excommunicated out of mainstream Judaism, subsequently converting into Islam, along with many of his followers who have continued his teachings in secret.
Okay. We've touched on this shit in the past. This is some crazy history that they don't teach people, man, and I'm barely getting my head around it. But the Frankists.
Did you see the cool image of the crostica?
The crostica.
Yeah,
I
thought that was neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot to get your head around. I'm barely scratching the surface myself, Mike. Can I just read this little thing about the year while we're on this subject? The year 1666, which I didn't realize until a few minutes ago. 1666. Oh, okay. Blah blah blah. It was of course the year of Shabbatai Zevi, but also 1666 was a common year starting on Friday of the Gregorian calendar, and a common year starting on Monday of the Julian calendar. That's irrelevant. Sorry. This bit. 1666th year of the Common Era and Anno Domini designations. 666th year of the second millennium and the 66th year of the 17th century. I just thought that was sort of interesting. Or is that just completely logical? Sort of is, isn't it? I don't know.
Interesting to me.
Hadn't seen it.
I'm not saying I understand it, but it is.
I don't have a clue.
The interesting thing I
That's the
take
numbers.
from that video was that the menorah which they show is actually a half cut off interpretation of what Atlantis looked like. And if you look at those conical shaped hats, they're representative of the Phoenicians, which were the sea peoples who would invade Egypt and all the other places in the Mediterranean. So if you're coming from a place like Atlantis and you're wearing those hats, you're the people who are like the givers of knowledge, because they're presenting, like spreading their seed across this new world. And we saw that with the KKK, which one of the listeners just said they were blown away by the numerological breakdown of that. But even think about what the hierarchy in their KKK are called. They're called dragon leaders. So we're coming back to this serpent symbolism in everything. The leadership, the esoteric side of it, it's all coming back to a serpent in this. And we see that with the whole idea of the tracking of the eclipses and winter solstices. You've got Serpent Mound in America, for heaven's sakes. It's all there. It's all that subtle symbolism in things that doesn't really take a lot to uncover.
You know, Drew, I really actually think I might tomorrow morning look into where Serpent Mound. It's a whole complex that spans multiple states, and how that might align with the path of this eclipse. I don't know, but I would be curious. Yeah,
I always notice the mound near the borders of two states. It's really weird because I mean the borders were drawn well after the Nephilim were buried in those mounds. Everybody knows that, right? That the Nephilim were buried under those mounds. Well, yeah. So they drew the border of the United States along those mounds, and the lines are always significant. They're not there for no reason.
You know, the whole thing. Apparently, the eclipses cross each other's paths, right? From 2017 to this one, they cross at a place called Giant City State Park, which I've been to, and it's in Illinois. Let me just show you a little bit of this. I didn't expect to go here, but you know, Ando brings up the Nephilim, and you know, we're going with the flow. So here it is.
Now this is bonkers, because billions of bugs are going to emerge out of the ground on April the 8th.
Well, get ready, Chicago. We're not talking about the eclipse. Two broods of cicadas. Cicadas.
We're set to see billions, possibly even more cicadas this spring.
What makes this rather unusual is that both broods are emerging during the same year.
We used to call them locusts.
It has just been revealed that during America's much anticipated eclipse, something else incredible is about to happen. Billions and billions of cicadas are going to burst out of the earth after being dormant for over 13 years. But listen to me, this event has not happened for over 200 years. But there is another event that has got the entire internet talking, and it's also going to happen on the 8th of April. But personally, I'm not so sure what I make of it. There are 3 big theories surrounding the solar eclipse, which will go across 13 states, and it will last for 4.5 minutes. And all of this will happen in a matter of days on April the 8th. Now, as usual, as I share these theories, just know that I am not endorsing them in any way just yet. I'm just sharing the information. And a bit later on, if you are willing to listen to a little British guy like me, if you're willing to listen to my unpopular theory on all of this, well, please stick around. Okay, firstly, the Goliath theory. Never before in US history have Americans ever seen 2 eclipses cross over. So we had the eclipse that happened in 2017, but this eclipse in 2024 will cross over and meet in one town. And again, there are various debates on who this special town is. But according to our Goliath theorists, they claim the town is Makanda. And next to Makanda is Giant City State Park. So again, just to reiterate, this is their theory and not mine. But they are claiming that this entire eclipse is a cover-up, so that the powers that be can remove certain Goliath-like beings which have apparently had many sightings in the Giant City State Park. And
what do you think? Are there Nephilim in Illinois?
all over the United States.
Yeah.
Mostly in the Southwest, but yeah, there's mounds all over the United States, all over the world. And in fact, the big story that you can dig up if you're really into learning about these things is the one that they found in Afghanistan. And yeah, that was the giant of Kandahar. That's a fun one. But yeah, the giants have always been here. They're just in hiding. There's an island, I believe it's Solomon Island. Funny name for that, considering we were just talking about Solomon and all the occult shit that Solomon was up to. But Solomon Island supposedly infested with giants, and the giants apparently have some sort of psionic ability there. That's really interesting because they could sort of melt you if they noticed you.
As a descendant of red-headed giants, I'd like to have America back, thank you. That's my traditional land, and I'll have it handed over post-haste.
Come and take it, motherfucker. Actually, as long as you give me Indiana, I'll keep my place, but you can come on over and take
You can have the Principality of Indiana. I'll allow you to have that.
You don't need to be a giant to melt a guy. You just have to have boobs.
Right?
I mean, those are magic. Come on. It's not fair. That's what it is. We're the victims here.
If you work at it hard enough, you too can have boobs.
Yeah, I do, sadly. True. I'm blaming the doctor. It's just not the same somehow.
Well, should we go a little deeper on like Solomon for a minute? I think we should.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Maybe do some temple talk.
Well, I mean, this is the root of everything. We talked about the Masons, we've talked about the giants, we've talked about a bunch of things. As Solomon's kind of the root of most of these things here.
And before you hit play, I've been talking with a Muslim woman quite recently. I've befriended her on Twitter Spaces, and she's a really lovely lady. So I've been getting a really good insight into Islam. According to their doctrine, Solomon built the temple with the help of 3 magi called the Muhammadans. So this is actually a precursor to Muhammad. So there was already an idea that this person would come along, and these people bound jinn with the seals of Solomon. So entities that existed before mankind, before the existence of everything, bound these etherical beings, these beings made of fire, to build the temple for him through the use of magic rings and seals and all sorts of other stuff. So it wasn't Solomon by his own behest. It was through these magi which assist him. 3 of them, in fact, which is very similar to what we see in Christian and Judaism, or Christianity rather, through the 3 wise men.
And jinn are like what we would know them as through mythology and everything is genies. They're very, very similar to that. They're extremely powerful. They're not really positive or negative. I would say I would tend to think negative just based off of it being a thing, an entity that's extremely powerful that has its own will, and you're pretty insignificant to it. But it's not something that's necessarily out there doing the work of Satan. It's got its own agenda.
Well,
and its
they're
own
more,
intentions.
as far as I understand it, my extremely superficial is to a large degree they're semi-independent entities, in that they're like they're like mischief makers, right? So they might, like, I mean, let's say an Aladdin kind of thing, like they might grant your wish, but they're still gonna fuck you over somehow. Like, well, so they're in it for themselves.
Yeah, they're indifferent to everything. They can be coerced or kind of bribed into doing things for humanity. But even the Archangel Michael did not want to deal with these things. He was somewhat fearful of the abilities these things have, because they are made outside of God and outside of even angels' power and scope of creation.
And they have no loyalty. And that's like one thing about Muslims. When I was I learned when I was in the Middle East was they're cool with Christians, they're cool with Jews, and they're cool with Muslims, obviously, but they really, you don't want to be an atheist. Like, because if you can't believe in anything, who are you? Are you really a person? Like, you're basically a demon if you don't believe. in anything. So, I mean, like I said, I'm agnostic. I'm not going to explain that because I don't not believe, which is basically what it means. But I mean, you go with Christian, right? Because they're again, Christians, Jews are in the Quran. You know, Jesus was a prophet. You know, so I don't know. Anyway, I was one thing. It's just a point that I wanted to make is that in Islam, it's if you're a believer, like in Hindus, they're kind of cool with, and Buddhists in a way because they believe in something even if it's weird. But yeah, the big three, you have to believe in something, otherwise.
I have a theory on the great prophet Muhammad, but I don't want a fatwa put on me at any point, so I might just keep that to myself for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the thing is what I love talking about. I love the theories and whatever. The only thing that gets me about diving into, and it's one thing that the Quran has actually that more than even the Torah or the Bible is, it's written in Arabic. Like the original Torah, somebody from today can read it. Whereas you go to the Bible started, it was written after Jesus's death in a whole bunch of languages, including some dead languages. And it's hard to you can't take a direct quote from it because there's no way. That's not how translations work, right? So you have to get the essence, which is paraphrasing, but it's not a direct quote. And that's the only problem I have with using the Bible itself as, in a lot of ways, as a direct research tool, is that's literally whatever they quote Jesus said. He didn't say exactly that. That's not it. I mean, it might be the essence, but it bothers me just on a technical level when somebody quotes the Bible as if it's verbatim. Nobody spoke English when the Bible was written. Mm-hmm. Another problem with the Bible, again, is the fact that the priests copied the Bible by hand. Like it was all hand reproductions. So I don't know, I hung around a lot of Catholics when I was growing up, and a lot of them disagreed. So, who's got their thumb on the scale as they're writing these things out? And I just don't trust government. So, and they were the government for 1,000 years. So, yeah. But anyway, I don't know where that's just my thing, a baseline I have on research. I think, generalities, and there's some historical stuff, and there's artifacts that are actually found that you can base things on. But a lot of the Bible, just people taking quotes out of pulling a Bible off a shelf and quoting from it. That's not how they spoke. Might not be what they meant. Like you can't translate. I'm a Canadian, right? So you can't translate a cornflakes box from French to English and have it mean the same thing. So something as complex as the concepts in the Bible, it's anyway. And as a kid, that's how I thought.
Greek was the spoken tongue back in those days. Revelation was written in Greek. Jesus spoke.
Well,
Greek.
There's a lot of it was written in Aramaic. So
yeah, but Greek was the equivalent of English back then. Nearly everyone spoke Greek as a second language because it was so common.
It's a universal language. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't forget. We've got to remember too. The Bible is sort of a compilation of lots of different books. It's not just something that was written from the beginning to the end by a guy. Or I mean, it's 66 books or something. How many authors? Can't remember. 72 or something like that. And
right. No. Anyway. I mean, but my point is that it wasn't whatever.
Of different languages.
Take an English quote out of any version of the Bible. None of it was written in English.
No, that's right. Exactly. That's my point all the time. Is the translations. It's all very dependent on people's translations and interpretations through the years by so many hands, not just one guy or one committee or whatever. It's just happened all through time from the very beginning. Some of it was just oral tradition for a long time as well. So we've got to hope that Chinese whispers and all that sort of thing. So.
And then the meanings of words change over time as well. Look at what happens in Australia with Aboriginal culture. The word deadly means like dangerous, a terrible thing, but they call it themselves deadly, meaning cool and awesome. Yeah, so that's just in our own time frame how words change. So what's happened over thousands of years.
Yeah. I don't know why I felt I had to bring. I not had to. I just wanted to bring that point up. Is that's a flaw I have in some Like, it bugs me when people are doing actual, but Jesus said blah, 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 this. I'm going, well, he fucking didn't. He said something maybe similar, but he didn't quote. Whatever you said is not a quote from Jesus or so, I mean, and you can't, everyone can't learn Greek.
But it's the closest we got.
Right, but I mean, then it's a paraphrase, and I'm cool with that. It's a weird little nitpick I have in my brain is that, that's not directly what he said, but he meant this. I'm going, okay, interpret it any way you like.
He always spoke in parables anyway. Direct. Yeah. So they should stand up and say, Jesus paraphrased.
I know. I get it. It's just a nitpick of mine, and I'll live with it.
Well, I respect a man who uses stories to make a point.
Temple.
Let me give you a little. Go ahead. Sorry, Ando. Go ahead.
Sorry. I get you. And I know that. So there's lost gospels. There's gospels that are true accounts of Christ, and they're lost. That we'll probably never see them. They might be vaulted in the Vatican. They might just no longer exist. They might have been destroyed. But I'm not one of these people that believes that it says that God was the Word at the beginning of John, but that does not mean that God is the Bible, and that's something that a lot of Protestants are confused by. They seem to think that the Bible is the infallible Word of God. That's what they say all the time. No, it has its issues, but at the same time, as a believer, you should. Well, I mean, if you are a believer, you should believe that God, Christ, intervened in some of these doings of man so that we could have some sort of understanding of this, and that the book is not completely corrupted. And I like to read stuff outside the Bible as far as apocryphal things and gather knowledge in other places. But there's issues, and there's nothing that we can do about it. But that's why God or Jesus gave us the Holy Spirit when he left. He left this world. He gave us the Holy Spirit so that he gave us access to the Holy Spirit, better to put it that way, to discern. So we pray to discern what we're hearing, if it's BS or if it's true. And you have a truth detector in you. All of us do. And that's why this group of people are gathered, because we're all people that see the nonsense and go, that's bullshit. So that's something that comes from the divine order of things.
I would say
what God left us, in my opinion, is really, you take all the things from the Bible, if you want to look at how it affects human interaction, it's the 10 Commandments and the Golden Rule. Thou shalt not fuck over anyone else if they haven't fucked you over. It's also the non-aggression principle and the 10 Commandments. This is how you get along in society. If that's all you followed, if that's all you did, and God, I believe God doesn't give a crap about your words. He doesn't crap about your thoughts. It's until you act, that's what happens. That's what you're judged on. And so if you basically follow the commandments and the Golden Rule, you're fine. That's the essence, in my mind. That's the essence of almost every religion. But and then the rest of it is interpretations of history, which is also it's extremely valuable. It's how people thought. I mean, even if it's totally batshit wrong, people thought this then, and that's an important window into where we came from, right? And why we are the way we are.
It's more the golden rule now is he who has the gold writes the rules or makes the rules.
Oh no, it's always been that way. I mean,
we see that more with I just go back to what Ando said. I wouldn't say it's just a Protestant thing. I think it's an organized religion thing, because the church has had to retain a stranglehold on the faith by making the Bible the rule book. You couldn't question parts of it. You couldn't interpret things for yourself. You had the preacher, the priest doing that for you. The whole idea of discernment was taken away from us, and that's not what Jesus is intended for.
Well, the frickin' Inquisition. Come on. Like, you think Jesus was involved in that? I don't think so. So, I mean, and I learned as a kid, because I was Catholic, and a questioner, a doubter. But you know, my parents got divorced, and my mom basically got kicked out of the church. I'm going, for what? You know, you pricks. And again, it's because it's the human part of religion. It's the shit that humans touched that fuck it up. But
Yeah,
also the stuff
anything
that
that
humans touch
anything that a
can be
man is
glorious.
involved in is going to be fallible. Anything, including a
Yeah,
church,
yeah.
anything. So, you know,
Yeah.
that's why, you know, you've got to work on your relationship directly with God. You don't need these people standing at pulpits telling you how to do stuff.
Yeah.
Certainly not anymore. They did that because they had the power, but then Gutenberg came along and that screwed everything up for them. So, you know, until then they could dictate, but then people started to read. So, you know.
I respect anybody historically who throws a stink bomb into the room just to watch the motherfuckers scatter. So yeah, I mean, on a religious level, I don't care. I appreciate somebody taking an overpowering institution and just blowing it up.
I think this is kind of a stink bomb.
Which proclaim that redemption is available through acts of sin. Jacob Frank claimed to be the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi, and after also claiming to be the Messiah, he converted into Catholicism with tens of thousands of his followers, who carried on the tradition of subversion of religion and governments while practicing occult rituals in secret, which, from a modern perspective, can be considered satanic. Bringing me to some hidden camera footage I'd like to show from a Masonic lodge in Turkey during a ritual attended by members of the 33rd degree, who are also wearing similar attire. The following was aired on Turkish national television. In other recordings which were published shortly after these shocking videos, Masonry in Turkey has been completely exposed. In these videos, a satanic worship ritual is being performed where only 33rd degree Masons can join in. The senior master who managed the ritual was drinking the blood of a goat, which was sacrificed for Satan on the middle of the lodge floor, and he was finalizing the satanic worship ritual by saying some prayers in the language of Hebrew. Even though the ritual included Hebrew, which in its ancient form is identical to Phoenician, the scene is not what one expects to see in a typical Jewish household or synagogue, and that's because it predates Judaism. Many ancient ritualistic practices survived the fall of Babylon and were cloaked into various esoteric aspects of modern religions and higher degrees of secret societies, where adepts carry out a legacy of mystery school religions, which allegedly stem all the way from the Pleistocene, when Atlantis was allegedly said to have existed. Of course, there was no such thing as the term Jews during the Ice Age. According to the Bible, they originated as descendants of Jacob, a patriarch that was later renamed Israel, and whose offspring then formed the 12 tribes, which is a coded reference to the 12 zodiac signs, a significant number in the Chaldean and Babylonian mystery school religions of the Magi, who subscribed to a god of time, which was represented as a cube with 12 edges. In other words, the universe, or space-time, was postulated as being a cube, which later comes down to us as Kronos, the god of time in Greek mythology, and Saturn in Roman. While modern Hebrew is constructed of a new script and includes borrowed words from Arabic, Aramaic, Latin, and other European languages, the original Old Block Hebrew is virtually indistinguishable from Phoenician, a seafaring civilization that mystery school religions claim inherited their linguistic and esoteric rituals from their Atlantean forefathers.
It's a lot of bold claims. I mean, is this legit? What do y'all know? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's Phoenicians were the unknown people from the sea, and it seems to align a lot with the end of the Ice Age and the emergence of Cro-Magnon man, who just appeared out of nowhere. And Cro-Magnon kind of like took Europe by storm, wiped out Neanderthals and everyone else that was there. So the idea of the Nephilim, these people who suddenly were more advanced than everyone else, just popping up on the scene, seems to align with the Phoenician culture and coming from the ocean.
It's interesting how it's called the Atlantic Ocean, isn't it? And, Atlantis is the capital of Georgia. Is that right?
No.
Atlanta, sorry, not Atlantis.
It's not the
Atlanta.
capital, but
it's
it
not
is
the
a major city.
capital,
Yeah.
Right.
Right, okay. Major city, yeah.
I said it I said this in the chat, but sorry, Mike, to cut you off.
No.
This is where, just from my gleaming, I tend to think that Robert, because of all of his anthropological knowledge and research, kind of leans more to Gnostic beliefs, and that in Gnosticism kind of puts forward that the God of the Old Testament is the bad guy who was trying to stop us from gaining knowledge, and that Jesus is the person who came back to save us, but to make sure that we had those ancient teachings. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but I can see the appeal behind it because it lines up with historical precedents so well. It gives the basis of all this pre-culture flood, pre-Adamite knowledge and cultures that existed, and lines it up with the historical precedents. So the theory's pretty sound, but I can't help but feel that the Gnostic side of things is definitely a part of the deception and the wrong path.
Well, you talk about it a lot on your show about the trick of inserting Yahweh in place of God. And so that really plays in, I think, to a lot of people's Gnostic beliefs about the demiurge, because Yahweh and the demiurge seem pretty similar. And as an entity, Yahweh, like I told y'all a couple of weeks ago, is part of the Trine God at the end of the Freemason rainbow. So you're seeing all this throughout a bunch of things here. And that even ties into Egyptian gods. So yeah, I can see why there's appeal to Gnosticism, and I was very into it for a moment, but it turns out that really my issue was like you talk about a lot is the Yahweh insertion, that deception.
Which is a very unpopular thing to talk about in the realm of Christianity, because the word Yahweh was inserted in the 6th century to replace the words like God, highest, most high, most holy. Anything that was Lord or gave some kind of a high level Yahweh was inserted. So there's a potential that it's more than one entity that's being spoken about, or they've just crudely pasted the wrong word in. It could be something as simple as that.
We're getting high level stuff here.
I was
way over my head.
I was thinking. But let's carry on. Stella, I know you want me to go 1.25, but to me it's like nails on a chalkboard. To anybody that listens,
that's all right. I just thought he was a bit slow. That's all. Just thought you.
Yeah, well, a little, but some people listen at 1.25, and if we speed it up,
that throws me off, Mike, because whenever I listen to this afterwards, I'm listening at 2.0.
Yeah, there you
go. And whenever you speed it up, it speeds it up even more for me, and then I can't understand it because I'm at my maximum.
That's a fair point.
I can't do that for some reason. I don't like the change in tone because
me neither.
It's not the same. I like the consistent. I mean, if that's all I ever heard, it would be fine, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you ever understand Australians? We speak fast as is.
You don't speak fast at all. I spent a year in Australia. I can understand you guys. Well, of course, I never went deep inside. So.
Okay, we won't worry about the speed then.
We operate at the speed of now.
Stella is on the speed of rock and roll.
Yeah, she is. She's a rock and roller. So but here we go.
Oh, baby.
Alphabet is originally derived from Egyptian hieroglyphics and not from cuneiform. The numerical values that are present in sacred geometry, astrology, and Kabbalah numerology share the same origins, which were introduced to the southern Levant by Aryan tribes from northern Iran and Turkey. that started the Chalcolithic or Copper Age, and were the blue-eyed, fair-skinned nobility and priest class of the Sumerian, Babylonian, and Phoenicians, from where Judaism and other Abrahamic faiths derive their occult mysticism.
There's a numerical system, okay? Each letter is a number. Like the Hebrew A, Aleph, it's 1. B, Bet, it's 2. You understand? But look at this. The numbers are interrelated. Like take the Hebrew word for father. Av, Aleph, Bet. 1, 2 equals 3. All right? Hebrew word for mother, Aim, Aleph, Mem. 1, 40 equals 41. Sum of 3 and 41, 44. All right? Now, Hebrew word for child. All right? Mother, father, child. Yelad. That's 10, 30, and 4. 44. Torah is just a long string of numbers. Some say that it's a code sent to us from God. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's just kid stuff. Check this out, okay? The word for the Garden of Eden, Kedem. Numerical translation, 144. Now the value of tree of knowledge, all right, in the garden, right? Eitz HaChaim, 233. 144, 233. And you can take those numbers. So like the Fibonacci sequence? Fibonacci is an Italian mathematician in the 13th century. If you divide 144 into 233, the result approaches theta. Theta? Theta. The Greek symbol. Golden ratio, golden spiral. Wow. I never saw that before. That's like that series you find in nature? Like the face of a sunflower? Where are the spirals? You see this math everywhere.
Of course, mathematics and sacred geometry that permeates all of nature and are found in what has become known as the occult, which simply means hidden, are not inherently evil. But when power or covert influence is derived from esoteric knowledge that is withheld from a manipulated public, then it is considered a dark art. According
pausing just for comment. Anybody, any thoughts?
See, this kind of draws back to more the appeal of Gnosticism, because a lot of us who would consider ourselves freedom advocates, truthers, what have you, whatever acronym you want to give us, we have an intrinsic need to understand. Curiosity, that's a human thing. And if we know that there's governments withholding stuff from us, religions at a certain point, you have to start to ask, how far does the inversion go? And this is something I've been pondering for a little while now. What if the Nephilim, as they are described in the Bible, weren't the bad guys? What if they were the good guys? And all that's been done is they've supplanted the name of the bad guys onto the good guys, swapped it around. You know, history is written by the victors. What if this was just the propaganda campaign of the past to make your enemy look bad? And what if they've inverted the roles on that? Do I believe it 100%? No, but it's something I question and I wonder about now, because there seems to be a historical precedence for a certain ethnic group and religious group targeting what you would consider to be a Western European culture over time and putting them in the realm and the position of the bad guys.
Well, just look at, I mean, you know, whatever Western law is based on is Judeo-Christian. It's, you know, for considering that the tiny little minority on the planet that is Jewish, it's in the lead. Like, you know what I mean? It's Judeo-Christian, not Christian Judeo. Maybe it just flows better, but, you know, I don't know. And you know, it's, you don't want to get P. Diddy'd or anything, but, you know, there's a lot of people in power, right? Who would, you know, so I mean,
I think you don't want to get
no, and I would just I mean, the thing is, I don't know nothing, you know, so but I'm just,
you don't want to get Yade. I was blanking for a second, but
right, but I mean,
you don't want to get Kanye.
That's what oh yeah, that's what I was thinking is, but I mean, my whole point is that, especially for, again, if we're talking people who believe in freedoms, and all of a sudden there's certain things you can't, like, no, there literally should be no topic that's taboo. I mean, and all of a sudden it's like a huge taboo. It just annoys me on that technical basis. I just don't like it. I don't have any. I've known people of every freaking religion. And the reason I'm an agnostic is I literally believe that whatever you believe, if it makes you happy and brings you joy and peace and happiness, I'm fucking thrilled for you. That's my thing. And if, everyone has their own, because I don't. I mean, like, thou shalt not lie, right? I mean, lying is a sin. So, well, what do you believe in? If I said I believe, I'd be lying. But I'm literally happy if somebody's beliefs make them happy and make them a better person interacting with the rest of the world. So, what your religion is one of the least important things to me. Like, just whether, about who you are. Like, it just doesn't matter. It's interesting because I also like exploring other religions, because, again, that's a window into who they are throughout history.
Well, I think you sort of have to, really. You have to know, you've got to know your enemy. Otherwise, I mean, how can you say I'm right unless you know what those people are about? So I think it's a healthy thing. Like, people say, oh, you shouldn't look into other, your enemy's stuff. You shouldn't read anything other than the Bible. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's absolute ignorance to do that. It's probably been, dictated from the pulpit. But just on the subject of inversion here, I just wanted to read something kind of really interesting, actually, about this film that we just saw, the black and white film. It's a film called Pi from 1998. But check this out. Think about inversion, right? It says here in Wikipedia, Pi was filmed on high contrast black and white reversal film. It's a conceptual psychological thriller. I don't know. You're just putting those two things together. It's sort of like, are they saying something here? The title refers to the mathematical constant pi. The story focuses on a mathematician with an obsession to find underlying complete order in the real world, and contrasting two seemingly irreconcilable entities: the imperfect irrationality of humanity and the rigor and regularity of mathematics, specifically number theory. The film exposes themes of religion, mysticism, and the relationship of the universe to mathematics. I want to put this to Drew, I guess. You talk about sort of, that's based on Gnosticism and all that sort of thing. I'm a little bit in the dark about the bridge there, like, in the sense of, like, is that a bad thing? Because what I see is, we see all this incredible mathematics that nature is based on. Like, it's a universal law, it's an unwritten law, it just is. So why is it that looking into that sort of stuff is, I don't know, am I perceiving that that's a bad thing? Or,
well, that's the appeal, because we've got, like I said, we've got that innate ability, curiosity, and look for things. But at the crux of Gnosticism, it puts forward that Lucifer in the garden was trying to give humanity knowledge, and the creator God, Yahweh, was the bad guy, right? Or the God in that particular one. And our true God is Lucifer. Now, if you're going off what a modern Christian take on that is, that would be a deception. Gnosticism is a means of drawing people in via a great deception, which would be the knowledge of everything is because of the light bringer, the knowledge bringer, Lucifer. That's where it becomes an issue. People end up getting on this deep dive of theology and Christianity, and they either go one of two ways. They start off grounded in Christ and move into Gnosticism, or they come from Gnosticism and find their way to Christ. And I think it's this eternal type of theological debate that people will continue to have now, because we are so well informed. We know the historical precedent. We know the science now. We're a generation that's had the entirety of human knowledge at our fingertips because of the internet, that discernment is so important, and so is the use of prayer. You need to know in your heart what your path is. And if your path is Gnosticism, by all means, go for it. And I hope that it works out for you, and I pray that you're right. But I can't help but feel that it seems like a really good sticking point for modern day thinking of people through science. It's based and grounded in science and logical thinking, that I think that they're in the spiritual realm of things. Human understanding can't fully grasp the spiritual world, and we're not.
Okay, I don't know if I agree with that it's based in science, because science is just the language of nature, really. It's our way of interpreting what we see around us. So it's our formulas. It's almost like our time is our concept of, keeping time, so to speak. But it sort of doesn't really exist, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just wonder, because the mathematics is inherently inbuilt into nature, which was created by God. So I guess really, when you really strip it down to black and white, is that you don't really need to know, just have faith in God.
Well,
so I suppose that was it, wasn't it? There's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then
what I keep thinking about is the fact that mathematics is imperfect, even though it is precise and it works in a fundamental way. The fact that pi is incalculable, right? It goes on for infinity, same as like 1/3 as a fraction. One
recurring.
Yeah, right. 0.33, right? Repeating. Anyways. Yeah. And there's a mystery there, because the natural world is built on it, but yet it's incalculable. It
actually depends on how you look at it. If you look at it as an item, let's say something tangible, you take a 1/3 of a pie. You can make 1/3 of a pie. There is no decimal point, right? But mathematically, 1/3 doesn't exist exactly. It's always a little bit off.
Well, it's like a fractal, isn't it?
You can take a physical thing and you can make 1/3, right? You can cut a round pie in half, and you have the diameter and the radius and the circumference. And so in theory, the circumference and the diameter ratio are finite. They exist to an absolute in physical space, in your world. It's only when you try to break them down that they're not exact. Does it make any sense?
It does.
Me, but
I think it does. No, yeah.
But that's what it's, and again, that's where reality, like living in the world, is 1/3 is 1/3. What the fuck, right?
There's
But
practical. There's
one
practical,
divided by 3
Yeah.
Is not absolute. That one calculation there, it's not exact. It can never be ever exact. But 1/3, and it can be vague. It can be exact. I mean, I don't know who could cut an exact 1/3 thing.
I think you just gotta take 1/3 on faith,
And then what mathematical system we're using? We use base 10 today, but base 12 was the original mathematical system.
No, y'all use base 10. See, here in America, and we could get in a fight about metric versus imperial.
Been there, done that.
But we basically operate on base 12 here, right? We're inches, feet, we're gallons. Y'all can have your fucking kilometers.
There's only 2 things that should be measured in inches, and one is a sub and the other one's a penis, and that's it.
A sub, like a sub.
There's only one you want to put in your mouth, so be very careful as to which one.
Oh, I thought you meant the food place, the sub. Never mind.
Wait, sub sandwich or a subwoofer? Because a sub sandwich. Well, a fucking $5 footlong costs you like $15 nowadays. So have fun with that.
And Subway sucks.
Subway does suck.
So I don't know which way you're going, Drew, because Subways are terrible. So I don't know what you're talking about putting in your mouth.
Jimmy John's all day. Go to Jimmy John's.
So Joe, you also drive a truck, right? You know, yeah. Subway's at nearly every damn truck.
I know they're Yeah, I don't know any truck driver that eats Subway, because first off, you can't really eat it while you're driving, and second, you don't know where your next bathroom's going to be.
Yeah, I know. They've got some terrible cross-contamination potentiality, haven't they?
Well, and their meat
tastes like shit.
Their meat it's all like
better than McDonald's.
It's all homogenized meat product. It's not real meat.
No, it's anyway. It's a
yeah.
It's a processed world, right?
Right. Lovely stuff, though. Well, any thoughts before we go on? I've got a clip that Ashley shared a while back. I'm wondering if that would be good. I'll just tease it, and Ashley, you tell me, is this one worth showing?
Oh yeah, this is really graceful, and I mean, I'm a big fan of her stuff, so I always think it's worth sharing. But she brings up a lot of interesting things, I think, and it's pretty topical to our discussion.
Any thoughts before we carry on?
Oh, I was just going to sort of quickly mention the golden ratio, because when you bring that into some of the mathematics, it's quite incredible to see, which is, officially 1.618, which goes on for a long time as well. Don't know how long, but that's sort of the fractal thing, like that's the golden ratio, the spiral that opens in a fraction sense. But I'm not an expert, but I have looked over how it is done, and that when you bring that mathematics into some dates and things, it's spooky, not 100%, but it's spooky how accurate you can predict events or potential events.
And I'll just quickly clarify, Stella, the idea of Gnosticism being that things like the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, everything we see in nature that is mathematically based, like through the language of maths is in everything, proposes that that's more to do with Lucifer than it is to do with God more than anything else. And we have Lucifer to thank for us having the knowledge. So that's, just where I clarify. Sorry.
Based on, like, why do we have Lucifer?
Based on
because of the tree of knowledge thing.
Yeah, and through the fall, yeah. So there are books that were taken out of the Bible and weren't allowed in it that are Gnostic teachings that aren't part of it.
Yeah, that's right. But, that's according to whom. Like, anyway, yeah, no, interesting discussion. Sorry, Mark.
No, not at all. This is great. Let me play some of this. I heard somebody smacking their lips, but are we good? Let's go on.
Sorry, I just had a bicky. That's probably me. Sorry about that.
I hear smacking of the lips.
I hope bicky means the same thing over there as it does here.
Oh, okay. I had to translate it. I had to translate from Australian, so
yeah, it's a different language.
What is a bicky?
Oh, biscuits are different to your biscuits.
Like
we'll
a cookie.
Have that
a cookie.
Debate.
A cookie.
Yeah, got it.
Was it Tam Tam or whatever
I'm being a bicky monster. Sorry,
I think it's Tim Tam.
Tim Tam. That's what
I'm all out. Damn it.
Well, I hear a Bicky's about to cover a big wheel of cheese tomorrow.
That's it. It's a big cookie.
That's right.
Eclipse set to darken our skies on April the 8th. Several states have declared a state of emergency preemptively out of an abundance of caution. Meanwhile, NASA has announced they plan to launch 3 rockets.
Yeah, we can hear it.
60 miles above the Earth during the eclipse. And CERN, or the European Organization for Nuclear Research, decided it would be a good time to fire up the world's largest and most powerful particle accelerator on April 8th. Why on April 8th is CERN doing this? Well, they say it's to search for invisible particles secretly powering our universe. Lay off, okay? That's all. Today, we're going to talk about all the crazy stuff happening on April 8th. We're going to dive into the significance of eclipses across the spiritual and occult worlds, dating back to ancient civilizations. We'll also talk about major historical events coinciding with eclipses. So let's begin. In the occult world, esoterica, and some schools of Hermeticism, eclipses represent powerful celestial body alignments, acting as portals to spiritual worlds. And with the ability to harness that energy for such a short duration as our world is cast into shadow, eclipses are seen as an opportunity for karmic cleansing. Manifestation and ceremonial acts performed both on an individual level and even mass consortium, or like a cabal. A cabal to bring out whatever intention. If I had to guess, English occultist Aleister Crowley and his followers would be performing some sort of sex magic ceremony during the eclipse, some kind of freaky deaky thing. And they wouldn't miss it for the world. It just so happens that Aleister Crowley began writing the Book of the Law on April 8th. which he claimed Aiwass allegedly dictated to him, a voice he encountered on his honeymoon in Cairo, Egypt. He went to Exhibit 666 in Cairo's museum to write down his book of occult magic philosophy, which kind of ended up invigorating the lost traditions of magic in the West, especially amongst the upper echelon. Side note, imagine being on your honeymoon and your new husband decides to squirrel himself away to channel an Egyptian god demon and get out the typewriter. Talk about needing a margarita. Big time. Anyway, the general idea is that eclipses are associated with themes of transition, rebirth, and the passage of time, or the beginning of an era. Astrologically speaking, eclipses are seen as times of transition and epiphany. They showcase the interconnectivity of the universe, its cycle, and its rhythm. In Native American belief, which varies greatly from one tribe to the next, eclipses were often viewed as times of chaos and disturbance, when the world's normal order was suddenly thrown out of whack. During these eclipses, I'm sure they observed the circadian rhythm of nature being disturbed, especially in nocturnal animals coming out while there was an eclipse and birds going to sleep, that sort of thing. Much like in Chinese culture, some Native American beliefs centered around the eclipse as birds or dragons from the heavens eating the sun or the moon, representing the endless battle between light and dark. Curiously, there's some continuity spanning across cultures and time. These ceremonies performed during eclipses to ensure a positive outcome, a return to natural order, and for light to defeat the darkness. Of course, the New Testament describes the darkness during Jesus' crucifixion, which some historians believe was an eclipse. Several important events throughout history have happened at the same time as these eclipses, like the death of Julius Caesar or the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Or the North American eclipse of 1865, shortly after the end of the American Civil War. The moon casts a shadow on the Earth during a solar eclipse, whereas during a lunar eclipse, the moon is shadowed when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. On April 8, 2024, there will be a total solar eclipse that can be seen all throughout North America. The path of totality, spanning 115 miles from Mexico to Texas to Maine, will see the sun disappear for up to 4 minutes and 28 seconds, making it one of the longest eclipses of the 21st century. But the reason I wanted to make this video is never in my life have I seen so many news alerts and mainstream media fear being spread about an eclipse. I certainly don't remember it with the 2017 eclipse, do you? Residents along the line of totality are being urged to stock up on 1 or 2 weeks of food in advance. Schools are being canceled, presumably because of the onslaught of tourists there to witness the total solar eclipse. There will be a lot of traffic, but New York prisons are also going to be locked down, and several states have issued states of emergency. State emergencies are usually reserved for disasters, wherein the government may be granted additional authority to help ensure public safety and address the major issues.
All right, I'm pausing there. So I'm right smack dab in the middle of the path of totality. And they've declared an emergency. And there's also a curfew, which they attribute to shootings. And I don't know, like the local news has been making a big fucking deal out of this thing, which makes me think it's a big old psyop. You know, I'm like, they didn't declare an emergency when we hosted the motherfucking Super Bowl. And, you know, we host every year. We host the Indy 500, and it's not like an emergency. So why now? It's fucked. I don't get it.
Yeah, not to sound completely schizophrenic, but can you imagine in that 4 minutes of darkness if they sent out agents and dragged people out of their houses and got rid of problem people during that time?
Better paint your door frame
blue.
No. Paint your door, you know, a little bit of lamb's blood, because you want them to pass over, man. Like,
No,
That's interesting. You should mention that, actually.
You want a rainbow flag or the Black Lives Matter flag. That's your lamb's blood there for their religion.
That's interesting.
No,
you
every
should
time
mention
there's
that
no such
because
thing
there
as
was
local news anymore. It's all, if you know, there's how many dozens or hundreds of videos showing that all the local news is coordinated nationally. They all have one script that they all read off of. So if you're hearing a bunch of local news that's panicking, they're trying to panic everybody, right? And again, I was saying before is that, and I haven't been paying attention. I mean, the eclipse, I didn't care, but yeah, I mean, if you do pay any attention, you realize they're ramping up all this eclipse stuff, and I'm going, why? And then I started asking myself, oh, really? I mean it. Why? And I don't know what they're using it for, but they're using it for something. And it might be something stupid. These, like I said, I have no faith in the intelligence of these fucking our evil overlords. I think they're all morons. I think they fucked up. They've lost their ability to think in a critical manner, and they're just going with what feels good. I think
they're not morons.
I disagree. I mean,
well,
I don't.
They
know.
have stupid people for the plausible deniability. They have stupid people right under them. They have their Lori Lightfoots and people like that right under them. But it's evil people that are extremely diabolical and extremely intelligent, pushing these idiots around, and these idiots are their plausible deniability.
Well, the thing is, but they're not. What's the end game? I mean, what do they get? I mean, what they're going to get, it's everything looks towards. If you just take what's happening now and look forward. They're looking for a war. They're looking for civil war. They're looking for, and that's their main goal is civil war. And because
societal collapse.
But the thing is,
collapse of society
societal
every 400 years.
The movie's coming out next week.
But it's only the West. They're the only ones where this bullshit's happening. This is the only place where trans women are real women. It's just in the West. The rest of the world doesn't give a shit. So they can collapse the West, and everyone else in the world is going to be happy about it. So I don't know if they're trying to work on some kind of scheme to rule the rest of the world. Well, it's not working.
Well, they did it with the Babylonians. They did it with the Romans. They did it with the British. They're now doing it with the Anglo-American Empire. The same people are in charge. They set themselves up in position when the collapse happens, they benefit from it, and they just
they benefit more. If they benefit more from production, from a cohesive society, makes more money for everybody. BlackRock can own everything, and they'd get a cut from absolutely everybody. Chaos, business hates chaos. You can't predict it. You can't work with it. You don't know which way it's going to go.
But Joe, they already own everything. What next? I mean, they already do. So then, they've got to satisfy.
But why destroy it? If they own
hunger.
it, why destroy it? Right? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know, the fun of building it back, just like a little kid going, oh, I just built my Lego thing. Now I'm going to smash it up and build something else.
That's my point. My point is that there is an emotional reaction, not a logical, intelligent one. Well, and that's the way they're acting. Is the overlords are playing with it. They're whatever they are, is that everyone we see, everything they do, it's destructive.
It's also
it's like cycle. A kid throwing toys out of a pram. It's not like I have a grand plan for this, because they're not going to get anywhere, because the other 80% of the globe is going to sweep whatever's left into the ocean. So how smart can they be? Because it's not hard to see this.
So I was going to say too, I think that part of what is going on is because they do have their own religious and spiritual beliefs. So if they believe that through technocracy that they actually are going to have control over everything everywhere, and that they can live in this digital identity of themselves forever. So if that's what they really believe, and then we have a spiritual or religious element that they believe in that we don't understand fully. I know we have a lot of ideas, but there could be something to that. And then the other thing is they want us dead. They, like what Stella was saying, they have all the money, all the power. So now they want us dead, and the other half, the other whatever 10% that may be that they want to still be here, is their servant class, the slave class. That's what they want.
Well, they can't wipe everyone out, because then they don't get to play the game again, do they? I just wanted to circle.
They can't eat. I mean, all these empires were created on the backs of the serfs and the peasants. Every one of them. That's the absolute foundation. That's the big part of the pyramid. That's where all these societies come from, and they got, and the thing is, when they advance, it's kind of like the cheerleader pyramid, right? You have the same people on the bottom, and it's the societies pyramid are grown on top of the things that remain the same, but because the peasant class, whatever, is always there, that's how the society can grow. If without the roots of that pyramid, without the bottom, the whole goddamn thing collapses.
We don't need the peasant class anymore, though, Joe. We've built the technological system for them to not need as many people. That's the main crux of it. They don't need useless leaders.
That's the arrogance. They're fucking wrong, because every time they've thought that in history, every time they thought they were gods and we don't need those dirty, greasy little bastards anymore, they have been proven wrong, because
I tend to agree with
general,
you. Yeah.
The smartest general, the biggest boss, you can't conquer shit without foot soldiers.
Well, it's the lesson of Player Piano by Kurt Vonnegut, where once you've created the player piano, there's no need for the piano player, but it's only a matter of time through the forces of entropy that the player piano decays. And if nobody knows how to fix it or knows how to play the song, then the song is gone forever.
Who writes the song for the player piano?
That makes the whole world sing. We've got like.
But anyway, it's the way I see it. And like I said, I don't know if it's I don't know who the big wigs are. I don't know what's happening beside the scene, but it looks like instead of intelligence running it, it looks like hubris running it. It looks like a bunch of hubris and ego running the fucking show from top to bottom, and it's like the gods, like it says, you're created in my image. That's the way I see these guys, these Lori Lightfoots and these morons that we see running the show. They are created in their image. That's the way I mean, and that's, again, it's just the West. That's why I'm not black-pilled. That's why I'm not hopeless, because, hey, go to fucking Russia. People say, why don't you go to Russia then? Russia is going to be a sanctuary, in about 10 years compared to what's happening in the West.
I think there's to a certain.
Go ahead, Sal.
Just while we're still on that subject, I think on that, there's to a certain degree they have to retain humans because, they don't have a lot of confidence in the AI, perhaps, but they have to also retain a certain amount of blood, for whatever. I'm not talking about just the drinkers. I'm talking about also, incorporating organicness, retaining some sort of organic. And the only way up from the total control and the money they have right now is to play God. There's nowhere else to go.
Well, but that's what I was saying. It's they're the gods on Olympus playing with people as toys, and that always adds badly.
Yeah.
For them.
So they think they can replace us with AI, but they can't replace us. They're already replacing white collar jobs before they replace blue collar jobs with AI already. It's going to be like doctors and lawyers and teachers that are replaced before truck drivers and anybody that's actually getting their hands dirty and making things work.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really hard to make a gardener robot.
Right.
Well, think of it this way. Here's how I put it in the most simple terms. Everything that a city needs to survive, the people in the city need to survive, comes from outside the city. People who live in the country don't need one single fucking thing from the city. So the cities are where the populations are. That's how societies are designed. It's easy to control a large population inside walls. You can besiege them. You can starve them. It's a piece of cake, right? So there's going to be huge.
Well, this is Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, though. In Brave New World, there was a very small population that lived in a super advanced city, and there was this very slow betas, the servant class, which worked the fields, but there was a small number of them because everything was automated. You look at factory farming today, we don't need the farmers that we had in the past because it's such a large production scale. So it's not that they're going to completely get rid of the servant class or completely get rid of people. They just want to reduce our numbers to a manageable level that they no longer require like they had in the past.
The problem is technology is always going to need somebody to fix it. Maybe in the next 100 years, whatever, but there's always going to have to be boots on the ground, and it's always going to be a lot more boots than they think. Go back in history again. It's always, we don't need these little people because we are fucking gods. And it always turns out those goddamn dirty ass little sweaty people toiling the soil are the ones standing around surviving when the goddamn kingdom collapses.
Plan B is all of this immigration, all of this that's how they bring immigration that they're dumping on us. That's why, that's how they're going to get rid of the bottom part of the pyramid. They're just going to replace it with third worlders that are more compliant. I see those third worlders wearing masks and stuff like that already, and they're already complaining about racism. I went to a shipper the other day, and some guy who could barely speak English in the comments wrote a review of the place saying that the guy who worked there, who I met, was very, very nice and polite, but maybe that's just because I'm white. But he was claiming that this guy was racist just because he couldn't understand whatever, clicks and clacks that were coming from this guy.
But here's one thing. Here's one thing that's some sand in those gears, is that the people who are the most anti-immigration are the second generation immigrants. Like the people who settled here and they've gotten their piece don't want those other motherfuckers coming in.
Right, because they're going to turn it into a shithole that they escape from.
But that happens every time. So these other people, when they get in, they're going to become the new Americans, and they're going to want to keep the other guys out. So what they're doing, they're just bringing in a new wave of immigrants that are going to turn into the same ones they're trying to get rid of. It's
but it has its purpose. They just want to dilute the white, etc., and they want us. They want the West gone. They want nationalism completely obliterated. Anything that's slightly democratic, even though that's a joke in itself.
They're going to end up with chaos and ruin, but it's going to be localized to the West. So
I think they would have probably broken out into civil war by now. I think they're probably surprised that it hasn't. But sorry, Ash.
Yeah, they're definitely trying that. But I was going to say, too, there's a difference with this particular immigration situation that we're seeing versus past immigration. So before, when people came here, for example, we have an uncle who was originally, he grew up in Buffalo in upstate New York. So the way that it worked was that people that were coming from Italy, they had to know somebody here in the country, and they had to sign up with them. And that's why you had these places that were heavily concentrated Irish or Italian or whatever. And those people worked, right? They weren't given a cell phone and a 5-star hotel and all this stuff. Yeah, so there's a totally different dynamic with this particular situation that we're looking for.
I don't know I'm 63. When I was a kid, I remember people complaining in Canada of immigrants getting, and I'm, on my mother's side, I'm third generation Ukrainian, or second, I don't know how it works, but people complaining that the locals, like the immigrants, were getting, they would get cheap rent and they'd get easy loans and they'd get grants that the locals never got. So it's been happening forever. And that's the way every freaking generation is. Why Vancouver is so Indian and Chinese, and there's so many Indian immigrants in Toronto and whatever. But it turns out that those guys, like I said, even then, and I agree that their purpose is destruction. It's all negative. It's to blow this whole. It's to get rid of the people who give a shit about other people and their country. That's why they're destroying the family. The family is a core unit of literally life.
Well, let me just interject here. We have a new contributor I want to introduce, and actually I want to meet, because I don't know who you are, brother. But Chris, what's happening, bro?
Hey, guys.
Welcome to the WTF Forum. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate Andy for specifically inviting me. I used to have a podcast called The Crypto Show. I don't know if anyone ever heard of it.
Crypto Show.
Yeah.
Right on.
We have now.
Yeah.
We have now.
It's now out there. It's all over the world.
But thanks for having me.
Do you not do the podcast no more?
No, it's been several years since I've done it.
Okay.
He was just on Mark Claire's podcast a couple months ago, and that was really cool talking about the Kabbalah.
Doesn't he live in Mexico?
Look that up.
Is it Mark Claire that lives in Mexico?
He lives in Florida, or I could be wrong.
Yeah,
he's between
moved.
Mexico and Florida, I believe.
They moved. I'm pretty sure
okay.
they were in Mexico for a while.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, the subject was Kabbalah, and then its relevance to 9/11, which we didn't get too much into, but that'd be a fun topic at some point. Anyway.
Oh, and while we have just a second, I wanted to say back to Grace's video, and we were talking about and what Mike said as far as the state of emergency and that kind of thing. So I posted a little blip in our private chat here, but it's from Suspicious Observers, Sun Weatherman, whatever he goes by. But he says this is what he said. Just a reminder, there's no scientific basis for any major calamities tomorrow during the eclipse. If something happens, the government did it on purpose. And that's pretty much the way that I'm leaning as well. But I thought it was an interesting addition.
Amen.
Yeah.
Well, let's.
Prophecy doesn't happen; they'll do it themselves.
I'm thinking.
Apparently, sorry. Apparently, it's going to be cloudy.
I was gonna.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna finish out this clip, but a lot of people have thoughts, so I'll shut the fuck up.
Well, real quick, I might be behind on this, and it might have already been stated, but what is the pretext for the state of emergency?
Traffic.
Just traffic and effects from that. Okay.
No, and just for context, because we don't know each other, Chris, but I live right in the path of totality, and
I'm here in Austin, Texas.
Are you? Are you? Okay, so they declared an emergency here where I am, and it's just because of traffic.
And are you in Texas?
Too.
Sorry, I'm in Indianapolis.
And do you happen to know if other states have the basically same or similar reason, or are there other reasons given in other states?
I have yet to hear any other reason.
We have them in Texas. Yeah. I think Texas was the first to declare it.
Influx of tourism.
Yeah, that's pretty flimsy. Which when
FEMA.
As I like to say, when it doesn't make sense, they're lying to you. So
I do think that just by declaring the emergency, you get money from the federal government. So
that's an interesting point. There's an incentive there. Yeah.
I too am declaring a state of emergency in my household.
I'd like to identify. I'd like to identify as a state of emergency.
Well, let's play a little bit of this. We'll finish it out and we'll carry on.
Time they can call in extra police, firefighters, FEMA, or even the military to assist. And I'm sure y'all remember during health epidemics, the government uses a state of emergency to isolate and quarantine people. And at this time, it's within the rights of state governments to implement new rules, which we're not going to call laws, to address the issue. Like I said before, NASA has announced they plan to launch 3 rockets 260 miles above the Earth during the eclipse. These rockets are called Apep rockets. It's interesting to note that Apep was the ancient Egyptian god of chaos who embodied darkness and disorder, and was thus the opponent of light and the god of order and truth. NASA aims to gather data on how the sudden dimming of sunlight during an eclipse impacts the ionosphere, causing disturbances that could disrupt communications, it said in a statement. I wonder if that includes solar flares. The rockets will launch at 3 different times, 45 minutes before, during, and 45 minutes after the peak local eclipse. Oh, and I almost forgot. During the eclipse, a horned comet known as the double comet is said to make an appearance. Apparently, this horned comet, this double comet, has just been chilling up there in the sky for most of March, but you'll be able to see it during the solar eclipse, they say. We certainly look forward to that. Furthermore, CERN's stated mission is to uncover what the universe is made of and how it works. If you remember, back in 2016, they did a whole mock ritual human sacrifice at the courtyard of CERN. I'm not making this up. Honestly, the more I talk in this video, the more it just sounds like I'm making stuff up, but I'm not. They did all that back in 2016. Red robes, the whole shebang, okay? Anyway, the Geneva Particle Physics Research Complex, CERN, naturally plans to test the world's most powerful particle accelerator during the April 8th solar eclipse, to search for invisible matter that secretly powers the universe. I just imagine while they're firing up this particle accelerator, they have their low-level employees just doing Gothard Tunnel twerking to Lizzo in her memory. Much like CERN, the World Economic Forum, also located in Geneva, their logo also features the 666, because of course it does. But the WEF logo is an eclipse, which is also sort of interesting. If this is your first video on this channel, the WEF is basically like the New World Order plan they publicize every year and brag about in an eat the bugs, live in the pod, own nothing accent, and the Great Reset and all that. You got it. You're up.
Found out something really interesting. So most of you know what CERN is, right? And how they're going to turn on CERN during the solar eclipse on Monday. And of course, the overall objective of CERN, and the director openly admits that they are trying to open up other dimensions, other portals. Well, what I didn't know is that we have several CERNs right here in the United States. There's actually one in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And the other interesting thing is that all of a sudden, a lot of the people that live in that town that actually work at the CERN are actually leaving town. They're leaving town this weekend. They won't be there for the solar eclipse. I just watched a video of a lady that lives in that town, and she's really freaked out because everyone is leaving. Now, of course, I haven't done a lot of research on this, but it was enough information for me to say, what is really going on? So if any of you guys can find out something, let's put our heads together and figure out what all these smaller CERNs are doing here in the United States. And why is everyone leaving? I mean, I don't think I'm by myself when I say all of this is getting stranger and stranger the closer it gets to this celestial event. Y'all be safe out there.
So I live in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Obviously, we all know that's where CERN is at. But my question is why is everybody packing up and leaving? You know, we only have a couple of days before this eclipse happens, but everybody in my town is leaving. And aren't they turning CERN on Monday? And aren't the people leaving work for that company? Because I live in the town where everybody works for Y12. I'm a little nervous in my town. My neighbors have left. My other neighbors left. Abandoned their house, basically. Vacation. But both work at Y12 and are leaving? Question. What the fuck's going on?
I hate to interrupt, but can I ask a quick question? When that guy says mini CERNs, do you know what he's talking about? How is that defined? Are there little atom smashers under the auspices of CERN operated by CERN? Are there actual atom smashers or just facilities processing data? I mean, I'm just curious because
he's talking about cyclotrons and linear accelerators, which have been around for frickin'.
Well, no, that's what I'm asking. When he says mini CERNs, he doesn't define
that's what they're calling them now because CERN is just the biggest. So apparently, I didn't know this until today that apparently a CERN, like CERN is not a noun now. So a CERN is a
right. It's like a brand name like Coke or Kleenex. But I just wanted to make sure because if it was a trivial thing, like obviously I can see where it's relevant if it's actual atom smashers. But if it's just institutes where they're doing like processing data, that seems a less relevant.
No, there's cyclotrons. There's just almost every university has one. You know what I mean? They're everywhere. There's
I guess that's probably true.
Hundreds in the U.S., right? So, if not thousands.
Yeah. One more quick point. It's not like a huge one, but I'm not a scientist. But when NASA's sending up those probes or whatever to detect how the lunar eclipse will affect or the solar eclipse will affect the atmosphere. Again, I'm not a scientist, but like in theory, the moon would be, if anything, blocking radiation from the sun, which would, because it's radiation from the sun that causes certain kinds of ionization in the atmosphere that disrupts satellite communication. So it almost seems like upside down for them to be concerned about how it affects satellite communication, when you would think it would have the reverse effect. Again, I'm kind of pulling that out of my bottom, but just thought I'd make that comment.
Okay, can I say something here?
What they're doing. Go ahead.
I was just looking. Oh God, what made me do it? Okay, I was looking up the letter X, right, on the Greek alphabet, and it's taken me to chi, like chi, as in CHI. Sometimes it's XI. And just reading about that. Which bit is it? Okay, symbolism in plate. Like we've got the X. That's been pushed. There's no denying that. The letter X has been pushed massively. And now we've got the letter X being pushed with the Eclipse crossover, like we discussed earlier, where there happens to be a town called Rapture as well. And there's something also, I think that, didn't we discuss about that's where the Pfizer headquarters is or whatever. Anyway, getting off track. Back to this X, symbolism. In Plato's Timaeus, it is explained that the two bands that form the soul of the world cross each other like the letter X. I'm just wondering, I don't really know what this, there's something about this. There's something big about this bloody X thing. And maybe I'm feeling like at that crossover point. I don't know. I sort of want to say, no, this is nothing, but there's just too much, isn't there? There's too much.
So real quick, I'm Christian, and that's kind of the perspective I approach this from. There are people who claim, and I've never seen it validated, that X is somehow a symbol of the Antichrist. Again, you may not even believe in all that. I will say that there seems to be more definitive evidence that X was an ancient symbol for Osiris. And, in these mystery cults that run the world, they worship various forms of the, mother, father, son, feminine, masculine energy thing that are kind of interchangeable, like Semiramis, Tammuz, Osiris, Isis. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some connection to that, but I mean, that seems a little trivial at the same time.
No, just to carry that point on. Thanks for making that, Chris, because I forgot I was going to read that other bit too. Chi or X is often used to abbreviate the name Christ, as we know when people write Xmas for Christmas. Yeah. Then fused within a single typeface within the Greek letter RHO. Sorry, I don't know what that is. It is called the Chi Rho and used to represent the person of Jesus Christ. So I just thought.
Yeah, Windows XP Cairo as an example. And of course, even with interesting. Or Chiro, Cairo. Sometimes it's just pronounced Kai. I mean, tomato.
X.com, baby.
In the Cyrillic language in Russian, anyway, X is essentially our H, but it's pronounced H. Like the word for good is Harusho, and it starts with an X. I don't know. That's what I have.
Well, of course, the Cyrillic alphabet derives from Greek, so it's probably the equivalent of Chi or whatever.
Well, that's the thing. It's essentially like Chi is, just when you pronounce it, it's H is basically just adding a breathy sound in front of the thing. So it's the same letter.
Is it called a strike H or a standing H or something? I was only looking at that fairly recently.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I took Russian a long time ago, and I can't remember this stuff.
Sort of like what I do all the time when I go or huh or
Well, it's just
before you spit.
Most of the Cyrillic alphabet and whatever the other one alphabet is they're very similar, and there's the letters have different shapes, but they're the same letter. Like the G looks like a lowercase r kind of.
A gamma,
Yeah, the P is like the Russian P is actually an R. Yeah, is our R. But they have some letters in the alphabet that we don't have directly. They have like Z, and they have Z, but they have Z as well. And that one that looks like an asterisk, that's Z. They have a letter Sh, which looks like a W, and then there's shit. It's sort of hard to see.
W with a tail, or it's like the
Shit,
W with the tail.
Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah. They have ch, and it looks like a kind of a Y, but it's
upside down
sort of
H.
a straight up and down Y. So it's, I don't know. That's the letter. The alphabets are similar, but they have, and then they're missing some letters. I can't remember what it is, but they have
obviously,
J.
This is going to be obvious, but like it's still worth stating. In Hebrew you have gematria. In ancient Greek you had ipsopsophy, I think it's pronounced, basically the equivalent numerology in Greek. And allegedly Latin didn't have a numerology, but then it kind of did. That's what Latin numerals are. But there's a claim that there was a secret Latin numerology that was less known. And, there are claims that modern English has it. And of course, on top of the numerology of modern alphabets being relevant to the symbolism, you also have the fact that all these letters, even our Latin ones, derive anciently at some point from some hieroglyph, some pictogram that, like the Hebrew letters used to be similar to Phoenician and derived from Phoenician and used to be pictograms or hieroglyphs that had pictorial visual meanings. If it was a bird, it meant birds or flying. And so, when you explore some of the symbolism, obviously it gets arcane and it gets complex and it gets a little far-fetched the further down the rabbit hole you go. But there's so much, it's so pregnant with meaning, some of these symbols, when they use them in certain contexts, including, X.
Yes, definitely. Oh, yeah. I'm glad pictographs, obviously that was the very first language ever formed. But on that subject, I don't know if anybody else has joined the dots here, but has anyone noticed over the last, I don't know, probably specifically since 2020, particularly because we've been paying more attention, but those of you who are veterans, has anyone noticed the whole dot thing, the whole dot theme, like the circles is just everywhere? Okay, now that's kind of understandable because everything's like circular cycle, whatever. But, we've got the World Economic Forum with this very predominant O, all this sort of thing. The Ouroboros is an O. But something I've really noticed is like people, even just maybe in their backgrounds or in their logos, and I'm talking about big corporations as well as even people like, in our community, are really using dots, and I'm sort of thinking David Icke particularly comes to mind. So there's this whole thing about connecting the dots, joining the dots. I hear this all the time. I see it written all the time. It's like this theme that they're pumping into us. And then when Chris was just asking about all the different CERNs that are around the world, I just had this picture of, and I have seen a map of this, of the globe, let's assume it is, of all the different CERNs around the world, and it just looks like a whole bunch of circles. And I'm thinking, oh shit, is this it? Like they're going to connect them all together and create this? I don't want to fearmonger here, but it just kind of came to me. Is this what the connect the dots is thing? I don't know. Are they all disappearing under the ground or what?
To add on to that, Stal, it'd be interesting to know whether all these other colliders that exist in the world, whether they have a mythology around some kind of a spiritual deity being killed there, and that being its basis of where it's died. I know the one for Victoria, the main spirit in Victorian folklore is the Bunyip, and the Bunyip was killed in Victoria, and the collider that's in Victoria would be associated with that.
Yes, it's exactly like on Jekyll Island, is it, where the Fed was born? Underneath that place, there was exactly that
Indian sacrificial thing where they apparently had the first meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure y'all know how like CERN, right? There's a temple to Apollo. CERN is Cernunnos.
We touched on it early. Yeah, like 3 hours ago.
Oh yeah, I figured that he was referring to that. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. No, I mean,
bring something if you've got it. Yeah.
I tend to believe there are significant geographic locations, way lines, ley lines, whatever you call them.
The ley lines. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like even in my little town of Indianapolis, there's some spooky kind of architecture and the layout of the roads and now they're telling everybody tomorrow for the eclipse, stay off the roads. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be on my motorcycle, fucking on the roads, motherfucker.
And also, I'm just noticing in physics, X denotes electric or magnetic susceptibility.
Ando, how's this for a schizo thought for you? If all of these colliders are on prominent points where certain entities have died, we know biblically that the fallen ones are bound within the earth. What's to say that these mechanisms aren't being used as a gateway to release them or give them form again?
Well, that is
the angel of the abyss.
Yeah, that's a big part of the prophecy, is that the angels that are bound under the Tigris and Euphrates will come out, right? But I don't think there's a CERN there. I believe that would be in Iraq, right? It's modern Babylon. Yeah.
In Syria.
So yeah, that the angels are supposedly there. From what I heard, something along the lines that the river is drying up in that particular area where they're supposedly bound. But
yeah.
I haven't heard anything further than that. That was just one of those scare you TikTok videos, which are getting really abundant these days.
Oh, that stupid one that went round with all the groans and stuff coming from under the ground. That was ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, here's just a quick one. What if our modern day colliders are our version of what ziggurats and pyramids were actually intended for? And by turning on our modern day ones, we trigger them.
Well,
yeah.
And actually, I just want to add, what a lot of people don't realize is like these atom smashers are literally the most powerful weapons. And by weapon, I mean not necessarily in an offensive military sense, though it could be, but like, like an atom bomb, right? It's like the force of destruction is over, like the blast radius is so many miles or whatever, right? And it releases in a sphere going outward over time so much energy, right? So like, when they talk about recreating the Big Bang and stuff like that, or finding some of these particles, it's lit. The way you think of like a powerful weapon or of the destruction or energy is like how much energy there is per volume per time, if that makes sense. So an atom bomb, whatever its energy output is per volume of the mushroom cloud and blast radius over time as it expands. So my point is like the best bang for your buck, as it were, of an energy generator is an atom smasher. It's just that it's concentrated in a tiny bit of time and a tiny bit of space. But my point is, it is literally, you could argue scientifically, I mean, well, again, I'm kind of pulling that out of my butt, that it is it's the most powerful way you could, like, say, rip a hole in space and time if it took a bunch of energy to do so. Like, that's really not as, like, ridiculous as they try to pretend it to be.
Why would it get funded if it wasn't a potential weapon?
That's kind of a good point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, even according to their own science, there's a small chance, a very small percentage, that they could recreate the Big Bang to a point where it could actually suck in the universe. Would you allow anyone to do that, even if there was a small chance? Like, there's a 0.5% chance my car will explode if I turn the key. I don't think I'd go start my car if that was a chance.
Well, that depends.
If
it's an EV, there's a pretty good chance.
And again, the Big Bang, it's like, I'm pretty sure the Big Bang is like,
it's a myth. It's a creation myth. But it's a good pickup line. Like, so let's make like CERN and recreate the Big Bang.
Yeah, well, this is what I... Oh, sorry, Ash.
It's okay.
Well, to add more fuel to the fire, I can't think of a single practical benefit that has come directly from smashing atoms together. The only thing that's been created from the science of particle destruction is our A-bombs and nuclear power plants. But they didn't need. They used decaying uranium. Decaying uranium creates heat, right? So they knew that anyway. They didn't need to smash anything together. So you look at these things. They want to look at muons and whatever the hell else is a component of an atom. What do you get from that? I mean, I'm all for the pursuit of knowledge, but you figure you're going to get something out of it.
Maybe
like
we'll get a new microwave
for society.
Maybe we'll get some kind of new microwave, a new way to cook our little.
Hey, I'm for that. I'm for that too. The 7-Eleven has an oven that cooks a frozen pizza in 3 minutes.
The best way to cook bugs is with the atom smasher.
I just want a pickup truck that I don't have to put gas in. Is that too much to ask?
Yes. Well, you can go diesel.
Yeah, well, that's
Tesla.
Yeah, good one. Yeah. I almost bought a diesel. Almost did.
But I mean, so kind of where I'm going is
Diesel's
that,
king.
and it's sort of a conspiracy thing, but I mean, they've smashed the atom for decades. We've known about particles smaller than electrons and neutrons and protons, right? The components hiding together, the little forces and the big forces. They've known about that. And I'm going, well, okay, now that we've got the inner guts of an atom, what's that given us? What have we gained from it besides knowledge? So
Well,
then if you want to be...
They're claiming that they're looking for the energy that binds creation or something like that. They're calling it the God particle, which is, these are a bunch of atheists that are also insane. So
yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
They want
worship
an atom
Shiva.
gun. They want a gun to point at someone to pull them apart by the molecules. That's what they want. To pull someone apart.
But I mean, what I'm saying is there's no other than weapons of war or nifty toys. What have they got from the research? And so, I mean, I have no idea. I don't even have an opinion on what could happen or could be, or the symbology. But you just look at it from just a dumbass level. They're doing something for some reason.
A good analogy, though. Sorry, go ahead.
You go, Chris. You go. You've just joined.
Sorry, thank you. A good analogy, Joe, is like cancer research. They've spent billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on cancer research. Nothing ever changes. No real innovation or insight or breakthrough, right? Yeah. You can't tell me, though, that it's just complete like government corporate waste and that it's like nothing behind the scenes is being done or created or innovated. It's the same with the particle physics. They throw billions and billions of dollars. They for decades they come up with basically no new things except supposedly the Higgs boson in 2012, which even some scientists dispute that actually they discovered. And so my point is, this is clearly funding some sort of research, either directly done by the Large Hadron Collider or other super colliders, or through some black budget backdoor thing, some research that's using some equipment, atom smasher or otherwise, that we have no knowledge of. So like even the crazy people in charge, and even the most bias and narrow, like myopia and whatever, and ego that pushes you to the definition of crazy is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Like at some point that comes to an end. When it's not coming to an end, like with this, that indicates to you that something is being accomplished that they want to get accomplished. We just don't see it. Or
we're getting at least glimpses of something.
Exactly.
But it just doesn't make sense. I mean, like I said, it's great. I mean, idle curiosity for what the smallest particle is, you pretty much satisfy with your garden variety neighborhood university cyclotron. You've gotten 80 or 98% of the way there, but they just, I mean, okay, curiosity, but how many billions of dollars was CERN to build?
At a bare minimum, it's money laundering. We know that. That's got to be a given.
That's always a part of it. I mean, that goes without saying.
I think somebody thinks it's worth the investment, though.
That's kind of the point I was trying to make. You sum it up perfectly.
Yeah.
Someone thinks it's worth the investment.
Yeah, that's. I mean, obviously that's the thing, but it's definitely one of those things, and it's obviously government funded. And if government funded, there are nefarious reasons, logical or not, for it to happen. So I just actually, until now, I wasn't really curious what it was, because I have enough fucking things to worry about. But
so
go ahead.
I was just going to sort of draw the attention quickly back to what I was saying earlier about CERN and inversion. They're talking about the God particle, which is fully output, isn't it? I mean, that created a universe. And I'm just thinking that it just seems, I don't know, it just seems like they're going to do an inversion, which is collecting the energy. And I don't know where they're going to store it or how they're going to store it. Maybe it's going to be in the bloody icebergs or something, the glaciers. Who knows?
It's going to be Tesla batteries.
Who knows? It could be something under the ocean, most probably. But I'm also pondering, and I don't know if you can bring this up at some point, Mike, but I put the image in the Telegram thing. There's also more eclipses to come, which also do cross the United States, etc. And so I'm sort of thinking, this could even be possibly like a dry run. They're just making this really big thing about it, so everybody, goes, so that they can have a really decent experiment and just see how something works, and then maybe it's the next one we have to think about. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there.
Stella, send me, if you can, send me a link to it, to a web page, not the actual.
I don't know. Okay, I'll try to. Right.
If you can, because pulling up a JPEG, that's a whole thing. But this was shared, I think, by Ashley or Stella. But I think it applies. We got CERN, and then we got HARP, and they're definitely playing around with high energy, high frequency kind of shit.
I did radiotomography with 30 watts, looking for oil in the ground. I found 26 oil wells over a 9-state area, and 100% of the time was accurate with just 30 watts of power beaming straight into solid rock. HARP uses 1 billion watts, beamed straight into the ionosphere for experiments. Picture these strings on the piano as layers of the earth. Each one has its own frequency. What we used to do is beam radio waves into the ground, and it would vibrate any strings that were present in the ground. We might get a sound back like, and we'd say, that's natural gas. We might get a sound back like, and we say that's crude oil. We were able to identify each frequency. We accomplished this with just 30 watts of radio power. If you do this with 1 billion watts, the vibrations are so violent that the entire piano would shake. In fact, the whole house would shake. In fact, the vibrations could be so severe underground that could even cause an earthquake.
A lot of people are talking about the New Madrid fault line and this eclipse, and I live in the radius, so I'm really fucking keeping my fingers crossed. I don't want an earthquake tomorrow.
There was an earthquake in Philadelphia just the other day, New Jersey area.
Yep.
And I think Thailand, is that right?
Thailand had a big
Taiwan.
Taiwan. Yeah, Taiwan. Okay. Yeah. But
so
that was like 7-2. That was a big boy.
Yeah.
So if this New Madrid one blows its top and goes catastrophic, will we have an escape from LA situation where California is broken off into an island?
New Madrid.
You're just trying to make me smile now.
It'd be New Madrid is the Midwest.
Right.
San Andreas is the West Coast. But if we had a New Madrid fault, I mean, Chicago, Detroit, everything's fucked. Louisville, Indianapolis, fucking probably all the way down to Texas. It's a big boy, but they don't talk about it. It's
largely dormant. Mississippi.
It's largely dormant, but there was a big one back in 1812. I saw some shit about that. 200 years ago, there was a big earthquake on this fault.
Does it follow the Mississippi?
Sorta. Mississippi, Ohio Valley, that whole area. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of on the Mississippi line. But
wow, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Archaics was mentioning that. I sort of didn't take that fully in, but he was referring to their Madrid previous quakes. So something to think about. I've just put that link, if you like, into the personal chat, which I think you should be able to find that graphic I was talking about, so we can have just a real quick look at, well, not only just, the dates, but also just the pattern there. That's a little bit of a pattern which you would expect from a cyclic rotating situation with a little bit of variables because nothing's perfectly spherical.
What's the next one's 2033, right? Stella?
I was trying to... Yeah, I believe so.
Which is just great. Yeah.
33.
One thing I think about this stuff is it's been a lot of talk about I mentioned it at the beginning of this year that I think that this is sort of their year off. So we'll see what happens tomorrow as far as this thing being built up like a huge psyop. I don't think that anything's going to happen. I really just don't think anything's going to happen. I think it's interesting. There's it's worth exploring and everything. We've talked about it for almost 5 hours now. But yeah.
I don't think anything's going to happen, but I also think that this is sort of the elite's year off, and we're going to get a lot of things that lead to us believing that things are going to be okay. But next year, just be ready for next year. Use this year as a way to build up and bolster and be ready for some serious shit. And
today I filled up my gas tank and I went to the grocery store. And guess what? That's like a good thing to do all the time.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just now was that they tell you to get 2 weeks of food for like a 4.5 minute eclipse. But if you have just always have 2 weeks of food around you. I mean, you're much better off if you do that.
A bit of trouble if you don't have at least 2 weeks in the cupboard.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea to have it might be a time for a year off, because they have a lot of data to crunch. Like, really, the last 4 years have been busy for them. They've got the wars. That's a lot of data to crunch.
Well, I don't know. All that stuff on the back burner, that'll definitely, have its overloads here and there. A lot of shit's going to happen in Israel, obviously. But for the most part, this is not going to be like it's not going to be like a year where we feel browbeat at the end of it, like 2020 was. It's going to be a year where we get a lot of hollow victories. That's my theory, at least. And Chinese.
Israel was supposed to be it was supposed to be just another weekend intifada, and they fucked up.
Oh, this was Netanyahu.
No, actually, I think this was I think for Netanyahu, he may have wanted this, but at the same time, I think it was so half-assed done. I think they just wanted to crush the bad guys and just. It's basically, it was supposed to be a setup for something else.
Well, he was about to be ousted and probably go to prison. But now he gets to be like George Bush was in 2001.
Right, but just like the other wars, it's continuing on much longer, and it's being extremely counterproductive, because now he's at the point where he actually could get fucking tried for war crimes.
I hope
I don't know. I'll never have.
I mean,
people will. But this is the first time people are talking about it. That's
right. There's no justice for guys like that. Those guys will never see earthly justice. Earthly justice. They will see justice, but they will not see.
But what I'm saying is that this on the optics level, this has turned a whole new corner. Like, I've followed the Palestinian thing literally since the early 70s, and it's always been a pattern that there's a little intifada of some sort, and it gets crushed, and people say you're a murdering bastards, and then it goes away. And this one, it was so brutal and so live. And it's so many of the normal people, the regular ones you could count on, have turned on Israel. I mean, for the first time ever, there's been a Security Council resolution against it, and the United States abstained, which meant it passed.
Right.
And it's never happened before. Not even close.
Yeah. I mean, the entire United States government.
This turned into something way bigger that they didn't figure. So this is, and those are the kinds of things that are interesting to me. When things obviously are working out wrong, then I look at how it goes.
There's two sides of them. So whenever you look at that, you see Chuck Schumer going out and railing against Netanyahu. So that Netanyahu, he's saying Netanyahu's bad and everything like that. And I'm like, yeah, we know, but we know you're bad too. There's this meme. It says, brazen Jews create pogrom times create sneaky Jews create good times, good times create brazen Jews. So that's what we're dealing with here. I really love that meme because it sums it up so well.
I find it interesting that there's all sorts of shit now in media that's anti-Israel and it's not being crushed or sublimated or denied.
The AIPAC,
I find that is
AIPAC controls both sides of our government. So it's both Democrats and Republicans. And so whatever their agenda is still what gets pushed. And Netanyahu might not have his finger on the pulse of that. But Netanyahu, I believe, controls Trump more so than he controls Biden, because, you know, Trump's son-in-law is Jared Kushner, who says he's going to keep his hands off, but I don't really think that he's going to. I mean, Jared Kushner lets Netanyahu sleep in his bed whenever he visits New York.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, plus,
I mean,
Trump got that coin commemorated to him, comparing him to
Cyrus the Great
Persian when he transferred the embassy from Tel Aviv. I'm sorry, Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Point being, that's another great example of like indication that he's more under the thumb of them than someone like Biden. You know, it's like he gets that, you know, big little ego boosts for helping them out. So,
yeah. Well, what I find interesting about this time is, again, in the States, of course, AIPAC controls everything. But AIPAC used to control everything everywhere. And Europe has always been a little bit more, when it comes to Israel, a little bit more on the wall. But still, I mean, it was a finger snap on October 7th, 2 seconds after Hamas took off. Everyone was, you know, Israel forever, right? But it turned. And that's never happened before. And so I just find that interesting that Israel's being really, and so is the United States, really isolated, because before the U.S. could bully anybody into anything. And now people are going, go fuck yourself. They're just there. And then it's funny. It's the push has come to shove to a certain degree. And to me, that's the interesting thing. It's the plan. Something went wrong. And they overstepped, and they just, I love that. I love it when watching something, you know, chaos. It's fun.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in chaos, but because I think
do.
that everything is.
Haven't you seen Get Smart?
At chaos, if you look at chaos really closely, you find the most beauty of order. Yeah, you find beautiful order in the midst.
But but that's chaos theory includes that. It's both random and there's a pattern. Like the pattern within chaos is called strange attractors.
It's nature. That's nature, baby.
Yeah,
that's nature.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically within chaos is within limits. You can't predict it exactly, but you can predict it generally. But it's
but it's math and it's faith. It's I don't know if you want to call it Gnostic. I don't know. I'm not a theologian, but I'm saying it's math and faith and chaos and order in balance. You know, as someone who studied ecology, I'm very interested in the concept of equilibrium. Yeah. You know, nature seeks equilibrium, and there are moments of what you'd call punctuated equilibrium, where forces in the environment cause rapid adaptation. It's called punctuated equilibrium. And I believe that's the era that we live in. We are living in a time of punctuated equilibrium. But that's a whole concept. Yeah.
And that always, when punctuated equilibrium, it always, part of that is chaos and destruction.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's why you have to adapt, right? I mean, that's where the adaptation comes from.
Yep.
Live or die. Like right now, it's
It's one great big pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, nature is awesome. It's unpredictable, and it's predictable. Not it'll always win.
Well,
like life will out in some form.
If I may, bringing it back to the eclipse, this is the last of what I have. But just a few more minutes of this clip, and then I think we should.
I just like Manly P. Hall's face.
Yeah, that's a look, isn't it? But let's hear this out, and then we'll wrap her up. We've been going a while, so
looks like the Lucifer painting. Just saying,
Manly P. Hall.
It kind of does. Yeah,
I think I dated her.
Looks like Johnny Depp as Ed Wood.
It does a bit.
It does. No coincidence.
According to
Very fine
author Manly Hall.
Sorry.
Black magic.
Wait. I'll go back. What was his name? Anthony Hall? Is that what
Manly
it is?
P. Hall.
Manly P. Hall.
This is actually a pun, if I can tell you in a minute.
Okay.
Considered a dark art. According to cult author Manly Hall, black magic can trace its roots back to Atlantis and is a tradition that has been passed down into our modern era by certain sects which have covertly infiltrated various religions as a heretical offshoot, but are not really part of the mainstream or Orthodox faith. This was the case with certain sects within Zoroastrianism, the religion of ancient Persia, whose occult practices were inherited from the Babylonians before them and passed on through mystical offshoots of Jews to other parts of the world, eventually entering Europe through the Knights Templar, re-emerging in Kabbalistic orders such as the Rosicrucians, and later with the Freemasons. That said, I recently had a brief discussion on the Alex Jones show where I was asked about the relevance of the current eclipse and wanted to take a moment to articulate the idea that these occult practices should not be attributed to any one religion, as it would be careless and inaccurate to do so, as most members of any given faith are unaware of the occult rituals, which in many cases have been publicly denounced by the religious leaders long ago and forced to go underground.
We're already getting loaded up with speakers, all sorts of interesting people from different fields. We also got some folks on Skype. Chase Geiser's Han showing this. Tell us what's coming up, and then give me your view on this.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of people that have agreed to pop in. This is the first time that we've done a space not as spontaneously as we usually do. Usually we decide to do a space maybe 30 minutes before the show, and then we just launch one. So for the past couple of days, we've scheduled this, got everybody hyped up. We've already got close to 2,000 people in the space. We've only been live for about 8 or 9 minutes or so. So this is great. We've got some awesome speakers that are going to pop in. Jack Poso is as Alex mentioned, and others. Adrian Dittman, I believe, is joining us as well. I reached out to Andrew Tate. He asked what time it was in Bucharest, so maybe he'll pop in. We're not sure. It's going to be 1 a.m., I believe, for him. But a lot of great speakers popping in already.
We got anthropologists, we got reporters, we got champion boxers, we got everybody here, Chase.
Absolutely. It's been awesome. So, Robert Sepper, if you're still with us, I know you've been a speaker for a long time. Go ahead and unmute yourself and say what you have to say. If you're not there, then we'll move on. Give you a second. There you go.
Great. Thanks. How you guys doing? I just want to say hello to Alex and acknowledge what a big impact he had in 2016, getting Trump elected. And it's great to have him back on the platform. It's a noticeably better platform with Alex on it. And I just wanted to touch on Jews, if I could. As an anthropologist, you know, this Shmuley's kind of going viral. And I wanted to remind people there's different kinds of Jews. There's atheists, there's religious Jews, there's different kinds of religious Jews. There are some sects that have been excommunicated. So it's not, you know, we shouldn't lump them all together. There are some that you can politically align with and some that are, you know, my point is they're not a homogenous, monolithic demographic. Thank you, Alex.
Well, thank you, sir. Will you give us your view as an anthropologist on human obsession with eclipses, solar and lunar, and why you think this is being hyped?
Well, you know, there's an occult or esoteric aspect to religions, a Kabbalistic aspect that predates Judaism and all the Abrahamic faiths. And this goes into basically periods of the year where they do rituals. And there's a lot of truth to that. So the idea is that there's certain energies that are available. And not to get too, you know, X-rated, but there, you know, a lot of the rumors are true. There are sexual things that happen. There are, you know, blood things and what have you. So it's kind of dark, but like I said, I don't want to make any kind of blanket generalizations on any one group. So it's kind of a sect that's within all the other religions. So it's not just within.
That's very wise what you said, because the Republicans just put out a big list of what they say is anti-Semitic, and I disagree with most of it. But what is anti-Semitic is to say that Jews all secretly work together and agree with each other. That is ridiculous. And to claim any human group does that is a lie. And I'm not here as an apologist for Jews, but the idea that evil inherently comes from Jews is a load of shit. But also then sitting back and saying you can't criticize carpet bombing civilians, that is BS too. Or defending Hamas. People are like, oh, you don't like what Israel's doing, now you like Hamas. No, I don't. So it's like people have to do research. They have to be nuanced here. It's very frustrating. And if they get us in these camps, they can control us.
Agreed. And, you know, there's certainly a sect that wants to escalate this whole situation. And most of us, you know, are sympathetic with the Jews that were taken hostage, sympathetic with these pictures of children starving. But there's a sect that wants to have this, like you were touching on earlier with the temple, and wants a global escalation, wants to bring it to Europe and to America. And really, they're trying to use Revelation as a playbook, and they want to bring about, this catastrophe so they can then usher in the world the way they want it.
No, I agree. But what's
settles.
scary is that then the Shiites, particularly, they have their own version and they're just as crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I wrote a book called 1666, and it's about a sect that converted into Islam, converted into Catholicism, the Donme, and then Jacob Frank. So they've infiltrated every group. So it's really a hidden hand, and it's counterproductive to just name a group because they're really infiltrated everything. They're
By the way, I agree, and I would use that as Frank Herbert trying as a decoder with his book Dune. The later books are not that good because I read them all, but the first one's really good. I already studied history, and I went, wait, these are all metaphors for history. The Bene Gesserit are in every group, every religious group, but they're the cult controlling it.
Exactly. So with Jews, since they're such a powerful demographic, it's wise to align with the ones that are, politically on our side, let's say, rather than to vilify or demonize the whole group. And, other than that, I just wanted to, again, thank you. I don't want to hog up too much time here, but you're doing a great job, Alex, and we support you. So thank you so much.
I can't believe how smart these people, the speakers are. This is just...
Okay.
So,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Whatever.
Damn it, Alex. Okay. Yeah, they're not all on the same page. That's fucking obvious, but there is common threads that tie them together and certain ways that they're manipulated, but it's a machine. It's not like they get orders, whatever, but there is like a bottom tier of them that is constantly sacrificed. I mean, these are the people that have a tradition of sacrificing their own. Basically they're worshipers of Baal / Moloch. They're not necessarily, they're not something that's related. It's like why, I sort of had like this little, whenever Joe was saying Judeo-Christian earlier, because I hate those two words together. They do not belong together at all, because like Judeo is the antithesis of Christianity, or at least according to the way I see things. But yeah, they work as a machine, and there are the ones that get sacrificed. Right now, the big deal is between the more traditional ones and the transhumanist atheist ones. And, both of them are trying to lead to the same thing. They all want the showdown at Megiddo, which is not even it's not even their belief. They don't believe in Revelation, but they all want that showdown at Megiddo because they want to try to zap Jesus when he comes back, because they still hate him that much. That is a thing about that religion, is that religion is built on the foundation of hating Christ, and that's why we got to be all the more Christian that we can be.
Do you have any room, Ando, for those who are born into Judaism but choose Christian faith? I mean, that's a Judeo sort of,
Definitely. Y'all know that I'm with
There's a
Rachel.
lot of them.
She was born in that, so like,
yeah, right.
It's, okay. Yeah, I mean, and that's a big part of what's in there is, like Paul is one of the most important Christians there ever was, and he was born into that. You can turn away from Satan, because that is
Saul at the time, wasn't he? And changed to Paul.
Yes, yeah. And Saul was basically doing Satan's bidding at the time.
Yeah, he was murdering Christians. I mean, there's salvation and redemption for anyone. And just to reiterate, it's like, it's not everybody, but like I like the way Andy put it. It's a machine, and part of that is understanding that like the more innocent Jews, again, not every single one of them, but the more innocent Jews still are part of the machine, in that they may not get direct marching orders. They may not consciously support the evil agenda or know what's going on in the effects, but like they're able to be manipulated to behave in such a way that supports the agenda at every turn.
Well, look what happened in Israel in COVID. I mean, it was literally the entire country was they volunteered to be guinea pigs, and a lot of them. I mean, they didn't know they were volunteering. But the government volunteered the entire population of Israel to test out this experimental shit. and they were some of the first, and they don't care about killing some people, like they have the Hannibal directive.
And y'all know what happened to the Zionists, or what the Zionists did to the Jews that they sent to colonize Palestine, that decided that they didn't like it and they wanted to get the hell out of there because it's a shithole. They sunk their boat. That's how they work.
Well, just to add to that, you remember that movie that was very controversial, What is a Woman? I can give you a title of an even more controversial one, What is a Jew? Because not all Jews are Jews, and that's what we seem to find out when you look down the rabbit hole. And
well, most of the Jews in the Middle East are Europeans. The only or most of the Semites in the Middle East are Arabs. I mean, people say you're anti-Semitic. Well, it means you're anti-Arab as well.
At least the Palestinians are actually related to the Pharisees who were originally there.
Well, absolutely.
Aren't.
My response to being called anti-Semitic is yes, and I also don't like Jews.
Well, there's two Talmuds for a start, so I mean, a lot of people don't even recognize that. Not saying that they're fully different or anything, but even in that just itself should say there's different sects. Don't put everyone in one box. We shouldn't be putting everyone in one box anyway.
I was about to say y'all are gonna get me in trouble, but I'm all about free and open discourse. We are going long, but amazingly, our numbers keep growing in terms of listeners, which is kind of cool. We are well, I think it might be because of Twitter.
5 more hours, Mike. Let's do it.
Let's go all night.
Real quick,
all
y'all.
night.
Look, I don't want to blow up. I don't want this to blow up super huge and get in trouble for the shit that I say. I never want to be like Joe Rogan famous for the reason that Joe cannot say a bunch of things that he might believe. Joe is, he's beholden to some entities that we are not. Now, I do want the right people to reach us. So if you subscribe, share, whatever the hell, all the stupid stuff that I hate to say, I hate to do this. I don't want to be like, smash that like button, yo. I'm not that guy. But y'all, spread it around. Fuck yeah, spread it. Spread it. Let people know.
Spread it like it's peanut butter jelly.
Yeah. No, there's no shame.
Subscribe, and share, and don't forget to hit that alarm bell.
Now, smash some
Bye. Wait,
Now,
who's that? Kramer.
Buy my coffee.
Sure. Sorry,
by the way, we don't have supplements. Okay, got that straight. We never will.
No supplements.
We have boner pills coming next week.
Tangerine? What?
You want to buy your water filters?
Well, okay. So before we close out, I have a final thing, and then maybe a thing after that final thing. But for the final thing, we do a good job. There might be one little thing after, but no, we try to point out the difference between based and bogus on the WTF forum, and I will say that I'm taking local events into account for me personally. The eclipse is coming, but 2 nights ago, Morgan Wallen was in town. And I didn't know who the fuck Morgan Wallen is. I bet you anything, though, Ashley,
I do know. He's a country singer.
Uh-huh.
And first of all, how dare you, though?
Well, I just know that you're plugged in. You have your thumb on the pulse of pop culture.
Yeah.
And I'm like, who the fuck is Morgan Wallen? And they're like, oh, he's a country star. And I'm like, he probably sucks because I've never heard of him. But he played 2 nights in Indianapolis, sold out in the biggest arena. And in my opinion, this motherfucker is fake and gay. At the very least, in comparison. Now, we are pushing the envelope of YouTube copyright at this point. So either find us on Rumble or Twitter, but I'm just going to go for it because I'm going to show you the difference between fake and gay and real and based.
thing, you can cuss my name, but baby, don't you lie. When you're tasting what he's drinking, are you thinking about me? When you're riding where he's driving, are you missing my street? Every time you close your eyes, tell me who do you see? When you're tasting what he's drinking, are you thinking about me? Come and love her tonight. Wish that truck in your drive was mine, just like you know it's supposed to be. When you're up in his bed, am I up in your head? Making you crazy, tell me, baby, are you thinking about me? Are you thinking about when you're tasting what he's drinking, are you thinking about me?
Unfit desire for the scarlet and Mounties, standing through the town, he's drunker down and loudy. I know some boys that I once called family, mounted high in the year of 85. Major Stewart went down and he left his cows back and forth with McLeod when the news circled round that the maybe had enough. And there's rustlers on the prowl and a centerboy that leads the sports, trading her out in the Rocky Mountain Range. Riding o'er the plains, serve all the Western cavalry, they're none any stranger.
All right. So I know I'm going a little bit off base, but I made a little post. And I said, if you're a Morgan Wallen fan and you've never heard about Coulter Wall, I don't care about your opinion on anything, because one of them's faking gay and the other one ain't.
Was that auto-tune?
They've almost got the same
Morgan
name.
Wallen?
Is Wallen just like the polished turd version of a guy that's a real folk singer?
Some of
them. I worked for about almost 15 years in country music radio in the 80s and a little bit the 90s. And I'll tune into country once in a while now, but I listen to guys like that, and they'll talk about their partying and their rodeo and their screwing around and the broads and this and that. And goes, these pussies couldn't handle one fucking hour of what Johnny Cash fucking put in his body on a fucking weekend. Those motherfuckers. Like, it's just, they're just pussies.
Well, I mean, Coulter Wall canceled some concerts because his cows were sick. That's
were they red heifers? Were they unblemished red heifers?
No, I don't believe so. But he might be bogus too. But
well, if they're unblemished red heifers, he might be suspect. He might be working for that group that we were just talking about.
I'm guessing Angus, but
we're not going to get into the red heifers, right? That was the thing that Drew and I just
I don't have a clue what that is. So,
and we're recording an episode ourselves, a 2.5 hour red heifer episode, just you and me, mate.
Yeah, I think that would be a good one, perhaps, to touch on also next week, because let's just see what
Chris,
the 9th brings.
You should get in on that, Chris. I think that you would know what's up there as well.
The red heifer episode. Yeah. Well, if there is one, I'll be down to join if you want to invite me.
Love to.
Or at some point we can do a Kabbalah 9/11, Masonry Kabbalah 9/11 episode. Could go on for hours with that one.
I can spurg on that stuff for a little bit. So, well, by the way, yeah, I don't have the spurgers, but I do spurg on things. It's just how it works.
You do.
We all do. We all do.
Yeah, we do.
A little bit of the tism goes a long way. And speaking of which, okay.
There is no normal, by the way.
Like I said, I had that last thing, but then maybe like another last thing after the fact. Trump. We don't really talk about Trump on the forum much, but I believe Trump had a very telling moment. This was probably 3 weeks ago at this point, but it was very interesting. Somebody had a medical emergency in the middle of Trump's speech. Have y'all seen this?
Obama had a couple of those at least.
Did he? Yeah. Well, let me show you this. I'll probably jump like ahead because there's a lot of dead air, but this was really telling.
Favored nation trade status, and we will impose stiff penalties on China and other abusers. We have trade abusers.
All right, for the listener, everything has frozen for a reason. This is when someone's having an event, and Trump just stopped mid-speech. Now, again, I'm not going to vote. I don't believe, but this is the kind of thing that actually makes me think Trump is a real human being and not some bogus actor. I think, I'm going back to Coulter Wall versus Morgan Wallen. This makes me think Trump is a human being. Am I wrong? Am I right? What do you think?
I don't know. Whenever people have sudden medical emergencies, I think it has something to do with something that Trump pushed really, really hard.
Right.
What would that be?
Another case of suddenly.
But this,
I don't think you can take anything at face value with politicians, even Trump. He might be a real deal good person, but I think the odds of that are so slim, and they're so good at faking character and intention and making us assign attention to them that is really our own, projecting our own intentions rather than what they might have.
The one thing about Trump is that I think he's controlled asset for sure. I mean, and you look at what he does, that's controlled. He went to Saudi and his fiction in Israel and blah blah blah. Doing that program, he didn't pardon Assange, and he wanted to. He wasn't allowed to, but he's unpredictable. He goes off script because he's a fucking boy child, right? And so he does things
going off
he
script.
likes.
We don't even know. I mean, to be honest,
you know what? I'm guessing because like you see his program, and it's like he's a different person when he's doing his chores, and then when he's saying something that is going to piss people off, he's relaxed and goofy. Like maybe different medication. I don't know.
Or just being a good actor. I mean, they know how to craft these images of.
I don't
these
think so,
people,
man.
right?
I look at all the shit that all this TV stuff. He's not a good actor.
Okay, can I just interject here?
It doesn't mean he's a good person. I think this is.
There's a difference between being a good, like
Trump.
Shakespearean level thespian and an actor in a sort of different sense. But
it's hard to turn on and off. That's the thing. That kind of thing. It tends to be a thing. But I'm not saying Trump's a good person. He's a blood-soaked murderer like the rest of them. He's slightly different. I think that's they can't quite control him because he wants to get off the leash. He won't. His instinct is to preserve him, right? So that's the driving force behind what's good for Trump is what Trump does. But once in a while, he just, I don't know, he just gets distracted and wants a shiny thing.
What's good for Trump is probably whatever his handlers tell him to do.
Right.
Look.
I don't think there's any reason to attribute too much independence or free thought to Trump or any of these people. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
But
I just think he has his moments. That's all I'm saying.
I think I would have agreed with you a whole lot more before I saw this clip, because to me it's really interesting that he stopped and he didn't say a damn word. For anybody that's just listening and wasn't watching, I let that video play. It's about 5 minutes of essentially silence at a Trump rally where everybody's waiting to see what's happening with this. Somebody had a cardiac event or something of that nature. And again, to me, I appreciate the fact that Trump shut the fuck up while this was happening. At the very least, that tells me he has something akin to, I don't know,
humanity.
He knows how to feign humanity. Just because you know how to behave in a proper situation doesn't mean you sincerely feel empathy for a person who's in crisis, or doesn't mean that you're like you have goodwill and a good heart. It's easy to feign this stuff when appropriate.
Exactly.
Again, I'm super cynical. I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but like I just think the probability of Trump being like how are they all puppets but Trump? Like you get to the presidential election.
It's just the degree of puppet. I'm like, my point is that Trump is absolutely a puppet. You can't get to be in that position without owing like your soul to somebody. I just think that he's a shitty. He's an unpredictable puppet for the overlords. He will do what he's told,
Joe.
but everyone else just pull on the leash.
I think you're confusing the actor for the character, because this is Trump the character, and Trump the actor is actually probably more brilliant because he knows he really understands people.
The reason everyone
Yes, he's a good businessman. He's going to make a lot of very.
It's like Tom Hanks is smarter than Forrest Gump. Do you know what I mean?
Barely,
like
not by much.
And
anyway,
the reason everyone fell silent there was because Trump fell silent. Yes, you're right, Mike. But that's the cult of personality around him. Because he fell silent, everyone else.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he has an absolute animal instinct, visceral instinct with the crowd. He knows how to work a crowd like no one else. Obama was an amazing orator, and he can. People will listen to him, but they don't necessarily feel it. Like, it really is a cult around Trump, and he can work it like no one else. Like, I mean, that's just a skill. But it's more than that. It's who he is. He wants to be the center of attention. That's not necessarily a good thing. And I'm not saying he's not controlled, but I'm just saying when and because of that sort of change, he makes people think that he's more of a person. I mean, he convinced almost 100 million people that he's a billionaire, kind of, but he's one of them. He convinced the people he's one of them. Well, I mean, that's just being a good con man, really.
Trump is worse than a guy off the street. What I mean is, and this is true of all of them, do you just, we all have a little bit of human empathy in like the South, say, supposedly there's more of a friendly culture and vague, tiny trust of strangers. But like, would you trust a stranger off the street with anything important? No, you don't know who he is. Politicians are worse because a stranger off the street, probabilistically, is probably an okay person. Like somewhere in the mean, the average. The average politician is probably way out here, awful, evil, and you should by default not trust anything he says. So my point is, like, people act like they know Trump and they're inside his head and know what he's thinking. I don't even know what people I've known for 20 years are thinking. You know what I'm saying? And people surprise me.
I mean, you can tell what Trump's thinking a lot by his actions. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about anything except Trump. I mean, I don't know what his motives are.
His actions, what do they mean? Like, there's a lot of scripting. I mean, that's my opinion.
But I say his actions, like, whatever, he's the head of the government. Like, he had no problems continuing the genocide.
Is he the head of the government? Is he a figurehead?
I mean,
is he really in charge?
Yeah, but who cares? I mean, who cares? Well, yeah, literally. I mean, it doesn't change anything. Him not being, like, it would be someone else.
Can I just jump in here for a sec, please?
Go for it, Stella.
Trying to interject. So we've just got to remember that the last Davos, let me remind you again, and I'm going to do it every fucking episode, that the whole thing was building back trust. Okay, we've got actors, we've got scripts, we've got mass amounts of multi-million-dollar think tanks going 24/7 in just about every country, bringing the best of, as good as it gets. Propaganda is always aimed at the heart. This is a very, very clever, I think, stunt, possibly. It's 50% chance it was real. Okay, I'll acknowledge that for sure. But most likely because of who it is, it's, nicely in camera range there, just to the left of the stage. It's very easily produced Trump's got a little bit of ground to make up, hasn't he? So, let's make trust great again. That's just all that comes to my mind,
He plays the role of a popularist very well, and you can see that that's true because they set the template of Trump and popularism instead of politicians, and they've rolled that out across other countries in the world now. Popularists are starting to step up and fill the void because no one trusts politicians anymore. It's a perfect psyop because people think
Bolsonaro, whatever his name is in Brazil, was hailed as that. Milei was in Argentina.
Ooh, that guy. Yeah, no one should trust.
It's the cult of personality. I mean, that's what it's. They've made us Hollywood.
Yeah, but it all is. Like I said, I find it interesting that Trump. He's. I mean, it could be just the way he acts. I don't care. I appreciate as from a marketing standpoint what he does and why he stands out, right? And that little bit of difference makes people who have nothing. Like, Trump's one of us. He's a fucking blood-soaked billionaire. He's not one of you, but people feel that. And really, there's very few people even the people who love Obama don't have that kind of cultish kind of attraction to him. Like it's and now he's a martyr. So now it's even cultier because they've been attacking him with all the freaking charges and stuff.
And people love martyrs. People love to get behind the scapegoat, right? It's just going to drum up support from certain corners.
I know, that's what it's done.
It does
magnitude than before.
Yes.
It does really make you wonder, were they so dumb as to think that wasn't gonna just help him by like attacking him? You know, like
I think they knew.
That's what helped in the original 2016 election. They attacked him so much that it just people on the right and somewhat in the middle were like, this clearly he's not that bad. Why are they being so harsh? We need to support that guy. I think it was just a reverse psychology play. And they just
if they're attacking Trump, he must be the good guy.
Right. If the horrible media is attacking Trump. Yeah, exactly.
But that narrative worked both ways for about the same amount of people. Like it divided the country into love and hate as opposed to
the left wasn't like a certain portion on the left. It doesn't matter what you do. They're not going to support.
But they're not going to support an rabid though. They still are. I know people in Canada have nothing to do with it. I have some friends who have TDS like crazy. Like it's and nobody cared about Obama that way, and he's the closest thing to the Democrat side of somebody it's nuts. He has this whatever animal thing he gives off. It makes you into an absolutist because
it's what makes me actually
in the middle.
It's what makes me actually want to root for him, even if I don't vote for him.
You can't help it
because it's like
if there's a dog is shot at the end of a movie. You can't help but feel that, you know.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if the dog's rabid, Old Yeller, right? It's still tugged at you.
I'm like, at least he made me smile, you know.
Extremely talented.
Obama went for the intellect, but people are emotional or emotionally driven. We do things emotionally, and then we use our intellect to rationalize our decision that we already made.
Yes, which is why propaganda works because it's always emotionally
and that's why
based.
Trump works because whatever he does works on a visceral level.
Well, and he's funny. He's funny. And even if you hate his guts, you have to admit he's got a good sense of humor.
No, he's hilarious and he's relatable. When he made fun of Mike Bloomberg for being short, it was hilarious. And that's how
he screams a scripted character. He was written for a purpose. When people need a hero, we will present them with one, and he just fits the bill. He fits the bill.
Well, he's he's a really good ad libber. Like, I mean, he's great on his feet.
That's
that's the authentic part. You know, that's what makes him convincing, because you cannot script the way he. He's genuinely.
No. Oh yeah,
he's genuinely sharp.
Yeah,
he's got what they call the X factor. What do you think, Ashley?
Speaking of people with X factor and future presidents, the WrestleMania happened this weekend, and The Rock is playing a heel right now, and I mean he still gets a face pop. That, you know, if y'all know the difference between heel and face, heel is bad guy, face is good guy, right? But The Rock still gets the crowd behind him as a good guy, even while he's playing a bad guy right now. But he will very likely be our president at some point, and do not be surprised. Oh yeah, he's already had like a television series as the president, very Zelensky-esque.
I was just gonna say, yeah. That's a good call.
That happens. Is this a script then? They deliberately let Trump have the next election.
Oh yeah,
has a cycle where the American economy collapses and The Rock brings everyone out of the ashes and rebuilds America.
Who knows if it's The Rock?
Build your wealth upon The Rock.
It could be there. It could be anybody really that they have lined up next. I don't know why DeSantis committed political suicide by running against Trump, but I figure they might be able to.
It was a test. It was a test run.
Yeah,
he did so well when he was reelected governor. That and when he's on his own and when he's on scripts, he's a guy that can read a script really naturally, but he can't ad lib. And out in the trail. There's too much wild shit coming off that you can't control, and
Honestly,
he was just dead.
So the prediction from Idiocracy of a WWE wrestler becoming president, to me,
Read
actually,
my mind, you bastard.
it makes a whole lot of sense because those guys ad-libbed. They were basically improv actors / athletes.
Yeah.
And they're as well equipped to be president as any other fucking asshole.
Better than most because they're extremely fit. And being president, you look at everyone that's gone in there. Obama had this all black hair, and after 4 years, he was a gray. I mean, it happens to every president.
Can you imagine The Rock's
extremely stressful?
The Rock's gonna have campaign photos like this.
Yeah.
He just did the people's eyebrow in case y'all didn't notice.
Right.
It's a very good one too.
Yeah.
It was really good.
The people's president. That's gonna be the tagline. This is not original me. I've heard this in
I
other
think
places,
that's one of the reasons they kept Biden in.
President Rock
was because it's they wanted the rematch and they could sell it, and then it'd be even more just that's why they're keeping him in now. Whatever they're injecting him with is pretty good.
But look,
so
if
Schwarzenegger was a good template as well.
If they do a bait and switch and they throw Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson into, Biden dies, what are we gonna do? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Well, he just came out.
If that happens, I'm just saying we called it right here.
Pushing Biden.
We called it. Sorry.
Can I just say I'm sort of seeing this vision of The Rock, becoming the president. Does that mean he's going to get his face carved into Mount Rushmore?
Oh, so great.
That was good.
A rock. Oh my
That's
god.
way better than
the rock.
That's
Let's
way
make
better
rocks
than my
great again.
joke. I was gonna say, do you smell what America is cooking?
Oh yeah, the new campaign slogan.
Ashley, I know you have thoughts. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
I agree that Trump comes across as a lot more of every man's man, and he is much more likable because he is funny, because he is mentally sharp, especially in the stark contrast to Biden, who's mentally disabled at this point. It's really, yes. It's really, it's hard to watch, it's painful. And so he definitely comes across as much better, and he is hilarious.
Much more better. Stick to it. It's
much more better.
Trump is much more betterer.
Trump goes, brr.
Welcome to America 2024.
Yeah, there we go.
He's gooderer.
He is good. Yeah. So I agree with that, and he comes across as his humor makes him likable. Like we were joking in the chat, right?
But it makes him hateable too. That's even the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Because it's something for everybody. Like people love to get wound up. Like that's one thing Twitter proved beyond a doubt. Is people love to be fucking outraged. Like wind me up. And so you couldn't get away from Trump. The people that hate Trump, but they're obsessed with Trump. And the people that love Trump are obsessed with Trump. It's no publicity is bad publicity. It's or whatever it raises.
There's no such thing as bad publicity.
Something like that.
I don't know. What happened
No
to Eddie
propaganda
Murphy when he
is
picked up a tranny. His career kind of died after that, so that was bad publicity.
Which one are you talking about, Dylan Mulvaney?
I was talking about Eddie Murphy. Remember when he got caught with that tranny in his car and he said he was driving them home? That was bad publicity. His career died.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
That was a
I
long
wonder if
time
he
ago.
felt like somebody was watching him.
Man.
I didn't know that.
Sounds like a humiliation ritual, perhaps.
Oh,
we've
that's
got
a black actor thing for sure.
I'm just gonna say we've got like a total case of Trump derangement. We can't even talk about it. And this is actually somebody I know, and I hope that she recognizes that we're just talking about it, and she shouldn't get so worked up. But people get very worked up when you talk about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have friends, and like I said, I'm in Canada. Who cares? And they're excited. They're as TDS as the worst in the States. And I said, why? He goes, well, I don't say, like Hillary's a blood-soaked murderer. He says, you're just a Trump. I don't like Trump either. I never watch any of his TV shows because I fucking don't like him. I don't like his acting. I don't like his face. He's annoying. He's another rich, arrogant asshole. And they said, well, if you don't like Hillary, then you like Trump. You know what? I can hate them both. Really, I'm equipped that way. I can hate more than one person.
Well, I just
love the way
want
he pronounces
president.
words. China. Gotta love that though. He's got his lovability things.
You do. It's hilarious. China. Or if you look at China, if you look at Shane Gillis's impression of Trump, it's absolutely hilarious. And he even does a little like a tutorial on how to sound more like Trump. So you just like describe things and then you describe like how big they are. and then you just repeat like very basic
It's
things.
enormous. It's huge.
Exactly.
It's huge. It's incredible. It's immense. Yeah. So I just want President Guy Fieri, and as soon as we live in that, as soon as CERN pushes us into,
he's going to be the Rock's vice
reality,
president.
Yeah. Oh, that would I'd have to, because
I
I
think
think Guy
capital
Fieri
Las
should be
Vegas.
drafted as president at this point.
I always thought that Stephen Hawking would have made a perfect president.
Well, he didn't even do his own talking. He had somebody
That's why.
else was saying the things in the machine. Yeah. I guess he would have been perfect. Just
hello, everyone. You are hearing me talk.
Hawking still walks better than Biden, though.
Oh, and rode a bike better too.
Yeah.
Better on wheels.
Better on stairs.
And Hawking didn't rape as many children either.
Actually, apparently he was on Epstein's Island.
Oh yeah, but I mean, not he doesn't compare to Biden, and he probably didn't molest his own daughter.
Well, yeah, and
his kink was watching midgets try to solve complex equations on a board that was slightly too high for him to reach.
I heard that, and I believe it. I just believe it.
I'm gonna repeat it as fact.
We all should. That's one of those that it's like it's plausible. Might as well repeat it as fact. That one's a good
Stand on your tiptoes.
Yep.
Slower. Yeah.
Now, may I get a view from the back? Touch your toes.
Bend over, you little fuck.
You forgot to carry the 12.
Look, I'm not trying to be petty, but like this is somebody I actually know in real life and hate Trump.
Hawking?
No, this is just an example of how effective the programming is. Look, hate Trump.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Trump hater here.
So James Pilato always says that Trump and Taylor Swift are the two hottest tickets right now because
they are.
Yeah,
they are.
And it's, it's because they get the most attention. They get the most.
And look,
if you're look what life's become.
Brooke, could we make a composite of both of them? How weird would that look?
You should do that, Drew.
I'm gonna have to come up with an idea for that.
Yeah.
That's just bizarre because she already looks like a cat and Trump's a weird looking man himself. So,
well,
wow.
I think Taylor Swift's a man, and I'll
Taylor Trump.
So,
well, and I will say
I don't
about
know for sure.
I don't have a problem.
You know if you give an engine check.
I don't have a problem if somebody has that kind of passion of hatred towards Trump, as long as you're able to extend it to the other side.
Oh,
right. Like passionately hate politicians. And yes, I can understand you. But if it's just one side, then it makes absolutely no sense. There's no understanding of how they're both two wings on the same predatory bird, and really that the whole thing is just a psyop to keep you here thinking that there's only two options.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's worse about that too is it's not just bias that blinds people to the evils of their own party and their own politicians, and they only focus on Trump. It's a basic logical fallacy. It's called tu quoque or you too. So in other words, it's like your dad was a murderer. Well, so was your brother. And in other words, like, it doesn't matter that the person's brother was a murderer. The subject is your dad is the murderer. That's what the crime we're focusing on. Does that make sense? It's like, Trump did this, Bush did this, and so I'm sorry, like if a Republican criticizes a Democratic politician, then the Democrat will respond, well, Bush did the same thing, and it's like that's irrelevant. What you're focusing on is the evil of the person you're talking about, if that makes sense.
What? Okay, go ahead.
No, and then although I would respectfully disagree, I do think it matters if people are like viciously against Trump or say shit about Trump, unless they can back it up with like an actual like verifiable fact, which are hard to do these things as far as facts, but like one of the most credible forms of facts are what kind of even the power structure agrees on. So anyway, it's like the worst part of Trump derangement syndrome is where it's just histrionics and hysterics, and no one can exactly explain why he's racist or whatever. And like
that's exactly it. He's actually literally never been convicted of an actual crime. It's like nothing. There was like no Russiagate, none of that. It's all, but everyone believed it because they wanted to, and they couldn't be swayed by facts. It's like, and those same people believed all the COVID bullshit, and facts don't matter. It's because it's a faith. It's you believe it so hard, and like it's people can be so obsessed with something that's wrong. Telling them the truth can actually be painful.
They're not even focusing on the actual crux of the issue. Trump's biggest issues are his actions. His actions around the COVID jab. He still promotes it. Doesn't talk about the damage it's done. And he was one of very few Americans who actually brought in gun control to an extent, bump stock bans. That was him. If there's going to be a guy who takes away your guns, it's going to be a Republican president. I'm saying.
Well, that's what I was going to actually mention that. Monica Perez actually is a proponent of the concept, is that to get shit passed with the other side, you bring in the other president. So Trump can pass gun control because he's a Republican. And the Republicans, well, we can't fight it. And then so it takes a Democrat president to pass the shitty things that Democrats talk about, or a Republican to pass the shitty things Democrats want, and vice versa. So that's why they switch every 2 years, is because you got to find the other bad guy to placate the other half of the fucking country.
Well, I got to say, a lot of good points are being made, and I would love to go all night long, but I think we should try to wrap this motherfucker up.
Hey, Mike.
But we should keep streaming to Twitter because we got 70 people. 70 people. Holy hell. What do you got to say there, Ash?
Well, I was just going to say, if after this, if we could play one more thing, I dropped a Ryan Short video. I'll repost it. Consider it, okay?
Okay. All right. I got you. Stella?
Yes.
I heard you for a moment. I heard
was
you.
I breathing again?
Yeah. Well, I pick up on the subtleties, so I thought I heard you wanting to talk, but I have to say,
good. Thank
again,
you for asking.
Picking up on the subtleties, this song is called Flavortown, but this art says Chinatown all day. I don't know if y'all are, movie buffs.
Chinatown.
China.
This is a reference to the great Jack. What's his name? Jack. Somebody help me
Nicholas.
out.
Guy
Nicholas,
Fieri?
thank you.
Oh,
yeah.
Or no, Nicholson.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jack Nicholson meets Guy Fieri. Yeah, here we go.
And it was Faye Dunaway. Was the actress.
I already love it.
Pastrami. 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 Righteous pastrami.
Meat mayonnaise, mashed potatoes, meatloaf,
Pastrami. Turkey pot pie. Everybody on Guy Fieri. Everybody on Guy Fieri. really moist. I can't even remember my name. Big, tender, juicy pieces of pork. Who would have thunk? Wow. It is so juicy. Oh. And so tender. Oh. Oh. And flavorful. Oh. 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 Oh, it's like a meat pretzel. Skin moisturizer in Flavor Town. It's really moist. If you build it, they will come in Flavor Town. Bomb.com, flaky. All right, get started. You see that corn? Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. We're rolling out now. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. We're rolling out now. And this is meat and potato country. A huge menu, and the gravy is just on point. This is money, dude. Especially with this big boy, my man, Dennis Miller. This is gangster. He speaks Pastramianese. Give it folks what they want. In Flavor Town.
I'm sorry, this song gets better and better, y'all.
It's so great. I love this.
You know what the kicker is?
What's the kicker?
Woo!
Somebody had something to say. What do you
song.
say?
That was from the song.
Oh shit!
Remember my name. Giddy up. I'll tell you, my mouth's going bananas right now, and bananas is good. In Flavor Town. My brother from another mother, Steve from Smash Mouth. Tell me what you think.
Rest in peace.
Nice. Chipotle mayo. Wow. Nice. This is old school. Fresh country sausage. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. We're rolling out now. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. Everybody on God Jetty. We're rolling out now.
Well, I'm glad this is one aspect of American culture that wasn't exported to Australia.
I'm sorry. We're going for one thing to the next. I'm sorry. There will be commentary after the fact, but Ashley wanted to share this, and this guy Ryan Long is just as funny as anything. So let's just hear him out. And then we'll comment. That was like Guy Fieri overload, and I love it. But let's carry on, and then we'll close up.
My name is Brad Bradley, and I'm the first real estate agent to take care of all of your New York squatting needs. So this right here is a wonderful pre-squatted 4-bedroom, great for entertaining, fantastic starter squatter for a new couple if you want to start small. There's a lot of people in New York that want to be a homeowner, but they're not interested in putting a down payment on a house. There's actually a multi-family unit that's going to be going on the squatting market real soon. Really nice bones on this one. Hello? I think we're still good. So we got 2 empty garbage bins here, which is a really good sign that some vacancies might be opening up. A lady actually just inherited this place, but she's insanely busy with the funeral arrangements at the moment, so plenty of options for squatting start dates. Have you noticed that these people have been gone for a while?
No.
We follow the travel schedules of New York residents to help you find the perfect house to take over by squatting in it. Are you a homeowner? Traditional or squat? You the owner of this one?
Almost 30 years.
Did you ever go on long vacations?
Yeah.
When's the next one planned?
Summer.
August or?
End of August.
Also, when you do the August trip, if you wanted to extend it a little longer, you know what I mean? It's an option. Well, you never say never. Could be 3 months. So we could probably start doing some showings there late August. I'm always doing market research. I'm always looking for new leads of properties that could be right for you. Ring.
Okay, I do think we should cover the squatters like next week, maybe, or something. I've thought about covering it, but it's a whole thing. Squatters, but at least for this week, guys, it's a week of renewal. We've got the Eclipse. I think we should try, if we can, to live in Flavortown, at least for just 1 week.
So
I've lived in Flavortown.
I thoroughly. Sorry, Chris.
No, I was just saying I've lived in Flavortown my whole life. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, make sure you take your bug spray with you to the Eclipse because, cicadas. Have you heard about the cicadas?
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah. Plague of locusts coming our way.
There's actually two. There's two.
Yeah.
It's just like it's just a clash of timing thing because we all know that the cyclic thing with cicadas, it happens several times over 13, 17 years, and this just happens to be two emerging at the same time. But it's just funny the way they've made such a big hype about it.
Yeah.
There's a couple of angles. I don't know if you want to go into it for a couple of minutes or not.
Well,
Stella, can I get you to say that word again for me? Because I'm going to show the listeners the difference in our Australian accents between states.
Which word?
Cicada.
The bug.
Cicada.
Oh, cicada.
Yeah, we say cicadas in Victoria.
Do you? Oh, you're all
Yes.
American down there.
honestly,
I'm watching too much American television.
Down in Victoria.
I'm cool with the plague of locusts as long as the frogs don't start coming down. That's it.
Yeah, well, funny you should say that.
No French people.
Well, you don't have to worry until they start calling it, because they change it from plague to crop.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you should say that about the frogs
got a
because
crop
actually
of
this
cicadas.
particular problem that this fungus
Cicadas
is
are coming in
apparently-
nicely.
They're not cicadas. It's manna. It's a gift from God.
Stella, what are you trying to tell us?
I was just checking if I was muted.
I'm hearing you.
There's just some fungus, okay, called Massospora, and it's going to apparently create some pretty nasty problems for if people tend to like their guts, cicadas included. It's going to actually rip out their guts and turn them gay as well. So we'll have gay frogs, gay cicadas. And apparently something in this fungus as well is found in psilocybin mushrooms too. So there's, talk about zombie cicadas eating each other. And let's hope it's not a metaphor.
Is that a gay apocalypse then? Like you get chased down by a zombie and then it does things to you? That sounds horrifying.
I don't know, but I won't be eating those bugs.
Doesn't eat brains.
That's the whole point of the cicadas making noise. Now I'm saying cicadas. But the whole point of making noise is they're trying to attract mates, and that's why they try to overpower each other. Just like us whenever we're trying to get our points across.
We have drunk
Hey,
people in the bar.
How are we gonna wrap this shit up, y'all?
I don't fucking know, dude. Except come on down to Flavortown.
Oh yeah. See, I'm glad I got y'all with me. We need to draft Guy Fieri, make him president. All of our problems will be over in a second. He will tell the right people to go fuck themselves. And whenever people commit food crimes, when they put high fructose corn syrup and stuff, he will be like, absolutely not. Get out of here. That's a flavor crime. I will be your sheriff, Guy Fieri. I will be your Secretary of Defense when you become president. So you're the mayor of Flavortown right now. I'm the sheriff of Flavortown. Whenever you become president, I will be the Secretary of Defense, and I will defend against corn syrup and other nasty such things. And
there's a major issue, though. There's a major issue, though. We're going to have to use CERN as a time machine to get him from 2001 because it looks like he's stuck there.
He's the best. He's the best.
I like the concept of a flavor crime.
I'm all about this.
I don't know, man. I've seen him use American cheese, and if there was ever a crime against nature, it's that.
No. It's got its purpose.
It wasn't until I was in the States I got that American cheese was actual cheese. It's plastic. It's orange plastic.
Plastic, hydrocarbon, food, hydrocarbon, tomato.
It's margarine in a little individual wrapper.
But it sure tastes real good. I'm saying. It tastes good.
No, I know. It's the mouthful stuff on a burger.
It doesn't taste like cheese, but it acts as cheese. So
there's going to be a lot of food crimes for him then, because you're the country who invented cheese in a can.
Right.
Take that back, bitch.
Okay. Wait, did Canada invent food? Wait, I thought that was American. Canada made cheese in a can first?
Oh,
No, I was
It's
pointing
all right.
that at
They're
America.
wrapping all the really healthy and organic food in a peel now, so it's all going to be the same. Don't worry about it.
Look,
Oh,
we already covered the government cheese caves, and they had a little cheese to get rid of, so they put it in a can and aerosolized it and said buy this shit, and we did. But I'm just saying, Guy Fieri knows what he's talking about when it comes to flavor, and I'm if he's president, I'm gonna eat the cheese. I don't give a fuck.
No, I hear you. I'll hate myself. I'll have the self-loathing, but I'll still eat the fucking burger.
Mike, since I will be the Secretary of Defense and defending the world against flavor crimes, I might have something to say about this American cheese. We need to work with it a little bit. I mean, there is, let's go back to the old recipe, like the 1970s, 80s recipe of American cheese. You can still put an auto in it. It's okay. But what the processed plastic shit that they have coming out for everything right now, we got to put a handle on this. Guy Fieri, I will save the country from seed oils as your Secretary of Defense. And we can,
You know what? You keep talking like that, big cheese is going to take you down hard, baby.
We know it. We know it.
We can always hope that
I'll be the bigger
Eclipse is going to.
cheese.
We'll always hope that the eclipse is going to obliterate the moon, and there'll be just cheese everywhere, all over the path of totality.
Well, the moon is cheese.
That's right. So when it explodes, it's going to fall to Earth, and we'll all be fine. Manna from heaven.
It's gonna melt up in the atmosphere. Awesome.
The cicadas will eat it.
Good. They won't eat us.
And then we'll eat the cicadas.
Oh, yeah. Cicadas will grab
Just like Klaus intended.
Yeah.
And crumpets and muffins aren't the same.
Thank you, Lord Klaus or whatever.
Well, folks.
Well, I gotta go.
Yeah, I think we all gotta go. I think I will be taking my microphone with me tomorrow, and I will be recording the happenings around the eclipse. And if the whole world, if you never ever hear from me again, you can assume that the world crumbled into a big pile of blue cheese. But until then, maybe we'll see what happens. Yeah.
You were devoured by a giant squirrel.
Yeah, squirrel.
Or you are the giant squirrel.
If only.
Or you drink the Kool-Aid in the spaceship.
Maybe you're a were squirrel, and the eclipse is going to turn you into one.
Yeah, there's always a next level after the last level.
Were squirrel.
Or it could
that one
be
down.
as Drew was saying that CERN is going to cause the split dimensions, so that could be what turns you into a squirrel.
I do
half
hate
squirrel, half Mike.
It's a love-hate kind of thing. I respect the squirrel, but I hate the squirrel. But
all I can say about your squirrel thing is you're nuts.
Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. Hey,
that was a long drive to get there, man.
You've earned it. We've all earned
very
it.
satisfying,
This has been a marathon, a banger.
I would say so. Well, maybe we should send it around the circle and sign off. I am Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast as usual, and I will pass it over. Oh, before I do, buy my book. I'm thinking about writing another one. But,
I was going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Will Hey Duke be in it?
I don't know. Probably not.
I have concerns, Mike. I've got to talk to you about this later.
Yeah, okay. I kind of want to go somewhere else, and then maybe we'll come back.
Will Guy Fieri play Hey Duke in a film version of this?
God damn, not a chance. Not a chance. Wouldn't fit the profile. But if you want to buy my book, go to easypeasy.ittybitty.tips, and I'll pass it over to my good friend, Stella Q.
Thank you, Mike. And I just want to say, everybody stay safe out there. Don't live in fear. It's just a bloody shadow. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But just be careful. Take the bug spray. Yeah, look, I can be found here once a week. That's about it. Crayons in the corner. Addo. Ando,
Hey,
sorry.
Stella,
What's your name?
before you toss it over to me, let's do this real quick.
Okay.
You were just on the propaganda report or no, the Monica Perez podcast. What is it called now? Monica Perez.
The Monica Perez show.
Show.
Ooh, the Monica
Tinkley
Perez
does the
show.
propaganda
And it
report.
was fucking awesome. And everybody
Oh, you liked
needs
it.
to
It
go
was good.
find that and listen to it, because it is it's about all the shit they're spraying in the skies, and y'all need to learn about this stuff. We've talked about it here before, but we haven't had Jim Lee with us, who is a fucking king. That guy was so interesting to listen to. But if you want to hear me, you probably won't. You'll probably hear this. And that is at libertylinks.io/the Doom Kitchen, because I haven't been putting shit out except for this stuff. But I'll put it out even if I'm not here. Where can we find Joe Tundra?
Nowhere. This is it. I'm just some rando driving through, man. This is a drive-by.
I love it. Yeah.
Came
Trucking
fully
on
armed.
through.
Thanks for being with us, Joe. Glad you made it.
Yeah, it's a hoot.
Always good to have a Canuck.
Yeah, good.
We do
pilot
love the
views
British
too.
Americans around here.
Yeah, exactly.
All you, what do you call it? What do you call it? The fucking
Your betters?
The timeshare or whatever you call it. What do you call it? The all the what's the word? It's not timeshare. I know it's not
Tim
timeshare.
Hortons.
No, all you royal motherfuckers.
Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
Commonwealth.
Timeshare.
The timeshare. Yeah, everything's a
Holy Jesus.
timeshare of the crown.
How did you guys ever beat the British? They must have been drunk that weekend.
We can shoot. We can shoot better. That's the only
It's
reason.
those fucking squirrels. That's what got them.
The answer is Freemasonry yet again.
Yeah, sure. It's probably some sort of plastic cheese.
Well, who are we to? Drew? Are we to Drew? Sorry
We're
for
to Ashley.
interrupting. Ashley.
I'm here. I'm on Twitter. It's a whole thing. we can talk about it later.
Well, hey, okay, we are going to talk about it later because the WTF Forum is ready to grow, and there's plenty of room for people who want to put in their application. And with that, what about Chris? Have we talked to Chris? Have we gotten your sign off yet?
No, guys, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm very grateful. Hope to maybe be back on in the future.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything since the crypto show. I've got a Substack called Scribblings from a Padded Room. I've got 2 incomplete articles currently, and the internal desire to write more, and I just haven't gone around to it. Hopefully soon. But that's about my only sort of presence online is Scribblings from a Padded Room. Hopefully I'll start adding content. But anyway, thanks a lot, guys.
Yet another reminder to check out his appearance on Mark Claire's show, because Rachel was also there and they talk about Kabbalah, and it's really worthwhile. And Drew Misson of You're Missing the Point. What's going on, my friend?
Not a lot, mate. Drew Missing, You're Missing the Point podcast. As Lovely Endo just said, I've really enjoyed being on the past 2 weeks. Unfortunately, I'm back to work coming up after the Easter break, so I won't be back until the next public holiday or a day I'm sick. I've just opened up a Fourth Wall store with my merchandise and stuff on there. Some cool shirts and artwork and stuff is available. And just one last message for the listeners. Watch out for flying gay cicadas that may try to kill you during the podcast.
Eat your face off, yeah.
That's a good policy. And
They're probably packing frogs.
Yeah. Check out Missing the Point, though, man. Glad you've been here. And whenever you can find your way back, we will be happy to have you.
It's always good to have some Aussie backup.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Well, right on. Yeah, I guess till next time, y'all. I got nothing. I got nothing else.
Thanks. See ya.
Oh, I have. Love you guts.
Love you guts.
Love you guts.
Love you. Yeah,
And
buddy.
don't love those cicada guts,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call them. Cicada.
with the fungus.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Tomato.
Help us, Carfieri, please.
All right, thanks, guys. Andy, I'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks a lot, guys.